In today's video, we're going to be pitting the Roman Empire versus the US military in a multitude of battles in a massive hour-long marathon, with each battle being completely different from one another, different scenarios, different victors, different technology for both the ancient and modern armies. This is peak Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2. Be sure to hit the like button, subscribe, and let me know what you think in the comment section below. Now let's go. The modern United States Armed Forces have disturbed an ancient Roman fortress. They've moved in their soldiers during a time of war in World War III. They have 200 M1A2 Abrams, 200 Sea Whizzes, and 100 missile systems, along with heavy armored units, standard US Army infantry, ghillie suit snipers, and so much more. But while they may be taking a break from fighting World War III against other modern soldiers, them disturbing this ancient Roman fortress has descended a curse upon them. Just under 8 million Roman centurions, legionnaires, principes, and more have suddenly risen from the Earth's surface. They are ready to siege the fortress walls and take back what was once theirs. It's strange that this keeps happening to the US Army, but maybe they should stop desecrating ancient monuments. If you guys do enjoy this video, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe with notifications turned on. We're working our way towards 700,000 subs, so I'd really appreciate it if you guys click that subscribe button and let me know what other types of battles you guys want to see. Either way, let's get right on into this thing. What's up, gamers? I'm here to tell you about Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is an amazing place where you can get some fire deals on all sorts of video games. Seriously, it's like 60 to 95% off, as you can see here. These are all of the Star Wars titles they have. They literally have every Star Wars title. You can also get XCOM here, Men of War Assault Squad 2. All of the games I play on the channel you can buy here for extremely cheap prices. If you use my affiliate link in the description, it helps me out a ton. So thank you guys for listening to this sponsorship, and thank you to Instant Gaming for continuing to sponsor the channel. Alrighty then, boys, let's go ahead and press start right now, and there we have it. US missile systems firing away. Look at that, arcing fire out into the distance, exploding multiple Romans at once. The Sea Whizzes also spraying fire down towards the oncoming Roman soldiers. M1A2 Abrams firing away with their HE shells currently. That means high explosive, baby. And yeah, once again, devouring a number of these enemies all at one time. Absolute brutality on this battlefield right now. It's inescapable for the Roman army. They are being absolutely dominated by outgoing weapons fire. Here's some of our shotgun heavy units for the US troops, and over here we have some of our gas masked US Army soldiers, just in case some of that old Roman dust carries with it some crazy plagues or something along those lines. You know, you don't want to breathe that stuff in. Oh, look at this Sea Whiz fire, man, it's so sick. Look at that. Each shot getting tens of kills and like 1,000 rounds in every shot as well. So just really devastating weaponry. A few of them over here are getting attacked now, and they don't have the most health, so they will probably go down where they don't have infantry defending them, and there goes one of them right there. So, not the best result, but there is infantry very close by that can hopefully try and help protect them. Although, some of this infantry right now is getting slashed and stabbed by Roman legionnaires coming in hot right now. Over this way is where we've got our ghillie suit snipers protecting the little breach in the wall over here. This is an ancient fortress, so, you know, it's not fully intact. Some auxiliary spearmen coming into play over here, starting to march on these ghillie suit snipers, but at the moment not really making it very far up, so they're gonna need to really hustle to get up there. Missile systems over here are supported by some of these night vision goggle-wearing shotgun units for the Americans over this way. They are getting directly hit by some more of those Roman auxiliary spearmen in the corners over here. U.S. troopers losing some men, but not a crazy amount. It shouldn't be too bad yet for the U.S. Once the catapults really start rounding off, and it looks like the first burst fire of catapult shots are coming into play, that's when the U.S. is going to start losing a lot of units. There's also 500,000 archers on the battlefield. They're over near the Abrams, but they're in the way back, so they're probably not at the front lines yet in range, but the catapults spawned a little bit closer, and as you can see, their rocks are getting thrown, and they are doing damage to the interior of the United States lines here. We've got 82,300 U.S. forces remaining. They started with 85,000. Meanwhile, the Romans started with like 7.7 million, something along those lines, very close to 8 million. Some of them, I think, got cut off by these lakes over here and drowned, and that's why we had under 8 million. It was supposed to be 8 million, but it is what it is, boys. Yeah, these M1A2 Abrams here are getting full-on death charged right now. And yes, the archers are not quite in play yet over here, which will have a very big effect. Yeah, there are all those Roman archers. Once they make it to the front lines, I think we're going to see big kills for the Roman troops coming on forward. And also, yes, these catapults. There's 20,000 catapults on the battlefield. Right now they're coming forward. They are already shaking the grounds of the U.S. forces right now and destroying their lines. I mean, look at this. It is getting just sporadic here with the placement of the U.S. Army shotgun units. They're getting tossed around. They're getting deadly rocks thrown at their faces. It's tough, and then the infantry gets to come in and has a lot easier time picking them off because the U.S. troops don't have as much of a unified line here. It's a good strategy, Cotton. It'll work out for them, I think. And also, some of these missile systems might end up dying fairly soon once those catapults really start hitting them. Right now, the catapults are still kind of hitting just ahead of them at the U.S. infantry, but once they actually start firing at those missile systems, I think they'll start going down relatively quickly. Over here, auxiliary spearmen hugging the walls, getting up close and personal with some of these ghillie suit snipers over this way, taking some stabs at them, but not quite killing anyone just yet, it seems. How about the other side? Over here, yeah, we got these guys still charging in. They're concentrating on the Sea Whizzes, which I think is a great idea. It's very smart to go ahead and focus fire on some of the more strong units first, prevent more death later on. The gas mass unit here, they must have really poor fire rates or something like that, because the Roman soldiers are making it right up into their lines, unlike the guys over here where less Roman soldiers are making it right up into their lines. I don't know, it's kind of interesting that way. M1A2 Abrams, the front line is getting quite bloodied by a large quantity of Romans coming forward over here, but these heavy units behind them aren't really getting affected just yet because those tanks are right on in front of them, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Oh, centurions, to a man, destroy them. Oh yeah, these heavy units over here though, getting full on swarmed, but look at those body piles. The body piles are sick, but they actually do end up hindering the U.S. Army forces quite a bit, because now all these troopers back here can't fire until the enemy is right on top of them. Meanwhile, before, they were able to fire all the way out here. I mean, some of the Sea Whizzes still can because they have arcing fire, but the standard infantry units aren't going to be as effective anymore with these body piles now in play. Right now we have 8,600 dead U.S. Army soldiers, and we have a whole lot of dead, almost 2 million dead Roman soldiers. 5.8 million remaining for the Romans, which is, that's a lot have died when they started with like 7.7 million, so that's pretty nuts. Look at this. Oh yeah, these Romans are coming deep into the missile systems. Is this one dead? Yeah, I think these are dead back here. They just don't despawn like other units, or they don't flop on the ground, so it's not as clear as other units. So, yeah, those ones died. They're about to breach towards this gate here, which could help in flanking a lot of the ghillie suit snipers over this way. These guys in the main path here, still holding very strong. Some of the Romans charging deep in there, but getting slaughtered before they can quite make it to the front line. Sea-Whizzes over here have taken some extra losses at this point, but are still firing away, so not too worried about them just yet for the U.S. Army forces. The gas mass units over here have had a lot of their lines eaten into, and it seems like U.S. Army forces are losing more troops at an expeditious rate here, as we are now at 11,400 dead U.S. Army soldiers, 67,000 remaining. Of course, we still have the interior here, which will be extremely effective choke point defenses, but the exterior is where all the heavy weapons are. Heavy weapons, man! So that's definitely going to be important to keep alive. Why don't we go ahead and time-lapse for our first time-lapse here with 5.5 million Romans remaining and 66,200 remaining U.S. Army soldiers, and we'll watch these catapults come in. Okay, the catapults have breached so far forward now that the Roman soldiers are able to start working towards the interior of the U.S. Army fortress. Right now, this defense is just starting to ramp up. We do have missile systems on the inside. Just a few managed to spawn in here, so maybe they'll be effective. I'm not entirely sure. But these U.S. soldiers seem to be able to hold now, but it is very, very early in that assault. There's still more on the exterior over here, however, which seem to actually be doing a pretty decent last stand. They're not going to hold for forever, but hey, we'll take it, baby. Ghillie Suit Sniper is still doing excellent, and over here the Sea-Whizzes are still firing away quite nicely. Most of the gas mass units are dead, but there's a good middle chunk here. I'd say probably actually half of them are dead right now. And the M1A2 Abrams are still firing away quite nicely, with a couple Sea-Whizzes behind them actually doing a little bit of supportive fire. So that is very nice to see. We like. Alright, I'll stop doing Borat for now. Maybe I'll pick it up later, though. Are there any arrows in the sky? Oh, yes! Okay, I am seeing arrows up in the sky, so there must be some archers. Oh, yeah, here are the archers right here. They're able to fire out into the M1A2 Abrams. That'll definitely do some damage. And also against some of the U.S. Army forces behind, that'll definitely do some damage as well. Why don't we go ahead and watch the Abrams as well as the troopers behind them defending. We got Romans coming in from this side. We got Romans coming in from this side. It's going to be brutal. Right now we are at 4.8 million Roman soldiers and 55,000 remaining U.S. soldiers. Alright, well, 4 million Romans now remain. 48,500 U.S. Army soldiers now remain as well. The M1A2 Abrams are slowly dying on that side, but this side seems to be doing much better. Sea-Whizzes have stopped firing down middle as the Romans begin their assault on the inner walls over here, though. Look at this! These two are just free firing straight into the gate. That's insane right there, dude. Holy cow. And outside here, Ghillie Suit Snipers starting to have the Romans get closer and closer, which is a little bit frightening, especially for snipers, but they're still doing it. This gate is holding out nicely. All these troopers over here ended up dying, and this gate over here does have quite a number of bodies in it, and those catapults have cleared out a lot of the interior troopers now, and they continue to fire, but most of the shots are just rebounding off of the walls here, so it's not really a huge deal for the US, but every once in a while, one or two rocks comes through and gets some kills for them. So, not fantastic, not the worst. This exterior defense still rocking it very, very hard. We love to see that. How are the archers doing? Okay, it's actually mainly archers out here right now, firing away. I wonder how that's going to affect the battle. Now, the M1A2, obviously, made of metal, has a lot of armor as a unit stat, so many of the arrows just bounce off, but like I'd say probably like 5 in every 100. Actually, well, so 1 in every 20, actually make it through and do damage to it. So, you know, it's a bit of a spam game when it comes to that, and eventually those Abrams probably will go down. But I'd like to see the CWIS defense of this gate right here a little bit close up, because I think this will be really cool to watch in a time-lapse formation. These CWIS is just spamming fire out, and the U.S. Army soldiers supporting them with Romans on the left dying as they come in. I think this will be cool. 3.8 million Romans remaining for 46,800 U.S. soldiers remaining. Surprisingly, this CWIS actually ended up going down. I'm not entirely sure how, but okay. Oh yeah, they're actually getting some slices in on some of these U.S. soldiers here, so they're weeding them out just a smidge. Nothing too terrible, but just a wee bit right there. And then out here, yeah, this is slowly but surely dying out bit by bit. This entrance, still holding fine. Ghillie suit snipers, they're actually getting rocked, I think, by some of those incoming catapult shots, which sucks for them, but they're still holding okay as well. I'm not, like, too worried about them or anything along those lines, but I am slightly concerned about this side over here falling, and then these guys starting to get eaten away at very, very quickly. That could be definitely very, very problematic for us. So I want to do an overhead of this side again, because I think this will be the next area to fall for the United States. We've got 3.38 million Roman soldiers left alive and 43,000 U.S. troops. Alright, boys, I had to put this on the pause menu for a second, which actually slows down the game, and I also put it on slow mode. That's a little trick. You can't actually pause, lag, Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2, but you can do those things. The reason I had to do that was my internet guy came, my upload speeds were like a megabyte per second, which is not very good when you're trying to upload a lot of files all the time to editors and things like that on YouTube. Ooh, a little bit more laggy. So the internet guy showed up, super nice guy. Got it all sorted, so thank goodness. But we're back, and that's why I slowed things down and cut that time-lapse short for a little bit, because I just needed to do things on the computer for him, run some speed tests and things like that. So not too much ended up happening during that time because I slowed it down, but we are looking at 34,000 U.S. Army soldiers remaining, and looks like 2.88 million Romans remaining. So they're coming through. The catapults are actually right up against the door here, which is crazy. Are they not able to fire over the wall here? They might be too close. The ones back there, though, still are firing a little bit more. Yeah, look at this. These ones are firing, or at least trying to fire through this gate, and look at that. The spread. You can see the cone of fire from the angles that came through the gate here. However, they're not able to get the guys, like, hugging the walls. Ooh. We're getting weird random lag spikes here and there. Sorry about that, boys. Missile system still exploding there. That's awesome to see. Okay. Oh my goodness, what are these lag spikes? Brother, what the heck? But either way, the defense still holding. Surprisingly, we still have M1A2 Abrams out here. I mean, look at this. They're getting shot by so many arrows. There's only like 20 of them left. There was 200 to start, so obviously they've taken some serious losses during this whole battle, and they're going to go extinct. The soldiers around them are all dead, so there's that. Look at these body piles that are like reaching up to the walls here. Oh my god, lag spike, stop it, please. Oh, actually made it get better. Nice. Now we're getting 40 FPS. That's beautiful. But yeah, these guys all firing out. But I was so embarrassed, dude, when the internet guy came in because the litter box for our cats, one of them, we have two because we have 4 cats, so like, you know, we gotta have more than one litter box for them. But one of them is in our laundry room because it's a tile floor and we can close it if it smells or whatever, you know, it's easy. But our modem is also in there, and I opened the door like right before he came. One of our cats took like the stankiest dookie of all time. Like, oh, F's in the chat, boys. So I lit a candle to try and, like, you know, get the smell to go away, and it let me tell you, it just smelled like vanilla candle and poop, and the entire hallway just smelled like, oh my god. I was so embarrassed, dude. My cats really did me dirty. Either way, I want to watch this body pile grow against the wall here, because I think eventually these guys will start spilling over the top. Yeah, I mean, 2.81 million Romans remaining, 33,000 U.S. Army soldiers remaining. So that means that well over half of the well over half of the Romans and well over half of the U.S. Army soldiers have died at this point. Since we started with about 80,000 U.S. Army soldiers, they have 33,000 left, so they have 3/8 of their force. And the Romans started with about 8 million. They now have 2.8 million, so they have about 3/8 of their force. So they're actually weirdly on somewhat even standings, and this battle could go either way. That's interesting. Either way, let's watch this corner here, because I think these guys are going to body pile their way up and start attacking the top, World War Z style. Well, I don't think this assault is going to amount to much, because it seems like the Romans gave up on trying to get up here. They did kill the Sea Whiz that was up here somehow. One Roman's there? Did he do it? I don't know how that happened. There's more over this way, though, still firing out, so that is pretty baller to see. Not gonna lie. Cannot lie about that. However, the rest didn't really amount to much for the Romans, that is. They're very much so going after these last, like, 5 M1s that are still alive. That's it. There's a bunch going in here now, though. So they're starting to open up this pathway. There's 2.4 million Romans remaining and 31,800 U.S. Army soldiers remaining. Still so many catapults out here. And they're actually blocking a lot of Romans from coming forward. Oh, lag spike. Okay, we're good. That's just because their bodies are so big, I think it's blocking Romans from coming forward. Look at the ghillie suit sniper body piles over here. This is insanity. Holy cow, man. And actually a lot of ghillie suit snipers apparently have died, I think, due to catapult fire. I think that's the big thing right there. This entranceway has seen some more modern U.S. Army losses, but nothing too extreme, and that's probably because there's no catapults over here and there's no archers over here. The archers over here eventually will be done with these M1s. Actually, there's only 2 remaining now, so yeah, eventually all of these guys will start firing on the fort, but for now, they're kind of chilling over there, and then this side obviously has the catapults to deal with, so this side over here is very strong and intact because they don't have any of that stuff to deal with, while the other sides are definitely taking a few more losses. Let's do an overhead time lapse for a little bit here. I think the U.S. Army has taken the lead somewhat, though, I mean, it's a precarious lead because there's still 2 million Romans, and they're kind of getting in here a little bit more than before. On top of that, there's only 29,800 of these U.S. Army soldiers remaining. So they're still taking some losses. I'm seeing arrows flying through here, which those arrows can, you know, easily kill U.S. Army troopers. Look at this little death tunnel. They're able to shoot down into it and across, and like that's awesome. That's sick. Why don't the arrow boys shoot those guys? That would be like a layup. That'd be a gimme. Oh, these guys way up here. They've been shot by some arrows, clearly. Huh, alright. Ghillie suit snipers with their insane body piles. Look at this. Holy smokes. Wow. They have taken some serious losses from catapults, though, so that's a bit of a yikes. Yeah, there's so many catapults over here. That is bonkers, bro. That is absolutely crazy. Alright, why don't we time-lapse this doorway again? Watch some of the Sea Whizzes firing away, but this battle's still ongoing and could still go either way, I think. Okay, well, U.S. Army still holding diligently. We do have a breach of the wall over here with plenty of Principes full yeeting down towards these Sea Whizzes. So that's an opening that will definitely help out the Romans quite a bit. Also, over here, look at, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, these body piles are absolutely insane. This doorway is almost completely crumbled, in fact. Wow. Why is no one going through here? Can they just not fit? I don't think they can fit. Oh my god. They blocked themselves out. Oh look, more are back over here and they killed all these guys. Interesting. Okay, well we still got 25,000 remaining U.S. Army soldiers, 1.5 million remaining Romans. We're gonna go ahead and let this ride. Let's do a nice, well, I don't want to be able to see more. So let's look over here at all these body piles going up over the walls and watch them grow and stuff like that for a bit, because I think that'll be pretty cool to watch. $22,000 U.S. Army soldiers now remain, and 1.07 million Romans. Absolutely insane. I'm just going to let it ride for a bit here, and we'll find out what happens because we're running out of storage space, but I think it's pretty safe to say U.S. Army probably going to take the W here, considering what they're doing, but you never know. If anything crazy exciting happens, I'll be nearby building a Lego set, so I'll be able to start recording again. Well, okay, boys. It's been about a half an hour here, and we're down to 315,000 Romans, 18,169 U.S. Army soldiers. Yeah, look at this. The lines for the Romans have shrunk. Most of them are over here now. There are still catapults, but far fewer. Far fewer. The Romans over here have been sort of like tucked into this wall. Wow. And then these guys are still alive here. There's still a lot of ghillie suit snipers. Somehow there's still sea whizzes that are mostly chilling over this way. That is absolutely insane. And then there's a good number of soldiers over this way too. Holy cow, man. Absolutely bonkers. Let's go ahead and watch the Roman hordes just charging here, I guess. It's still too early to drop the nuke, I think, because I think the Romans could still potentially make a comeback, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, I think we can now guarantee a U.S. Army victory against the Romans. 150,000 Romans still remaining, and 17,544 U.S. Army soldiers remaining, but barely any U.S. Army soldiers are dying at this point, so they're gonna bring in the ultimate technology, the nuke! Oh, it's so fun nuking at the end, bro. Ah, beautiful, baby. Today we are going to be seeing tens of millions of Roman army soldiers throwing themselves at an enemy of futuristic proportions to the Romans. The modern US Army, in particular, 1,000 strong, and these are just their standard recruits right here with M4A4s. But every single battle, we are going to be changing US military units here until we figure out who can survive 1 million Romans and who cannot. You can see the burst fire going off right now. It's almost like an old school line battle from the 1800s, with how they're just squirting out fire left and right like that. But as the enemy gets closer and closer, that fire pattern will be going away more than likely, and we'll just see a constant spray going forward. Either way, 1,000 U.S. Army M4 riflemen are up front here, and they need to hold the bridge versus 1 million standard Roman legionnaires. So next battle, we might go ahead and do US LMGs, we might do sniper rifles, we might do DMRs, we might do M1 tanks, we might do attack drones, etc, etc. We're going to be going through every single US military unit from the modern US Army currently in Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 against 1 million Romans. These poor Romans are going to be charging again and again. And the poor US Army soldiers are going to have to be fighting off hordes of them, and slowly but surely these Romans are reaching the front lines here. I don't think these US Army soldiers are going to be holding them back for much longer. They are so close to getting a full complete swing against these US Army troops, but I don't think anyone has actually made contact with them just yet, but they're getting very close. That guy almost did it. I think this guy on the far left actually has been stabbed now. Yes, he has. Okay, so the first damage against the U.S. military is happening right now, 2 minutes in. Currently, actually, one U.S. Army soldier has died somewhere. Where did homie die? What the heck? Bro, I have no idea. Oh, well, a second one just died. Meanwhile, 10,000 Roman army soldiers have perished. Now, this is kind of the baseline for the U.S. Army. This is the weakest gun we will likely see this entire time. And even still, they're well over 10,000 kills at the moment, with only 7 deaths currently. So I would say that's pretty good. Also, I don't think we'll have any flanks coming from the other bridges currently, or this very wide flank over here, since the Romans are all consolidated in this little area. But it could happen, we just don't know right now. I think it's safe to say it won't, but in case that does happen, it won't be too big of a surprise, since that has happened in previous videos before. Either way, we're up to 13,300 kills for the U.S. Army, 12 for the Romans. Why don't we go ahead and time-lapse for a bit here and watch the U.S. Army defending against the Roman legionnaires throwing themselves against the U.S. Army defense, and then we'll continue onwards checking out the other U.S. military units in Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2. The U.S. Army units are from Jamie D, a legendary modder in Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2. The Roman units are just vanilla Romans from UEBS 2. So There you go. Either way, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you enjoyed the video, and let's go ahead and watch the first time lapse here. What's up, gamers? I'm here to tell you about Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is an amazing place where you can get some fire deals on all sorts of video games. Seriously, it's like 60 to 95% off, as you can see here. These are all of the Star Wars titles they have. They literally have every Star Wars title. You can also get XCOM here, Men of War Assault Squad 2. All of the games I play on the channel you can buy here for extremely cheap prices. If you use my affiliate link in the description, it helps me out a ton. So thank you guys for listening to this sponsorship, and thank you to Instant Gaming for continuing to sponsor the channel. Okay, well, 20 minutes later, and the Romans are actually kind of getting cooked. I did not expect this to happen, but 147 dead U.S. Army soldiers and 141,000 dead Romans. And if you're doing the math in your head, that's right, it's about 1-to-1 ratio right now, so it's actually still anyone's game here to win or lose. That's kind of crazy. Because I don't know. I'm thinking exponentially the U.S. Army output fire will go down as they lose more and more soldiers. So that is something that could happen here. However, currently they're keeping the rate up even while losing 150 soldiers. So I think that's pretty good. I'm just curious to see what ends up happening. To be honest, they're killing it against these Romans right now. Even still, though, Romans could make a big comeback. So let's keep watching here. We're still continuing pretty solid here with 227,000 kills for the U.S. Army forces and 220 deaths for them, so they're still staying on par. Now, for the sake of my computer storage, we're gonna let this ride for a bit, and we'll tune back in. Okay, checking back in here, and we are currently at 624 remaining U.S. Army soldiers, 5.5 million remaining Roman army soldiers. The Roman body pile is growing, raising sea levels, bro. Higher than global warming. That's crazy. And the Roman soldiers are getting slaughtered. They're getting destroyed here. There's still, of course, the chance that they can make a comeback, but things are looking pretty bad at the moment for them. This ain't a good situation in the slightest. Why don't we do another time lapse real quick here, just to see what happens, but we might do more non-time lapses for a bit in case this continues to last a really long time. Alright, another 20 minutes have gone by. This first battle's lasting way longer than I thought. Look at that body pile. That's 402,000 Romans dead. That's crazy, dude. Holy cow. And currently 547 U.S. Army soldiers remain. 492,000 Romans remain. I'm just gonna let this ride. Okay, well, I let it ride for about an hour and came back to it, and wow, things fell apart. Holy cow. 426,000 Romans still remaining somehow, and all of the U.S. Army soldiers dead. You can see they expanded and almost connected the bridge all the way to the shore there. That is... look at this! They did over this side. Holy cow, they really... Wow, that's a lot. That's a very large quantity of dead. So, there's only 426,000 Romans remaining. U.S. Army soldiers managed to kill about 600,000, which is very impressive. Let's go ahead and get the next U.S. Army unit out here. Next U.S. Army unit we're going to be utilizing is light machine gunners. M249s out here firing away. I'm actually not entirely sure how good these are in the game compared to the regular USA riflemen. They've got 1,500 health, which is pretty good. It might be slightly higher than the normal riflemen here. Of course, we have the same 1 million or so Romans. A little less than that spawns in because, like, the trees might destroy a few of the spawns, the buildings and stuff like that. But for the most part, it's just about 1 million there. And honestly, it seems like the Romans are getting closer this time a lot faster, and they're getting stabs in. Maybe these light machine guns are actually going to be worse than the M4 soldiers. I'm not entirely sure. They don't have kind of that constant fire that you'd expect from a light machine gun, but Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 is always a little bit of a derp fest, so that does make sense in that regard. So I don't know. Right now we are looking at about 4,400 kills for the light machine gunners. They're doing that burst fire here and continuing to do so. Will they ever not do the burst fire? I do not know. But I don't think we're going to be seeing a victory from the U.S. Army soldiers with these light machine guns. Based on current performance, I think this will be really bad, unless their superior health compared to the M4 soldiers ends up coming in handy here, which I like, maybe it will. But it doesn't seem to be enough right now, so that's not very good. No siree, Bob, this is quite abysmal. Do better! Fire more! Come on, man! Alright, well, let's let it rip. Let's let it continue here for a bit, but I'm not super hopeful. We got 1 dead of these guys and 8,700 dead Romans. Rip the dream for the light machine gunners. I kind of thought they'd do better, but apparently not. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon, because these people are actually defending pretty decently here on the bridge itself, which is great. Look at this. We got 93 kills against some of these U.S. Army soldiers here, and, well, now 95, and 143,000 dead Roman soldiers. So they are actually making a little bit of progress here, which ain't too shabby. I'm just gonna let it run for a while here without time-lapsing to make sure we have enough memory in the computer for future time-lapses. But yeah, we'll be back for you guys in just a millisecond, but in real time, probably like an hour. Alright, just checking in on this, and we've got 310,000 kills just about for the light machine gunners and 262 kills for the Roman soldiers. So actually, I think they're doing better than the M4 soldiers at this point. I don't remember the exact number that the regular standard rifleman had, but I think they are doing better now, but just barely. Might be the added health and maybe their bullets do more damage? Not fully sure, but let's continue to let it ride here and we will check back in. Well, we're back, and big L for the defenders. 340,000 Romans remain, so actually fairly close, but no cigar. All of the U.S. Army troops are dead now. Let's try out marksmen's. Alright, boyos, here we go. We have our 1,000 DMR marksmen here firing away. These fellas are going to, I think, do it. That's my personal guesstimate here. These guys in previous battles have always been goated with the sauce. They're not the ghillie suit snipers, which are kind of a whole other level of powerful, but these guys, still exceptionally good. They do high damage. They have only 1,000 health, actually, so they have 500 my Mike Tyson, less health than the light machine gunners, so they're not going to be able to withstand the hits as much, but as you can see, their bullets are going crazy, and I'm pretty sure they do collateral damage. which is a big proponent to potentially winning this thing because they'll be able to shoot through multiple Romans with every single bullet that they fire, which could be absolutely massive. We already see them gunning through these guys. One Roman made it through somehow. Yeah, a trickling in of Romans every so often, but they've got 33,000 kills just about so far. Now 35,000. That's insane. And 0 of them have died, so they're already doing better than the other 2 U.S. Army units. We might finally have our first victory versus the Romans. This could be the victory we have been looking for. My fellow Frenchmen. Beautiful. But, of course, we'll just have to wait and see what ends up happening. We'll do a bit of a close-up time-lapse here because we'll be able to see these guys just getting absolutely mowed down by these volleying shots from the DMRs that the U.S. is wielding here. I think this will be very, very cool to see. Let's check it out. And we have our first W. The U.S. marksmen handle things in merely 40 minutes. That's insane. Holy cow. Now, I was saving this next one. Oh, by the way, they only lost 4 soldiers. 4! Wow. I was saving this next one for much later when I thought no one was going to win, but the marksmen pulled through. I did think they were going to win, but I thought there was always a chance they'd lose still. But we're going to try the U.S. Grenadiers next. Okay, here are the U.S. Grenadiers, which do have under-barrel grenade launchers, which clearly are quite powerful. Look at that. My God, I don't even know if the Roman army is going to make it to the bridge, period. My goodness, it's just like artillery pounding them. Holy smokes. Yikes. I am thinking that this is going to be another W. Probably pretty easily, too. I don't think this will be much of a problem, to be honest with you. But you never know. You know, things could go very south very quickly. You just never know. But I don't see the Romans coming away with a W here. Now, another thing is, the U.S. probably is getting more kills than they have because explosive kills don't always count in the top right numbers for Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2, so just understand that might be a factor here. But let's do an overhead time-lapse of these Grenadiers. I think they're going to win this, but who knows? Yep, these guys won with 0 losses, which is very impressive. Very, very impressive. Let's do one more infantry unit before we move on to some tanks and things. Alright, so this unit is called USA LAT, and I've never used it before. Oh! That's what LAT is. It's a rocket launcher. I was gonna say I have no idea what kind of weapon this is, but it's a rocket launcher. I think it's even more deadly than the grenade launcher, to be honest with you. I'm fairly certain we know exactly how this battle will go. So why don't we go ahead and let's pick a different unit. Oh my God, I picked the U.S. Engineer unit, and it's another rocket launcher. Bro, come on. Once again, I think we know how this will end, because it's basically the same weapon as before. Let's pick something that's definitely not a rocket launcher unit. Okay, this one is U.S. Army Pilots, which is pistol wielding. This could very easily be an L. It's a P250, I think, but it has a weird glitch in the graphics right there. That's okay, though. They are getting kills already, which is pretty impressive for a pistol to be able to fire through a Roman Legionnaire shield. I mean, that's just me, but because isn't a P250 like a... Is it a 22 caliber? It might be 9mm. It might be. It's definitely not like 45 round or anything like that. That's for sure. I could be wrong though. Let me know. I'm not an expert. So if you are, let me know in the comments. But either way, I think these guys probably gonna lose, but might as well play it out. We'll do a time lapse and then we'll move on to some vehicles for fun. The pilots are still holding at this point. However, it doesn't look too good for them. They have 310,000 kills, 311 deaths, and last time around, right around this area, the light machine gunners had similar but better stats, and they lost. So more than likely, we're going to be seeing the pilots taking the L today. I'm just going to let it ride. We don't need to time-lapse the whole thing because it will just fill up the storage space on the computer. So we'll just let this ride and see what happens. And yes, the Romans do end up winning with 4 million remaining. So the pilots did, I think, the worst yet in the video. But why don't we go ahead and check out some vehicles now? Alright, we're actually going to be doing mortars this time around, which I'm very curious about because they have a much slower reload time than bazooka or grenade launcher units, but still have extremely explosive firepower. There are 1,000 of them on the battlefield, and I'm decently sure that every single one of our vehicle units in this battle is going to get a W. Although I will say I'm not sure we'll be able to fit 1,000 M1 Abrams, as those have a tendency to lag the battlefields if it's like too many. Scout is bjorking in the background. My goodness, Scooter. But yeah, look at this. They are just absolutely demolishing the Romans, eating them up like butter on popcorn. I have no idea what that means. Okay. I guess this is probably going to be a W, but we might as well watch because it's beautiful. Alright, the mortars end up clearing house. Let's get another vehicle out here. They absolutely dominated, as expected. Okay, this next one might actually be an L, I'm not gonna lie. The attack drones, they're kind of one of the weaker units, I would say, for vehicles. I kind of forgot about them, but they've got UMPs on the bottom of them. They're just not super strong. That's the problem. They don't have a huge amount of health. They have, what? Yeah, 200 health apiece is kind of terrible. And it's not like they do crazy damage or anything like that either. They're only at 800 kills, and the Romans are almost at them. And I think they're maybe even going to do the worst out of every unit we've had, which is kind of crazy. Honestly, kind of crazy. But, yeah, here we go. They're going to reach them. They got to swing beneath them, but they do have a hitbox beneath them, so they can be hit. Flying units in Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 are not actually flying. They're, like, just invisible underneath them, is how that works. But right now, they are technically holding them back. They've got no deaths, but it's really only a matter of time. Yep, there goes. 2 of them just died, actually. I think the Romans win this one. Easy peasy, let's just watch it happen. Okay, the attack drones are lasting a bit of time here, but they're really not getting a lot of kills. They're up to 76,000 kills, and they have 779 soldiers remaining. So they're not on track. They're on track to be the worst unit we've seen. But they're still kind of lasting a while, so at least there's that, I suppose. I'm just going to let it ride, and we'll see the end result. Well, the Romans did in fact win rather handily with the worst performance so far by a modern unit, only 345,000 kills. Let's bring in another vehicle. Alright, we got Sea Whizzes this time, which I have a feeling are going to dominate. Let's go. Bunch are in the water still. Oh my god. Oh, wow. I have never seen 1,000 Sea Whizzes fire all at once before. That is absolutely devastating to the Roman army. Look at that. Wow. There's so many firing, it's bugging the audio, and it's not even playing the fire from it. That's absolutely insane. It says that there's only 20,000 kills. I find that kind of hard to believe. It could be that the explosive damage from the Sea Whizzes aren't necessarily counting all of the kills so far, but one way or another, these things are ripping through the Romans. We can't even see them. There's so much fire. Between the gaps in the Sea Whizzes, the Romans are getting a few swings on the turrets, but not all that much. God dang, dude. Holy cow. Alright. I mean, this seems like an obvious victory, but of course, we let it play out, and let's get a nice, beautiful view of the Romans death charging to their death, because there's, I feel like, zero chance for this battle. Yeah, 15 minutes later, Sea Whizzes clean up. Not a single Sea Whiz ended up going down. This one did get stabbed a few times, but no dice on the killage right there. Absolutely incredible. These things dominated. God dang. Alright, let's get on to our final defense of the bridge. Okay, this time the Abrams didn't fit with 1,000 of them, so we only have 174. That's still not terrible. Although some are in the water, so I think they will drown, or their engines will drown. Either way, these puppies, they don't have the same rate of fire or explosive damage, but they do have a lot of health apiece, 20,000. They're tanks after all, so I think we're going to be looking at another W here. These battles are kind of like either they completely dominate, or they get completely trashed. That tends to be what happens during these battles. And I think this one, we're going to see some domination going on. I think the U.S. Army is going to be coming away with the W with these Abrams. They're already destroying a ton of Romans here. But just to be honest, the Romans, they're not trying anymore. I think they've accepted their fate. I think they know they're goners. Alright, let's watch. Let's do close-up over... let's do like here. Here. In case they kind of back up by accident. And just as suspected, Abrams take the W. There are 3 bridges on this Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 map. Currently, each bridge has 1 ghillie suit sniper on it. And today, we're going to be having 10 million Roman soldiers charging these bridges to try to take them over. We're going to find out just how many ghillie suit snipers it takes to actually defend these 3 bridges. Now, it is, I guess, technically possible for 1 ghillie suit sniper to win this thing, although I think it would take a literal miracle for that to happen. But let me know in the comment section below, how many ghillie suit snipers do you think it will end up taking? Because we will be slowly but surely increasing the number of ghillie suit snipers until we do actually get a victory against 10 million Roman soldiers. Now, these guys have incredible range, their damage is insane, and they do collateral damage to the enemy. So, as you can see, he's already firing, and the Romans are pretty darn far away, and I'm sure he is cutting through a few of them at this point, though it's very hard to tell. There's so many Romans coming forward. There's also a variety of Romans. We have Praetorian Guards, we have Centurions, we have Legionnaires, we have Auxiliary Spearmen that we're seeing right here. We have a few Roman generals in the mix as well. So, yes, there are a lot of different Romans coming on forward. Now, another problem is that a number of Romans spawned in the water, so currently we only have 8.3 million Romans spawned in. That is not the 10 million promised. I will increase the number, but it looks like a number did spawn in the water and therefore did not make it onto the battlefield. Now, those 3 snipers got 41 kills, which really isn't that bad, but the Romans do end up with a victory. Let's increase it to 5 snipers per bridge. What's up, gamers? I'm here to tell you about Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is an amazing place where you can get some fire deals on all sorts of video games. Seriously, it's like 60 to 95% off, as you can see here. These are all of the Star Wars titles they have. They literally have every Star Wars title. You can also get XCOM here, Men of War Assault Squad 2. All of the games I play on the channel you can buy here for extremely cheap prices. If you use my affiliate link in the description, it helps me out a ton. So thank you guys for listening to this sponsorship, and thank you to Instant Gaming for continuing to sponsor the channel. Alright, this time I did get just about exactly 10 million Romans on the battlefield, but we're also suffering at about 14 FPS here, so I might lower it. Oh, and look, it went from 10 million to 9.57 million, so I think a bunch more just died due to crunch or something like that, so we might not be able to do the exactly 10 million, but we did have it for a little bit there, I guess, and all in all, this battle will feature, I don't know, 100 million plus Romans in total across the multiple battles we'll be doing, so it is what it is. So far, we have a 19, 21 now, 23 now kills from the ghillie suit snipers. Remember, there are 3 bridges, so we're just watching the one over here, but it's super laggy, so we're just going to stick with the one over this way. But there are 15 ghillie suit snipers on the battlefield right now, 5 on each bridge, and since this one is so laggy, I'm just going to go ahead and time-lapse these guys getting death charged by Romans because it's laggy and I don't want to watch 7 FPS. Okay, boys, the lag is at 5 FPS, but the ghillie suit snipers did get 220 kills this time, which is pretty insane. Alright, we're back down to 8 million after the last battle's 10 million. Sorry to do it, boys, but we do have 60 ghillie suit snipers now on the battlefield here. So, we are exponentially increasing here with 20 apiece on each of these bridges. Why don't we watch the rightmost bridge this time around? Currently already at 200 kills for these boys, which is really pretty good. I think next battle we'll do 50 ghillie suit snipers per bridge. Of course, that is if we get a next battle. I think we will. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, 20's cool, but I don't think they can stop 8.1 million Roman soldiers coming on forward here. Although they do almost have 500 kills now. They are using their, of course, superior range, i.e. not having spears, but having guns to their advantage and getting all these kills before the Romans get to them. But once these Romans do get to them, they will be skewered pretty horribly. And here we go. The Romans are about to reach the rightmost bridge here. Seems like either the left or the middle has already been reached, as we do have 20 dead ghillie suit snipers, but these guys are too busy concentrating on the back Romans to fire at the frontmost Romans. It'd be nice if, kind of like in Bloons Tower Defense, where you get to choose to kill either the last or first or highest health trooper. If you could set these units to do that, that would be very, very cool in this game. But either way, 1,100 kills from 60 ghillie suit snipers is actually kind of insane. Let's see what 150 does. As promised, boyos, 150 ghillie suit snipers. And what's interesting is you see we start off with 8.8 million, then it drops to 8.3 million, and then it'll drop to like 8 million Romans coming forward. I don't know what's happening. It might be crush from the different units spawning too close, or it might be them drowning in the water. I'm not entirely sure. Jamie D did tell me he has some stuff that might fix the crush issue. I just haven't gotten around to installing it because I am very bad at modding on my computer, and I get very nervous that I'm going to break things, and I have broken things before in Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2, so I don't want to fuss with it too much. Either way, look at that. Already 860 kills from these snipers, about to crest over 1,000. That's pretty darn impressive. We haven't seen the left side just yet, and actually it seems like the Romans spawn closest on this leftmost side here, so this could be the first side to go down. Hey, if they do go down again, you never know. They could pull out the save of a lifetime, and 50 ghillie suit snipers per could stop the Romans. I highly doubt that happens, but it's always possible. You can see a few of those Romans dropping over here as they get slammed by those bullets. Sadly, the angle doesn't really allow for many collaterals, it seems. You know, them being so high up. If they were level with them, might be seeing more collaterals, but not really right here. But here we go. The Romans are making it up here, but getting shot down before they can do anything. We're already at 2,500 kills for the ghillie suit snipers. Very impressive. The Romans coming in here. Ghillie suit snipers themselves don't actually have a ton of health, so once the Romans do make it to them, it's pretty much a guaranteed death. They really just need to keep them fully at bay if possible. These guys are all dead. The middle section here is all dead. The right side is still going, I believe, but very close to dead, and there we go. 2,794 kills this time from the ghillie suit snipers. Let's bump it up to 100 per bridge. Alright, 300 ghillie suit snipers. We're really going to start cracking some Roman helmets this time around. Already past 100 kills, easy peasy, past 200, past 300. Exponential kills going on here. They're starting to really wallop them, as you can see. And in record time, we're going to be breaking 1,000, no problemo. I still don't think this will be quite enough to get the W, but let's time-lapse it and see. Well, there we go. The Romans get the W. 6,000 kills for the ghillie suit snipers with 300 of them. Let's go ahead and really crank it up this time and do 1,000 ghillie suit snipers per bridge. Alright, boyos. 3,000 ghillie suit snipers versus 8.3 million Romans charging on forward here. Let's watch the leftmost bridge this time. This is the first time I genuinely think they might actually be able to do it. The previous times, obviously, were kind of like, meh, they're not doing this. But 1,000 per bridge is a lot. Look at that spam fire going out at such a great distance. We're already up to 6,000 kills now, which is crazy. Now 7,000. And once the Romans start getting really close, we might start seeing them not being able to actually reach the ghillie suit snipers because of the sheer amount of bullets hitting them. That's, you know, where we might start to see the ghillie suit snipers actually taking a W here. So that's why I think maybe the 3,000 of them could do it. Now, the leftmost bridge has been the bridge to die earliest each time, so we might see them dying earliest here again, but you never know. So let's go ahead and watch this thing in time-lapse, because this is taking a while. Alright, so the Romans are hitting the ghillie suit snipers over here. They're getting killed much quicker this time, resulting in almost 80,000 of them dying so far, and only 120 ghillie suit snipers dying. But I think obviously 8 million of them will manage to do it, but we'll go ahead and watch the result anyway on this bridge. Well, the fellas on this bridge get walloped. How about the other ones now? The middle one actually still holding pretty nicely. I wonder why. This one's totally dead too, so it's just the middle one holding very nicely. I have no idea why this one in particular is doing so well, but let's watch its downfall. They're up to 161,000 kills. That's crazy. Well, there we go. They end up with 169,719 kills. Not too bad, but let's ramp it up to 3,000 per bridge, making it 9,000 total now. Alright guys, so not all of them fit on the bridge, so it's actually 8,251 ghillie suit snipers against these Roman soldiers, but still quite a number. I just accidentally had a few spawn in the water, just barely on the cusp. I thought on the editor that they were in, but they weren't, so we had a few die there. Rip my boys, actually 800, which is a rather staggering amount dying right off the rip, but it is what it is. We got to take some L's sometimes. Either way, I do think this one does have very good potential to get a W. I mean, last time they got like 170,000-ish kills. They're already up to 15,000 now. That is really not too bad. Maybe this time they do it. Only time will tell. Why don't we go ahead and watch the middle bridge here, and we'll actually watch the Romans' bird's eye view of them coming on in. Okay, what's interesting is this middle bridge is still holding, as are some of the folks over here and some of the folks over there. But there have been flanks from body piles the Romans have built up and used to cross the river in some points, which results in some of these flanks connecting with some of the ghillie suit snipers and some deaths occurring. So we currently only have 5,642 ghillie suit snipers remaining, which honestly is not that bad from starting about 8,200. But now there's 2,600 of them dead on the battlefield, but they have 6,500 kills between all of them, which is fantastic, and the middle section is still holding wonderfully. So why don't we time-lapse the middle section for a little bit here and see if they can continue to do so. As you can see, they are getting flanked from over this way, but they're holding their front. So let's watch the flank itself and the front on the other side. Well, the Romans do end up getting the W. 832,000 kills for the defenders. Actually didn't do as well as I thought they might have. Let's bump it up to 5,000 per bridge. Alright, I did get more ghillie suit snipers on the bridge. It is getting a little bit laggier. Oh, it's better if you face certain directions. Hold on. We face this way. It's a lot better. I did get more troopers on the battlefield this time. 14,000 total, so didn't quite get the 15,000, so about 1,000 didn't end up making it onto the bridges, but we'll see if 14,000 can do what 8,000 was unable to. As you can see, they're almost entirely taking up the bridge, so about 2/3 of the way through the entire bridge. If they can't do it this time, I think next time we probably do 10k per bridge, and that brings us up to about 30,000 total, and I think they will be able to do it that time. But let's go ahead and do a nice overhead of this far right bridge over here, since it's the least laggy this time around, apparently. Already up to 45,000 kills for the ghillie suit snipers. Pretty crazy. Let's watch. Alright guys, it's been about 30 minutes, and we have 2 million kills from the ghillie suit snipers with 0 deaths. Oh, no, 9 deaths actually. I'm not going to go over there because it is laggy over there. We'll stay over here, and I'm just going to let this run. We might actually have a W here with 6 million Roman soldiers remaining. I'm just going to let this run till the end and see what happens, because it seems like this was the breaking point where the ghillie suit snipers just win. But you never know, but we'll let it run till the end. Well, there we go, boys. I actually let this run all night long, and the ghillie suit snipers get the W. And actually, the body piles piled up from the Romans here displaced the water and flooded the bridges. I've never seen anything like this. This is crazy. You can see just how far away these snipers were getting kills. Just stray bullets going all the way back here and hitting soldier. Look at this. All the way back here. Oh, all the way back here. That's crazy. This far away from the bridge, and they were still randomly getting kills. That's freaking awesome. So, looks like it takes about 15,000 ghillie suit snipers to hold 3 bridges, so about 5,000 to hold 1 bridge. 100,000 modern U.S. Army soldiers stand tall at the cliffs of Normandy Beach, and below them, coming out of a portal into boats and onto the beach below, is going to be 10 million Roman soldiers. But this is just the start of the Roman-U.S. war. 2 massive superpowers in their own time frames fighting against each other. And in today's video, we're not just going to be doing 100,000 standard U.S. Army soldiers versus 10 million Romans. No, after this battle, we will be doing brand new modern U.S. Army soldiers that have been added by Jamie D to Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2. That's right, a huge overhaul to the U.S. Army in UEBS 2, fighting against millions and millions and millions of Romans. So I figure we just do a little taste test of that to start ourselves out with 100,000 U.S. soldiers versus 10 million Romans, and then we increase those numbers and defenses in the next battle and see what happens. Either way, the starting 2 million that start on the beach here are getting slain by incoming M4A1 rifle fire like crazy, but we do have those boats coming in with additional Roman soldiers, dumping the troops, and then going back for more afterwards. This will be a fairly long intro battle for us here. Usually the intro battles we do are much smaller, but I figured this would be kind of fun to see, because we don't do these massive 1v1 battles as much anymore. Usually we get like a lot more elaborate with it, but in this instance, doing 100,000 versus 10 million stock units just seemed too good to pass up. So why don't we go ahead and start this battle off with a little time lapse here. be sure to hit that like button, boys. Subscribe if you have not already, and comment down below if you'd like to see some more Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 in the future. Now let's get into this thing. What's up, gamers? I'm here to tell you about Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is an amazing place where you can get some fire deals on all sorts of video games. Seriously, it's like 60 to 95% off, as you can see here. These are all of the Star Wars titles they have. They literally have every Star Wars title. You can also get XCOM here, Men of War Assault Squad 2. All of the games I play on the channel you can buy here for extremely cheap prices. If you use my affiliate link in the description, it helps me out a ton. So thank you guys for listening to this sponsorship, and thank you to Instant Gaming for continuing to sponsor the channel. Okay, wow! There's only 500,000 Romans remaining after that. No, sorry, 50,000, not even 500,000. And at the moment, no modern soldiers have really died. I don't even know if any of them did. They've still got 100,406 troops. I don't think any of them died. Like, that's insane, dude. Okay. So, we gotta buff the Romans, and we gotta buff, well, not buff the modern soldiers, but give them their new technology, their new soldiers. It'll be cash money, baby. Either way, let's get into it. Alright, boys. 10 million additional Roman soldiers are on the beaches, and off they go. Now, these ones at the front are Roman legionnaires, an upgraded, better version of the standard Roman foot soldier that we saw before. Oh, there's the missile systems! Yes, the US Army also has upgrades, but let's go over the Romans first. So, these guys are starting out on the beaches once again. They're an upgraded unit of what we saw previously. There's also going to be Roman generals, Roman auxiliary men, Roman archers, Roman catapults. The Romans are pulling out so many new units on the battlefield to make them more and more powerful. Yes, sir. However, the US Army has also returned with more units. They have doubled their amount of soldiers. So that original 100,000 that survived received another 100,000 troopers as reinforcers. And as you can see, they also got some better weaponry, to say the least. Missile systems firing out these long trails of heavy fire are Sea Whizzes, which can absolutely cut apart infantry units like that. It is absolutely devastating. You can see it impacting the Romans, and it's just cutting swaths of them down all at once. Incredible. Now, these are also the brand new US Army units for Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2, and they look fantastic. They've even got the freaking camo on the gun! What is this, Call of Duty? Actually, is it just me, or do the uniforms kind of resemble like the Modern Warfare 2 uniforms? That might just be me. I don't know. Let me know in the comment section below. But either way, the Romans are reaching them here, and that's because the Roman soldiers have such better armor than before. These are the far upgraded Roman troopers that are reaching the US Army soldiers here, and they are very much so capable of cutting these guys down. So the US is actually going to take losses here, but they do have double the amount of troopers they have last time. Even though they're fighting a stronger enemy, I think they will stand a very good chance here. You can see further back this way, some of the Roman Catapults are marching on forward too. That will be devastating, having some range units, and the Roman archers should also be on the battlefield pretty soon too, which could be very problematic. But there are additional new US soldiers we're using, so there's a few different variations of the standard US Army soldier out on the battlefield here. Then further up here we have some of the MG units. These guys look fantastic. I really like that. Over this way, we've got ourselves, I don't even know what to call these guys, just a different type of assault rifle unit. Here's some of our M1A2 Abrams tanks. Beautiful, love to see. And then over here we've got the big boys with the DMRs, baby. That's right, I didn't include any of the US ghillie suit snipers this time, but we do have some snipers in the form of these big boys with their big boy DMRs firing out at the oncoming Roman soldiers and keeping them at bay from on top of the bunkers here. Looks really pretty sick, honestly, and especially when they're like chilling on these rocks, firing downward. Oh! Then nice. Yeah, they're getting swaths of kills on the flanks. The middle ground is definitely the more lethal area for the Roman army because that's where they had all of their starting units and that's where the catapults are maneuvering to. So the middle ground is definitely being a bit more effective against the US Army, but the US does have these backup plans back there in case they get a little too close for comfort. Now over this way we do have those missile systems on the battlefield, slower firing than the Sea Whizzes, but still deadly. We've got some additional variants of US Army soldiers over here with a little bit of camouflaged helmet netting on top of them, which is pretty cool to see. And then over here, this should be our final US Army variant. And yes, sir, we've got the shotgun units. So a little bit more close range of a unit. However, it doesn't seem to be helping them out too much as the Romans are pile driving on through these guys here. Now, currently, we have 380,000 dead Roman soldiers on the battlefield, and even more than that because the Romans are already down to 8.7 million, probably due to crush, falling off cliffs, etc., etc., the usual suspects that are peripheral kills against the enemy. But the Romans do have 34,000 kills themselves, so they are eating into the US Army lines pretty nicely here. This is major empire versus major empire of their respective times, and it is resulting in all-out pandemonium, baby. The United States Army is starting to launch upwards in terms of number of kills. I think maybe because more Romans are getting more clustered together, so every single one of their missile silo shots and Sea Whiz shots and things like that, although I think the Sea Whizzes died. Yeah, they did. RIP! They are getting more and more kills by the second. However, the catapults are now firing away, and as you can see, that is really thrashing and trashing a lot of the US Army soldiers. There's only 10,000 catapults on the battlefield, and they're extremely weak. They're super vulnerable to any type of fire, so hopefully they go down sooner rather than later, or else the US Army could be in some serious trouble. We got 8.3 million Roman soldiers remaining, and 154,000 US Army soldiers remaining. Over this way, we've got the backup line of MG defenders over here getting charged by some more Roman soldiers over this way. Hopefully these Abrams begin to assist. Yes, they are firing out a little bit. Hey, even if they miss, they're getting big boy shots all the way back onto the beaches here, so even a missed shot there is not the end of the world for the US, but yeah, they could really use some more output fire, that is for sure. The missile systems over here are going a little bit more quiet. There we go. Now they're firing out. I hadn't seen them firing for some time, but now they're getting their goat again, and some more Romans pressuring them. That was a... oh my god, my ear. That was so loud. Okay, yeah, missile systems, y'all need to stay alive for show, because you are a very important part of this defense, and the soldiers in front of you are doing a nice job of slaughtering many a Roman legionnaire before they can reach the top here and attack the missile systems, but who knows how long that will last. Either way, we have ourselves 8.3 million Romans remaining, 130,000 US Army soldiers remaining. Oh my god, the US might lose this horribly. Let's find out. Let's do our first time lapse here. You can look at the numbers at the top right, but we're going to watch the missile systems, and you can see the other units in the background too. Alright, now despite the early losses for the US Army, they seem to be making somewhat of a comeback here, which is good to see. They've gotten 1 million additional kills against these Romans, which is beautiful, baby. And I'm also not seeing any catapults left alive. I mean, more could always disembark, but I think it's safe to say most of them are dead now, which is really, really good for the US Army. M1A2 Abrams are absorbing the majority of the incoming arrow fire, and most of those arrows are just bouncing harmlessly off of their armor. A few of them are getting the hits against them, which is no bueno, but at the very least, they're doing well over there. Also, these fellas, the MGs, they're doing quite nicely. Their lines have not broken quite yet. The guys on the far right here are still alive, but then the guys that were sort of in the middle section here did end up dying. You can kind of see where their row was right there. But these M1A2s are virtually untouched. A few of them are a little bit damaged, but the rest are perfectly fine. Let's go! That backup fire probably supporting them tremendously. And then our marksmen over here with the DMRs also doing very, very well. They've taken some losses on the corners, specifically over here. But beyond that, they're doing nicely. They still have the majority of their troops left. Now, in total, there are 95,000 U.S. Army soldiers remaining on the battlefield, and there's 7 million Romans remaining. So they've got a long way to go to destroy the remainder of these Romans. But it's very promising, the fact that the U.S. has managed to kill this many and stayed alive, because there was a moment there where I was like, oh, it's so Jover, they're not going to last any longer. But nah, they're still in this thing, which is fantastic. Now, the missile systems over here are getting flanked a good bit. They're trying their best to get some shots in there. They're spanking some cheeks, you know, the usual, tossing some salads. But at the end of the day, yeah, they're probably going to go down. The backup fire over here is helping them survive a little bit, but still, the Romans are getting in there, and they're doing their dirty work, and it's not looking too spicy. Oh, look at this. A little breakthrough of Romans this way. That's no bueno. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Alright, guys, you gotta fight. You gotta get this defense going. Alright. 6.8 million Romans remain, 94,000 U.S. Army soldiers. Let's watch these guys close up getting charged. Alright, well, these U.S. Army soldiers died pretty quickly. That's not good! That's not good! And look at this, these guys are breaking through here. Missile system's still somewhat alive, but the boys in front of them are also getting destroyed by the Roman soldiers right now. There's 5 million Romans left alive, so they've killed half of the Romans. But also, the Romans have killed more than half of the U.S. Army soldiers. The M1A2s over here are still alive, which is very, very good. If these things stay alive for an extended period of time, I have higher hopes for the rest of the U.S. Army. But if they do not, it's going to be very problematic. Now, these guys back here are virtually untouched. It looks like a few catapult rounds did splash a few of them around. These guys have been hit by a few arrows and things like that, but they're helping defend these fellas up this way. Our DMR troopers are still alive, though they are starting to take losses, it looks like. Well, not too badly. How much health do they have? They have 1,000 health. How much damage do they do? 120 per shot? Yeah, these guys are pretty good. They're not like god tier, but they're pretty darn good, I would say. Yeah, this is certainly becoming a little bit more rough. We got a long battle to go. 70,000 remaining American soldiers, 4.8 million remaining Romans, so the U.S. is still destroying the Romans, getting huge numbers of kills per second. But the Romans are also clapping back now. Haha, 69,000 remaining U.S. soldiers, that's the funny number. Alright, let's watch these Abrams. Okay, 6 minutes later, and at the very least, the Abrams over here are still in this thing, still getting a lot of kills. But there's only 44,000 remaining U.S. soldiers, so they've lost another 25k in the span of this time period. We've got these fellas over here sideswiping the U.S. Army troops this way. This is not ideal in the slightest. I'm guessing the missile systems, yes, they are all deaded. No, wait. Oh, no, I think they were getting pushed around by the soldiers, so that's why it looked like they were moving, but yeah, I'm pretty sure all these guys are dead. Okay, rip. That is not a very good sign in the slightest. Over here, these boys are still rootin' and tootin', which is good to see, and the Abrams over this way are firing away very, very nicely, which is very, very good, but they definitely need to lock it down. If they do not lock it down, it will be a huge problem for them. This side is good, but the other side will destroy them eventually if they're not careful. And then these DMR marksmen are doing a great job, but I'm not sure if they can fight the full might of the Roman army if those tanks die. But let's watch these guys for a while and hope that they can do something here. "23 minutes later, and the Roman stampede has pushed further inward. Looks like there's still some Abrams alive here, but they have 0 infantry support going for them right now, which is never a very good thing. However, is that really? Are there only 1.3 million Romans remaining? No way. Wait. Is that really right? Oh my goodness. Okay, so there's a huge problem with my recording software where there is an overlay that sits on top of the numbers at the top right. I think the number of Romans remaining is 1.3 million, which would be absolutely massive, but I mean, it does look like more than 1.3 million to me. So that number could just be hard to read, and it could be a different number. But if it's 1.3 million, the U.S. Army might have this, baby. Especially if those Abrams over there can last even longer, because right now they are keeping all of this away from those marksmen in the distance there. There are 14,600 U.S. military soldiers remaining on the battlefield, which is a very good number. They can definitely do some big things with that. But if these Abrams die and then all of this power ends up toasting these guys over here, we're going to be in some big doo-doo. However, there's very limited supply of Romans this way now, so that's very good. These U.S. Army soldiers could potentially eliminate them and then just face Romans from this direction, although the odds of that happening are relatively slim, I must say. Now, the Abrams over here, I see, are getting even more encircled now, so the likelihood of them surviving too long is not good, not very nice. Why don't we go ahead and watch the overhead over here of these U.S. marksmen. We can see in the top left there, potentially the Abrams breaking, and then that stampede hitting the rest of these U.S. Army soldiers over here. But if these marksmen can survive, we might have a W here. It's going to be a close one. 14,394 U.S. Army soldiers remaining, and I think 1.2 million Romans. Let's go. Okay, so it definitely was 1 million remaining, because now there's only 850,000 Romans remaining on the battlefield, but sadly there's also only 11,000 U.S. Army soldiers remaining too. So we have a nice little holdout here at this bunker, which is good, and then we've got another holdout here, And another... Oh, wait, did this one die? This one did die. Oh, nope, but we do have one in this little canyon area here, so that could be a good final defense if everything else goes just absolutely horribly wrong. But we do have some minor breakthroughs that we gotta deal with, like particularly over here. This could be very, very problematic. I have hopes, though, for the U.S. Army here. 10,683 of them remaining, and 800,000 enemies. Okay, this position is now getting overrun by the enemy here. The body piles are stacking up like absolute craziness. It is insane on this battlefield. 5,700 U.S. Army soldiers remaining. 550,000 Romans remain. I think it's Jover. There's only 2,700 remaining U.S. Army forces and 480,000 Romans. They came so close, man. There's only 1/20th of the Roman force remaining. Let's just let it play out. And there we have it. The U.S. Army fought extremely valiantly, but ended up taking the L here. But this is the United Nations Island, a position where every single nation in the world has military soldiers and equipment stationed. And once again, Roman legionnaires have invaded the modern day, taking a portal from ancient Rome to the United Nations Island. Right now, 10,000 Russian modern soldiers stand at the forward operating post of the island fortress, and they need to hold out against 6 million Roman soldiers for as long as possible so the island can get additional nuclear bombs deployed. For every 100,000 Romans defeated by these Russian preliminary guards, 1 nuclear missile system will be brought onto the island for the island invasion. So, this first battle will have high stakes for the actual island defense later in this video. Let's get into it. What's up, gamers? I'm here to tell you about Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is an amazing place where you can get some fire deals on all sorts of video games. Seriously, it's like 60 to 95% off, as you can see here. These are all of the Star Wars titles they have. They literally have every Star Wars title. You can also get XCOM here, Men of War Assault Squad 2. All of the games I play on the channel you can buy here for extremely cheap prices. If you use my affiliate link in the description, it helps me out a ton. So thank you guys for listening to this sponsorship, and thank you to Instant Gaming for continuing to sponsor the channel. Alrighty then, boyos, let's go ahead and press start right here, and 6 million Roman soldiers begin their death charge. Again, every 100,000 Romans that these defenders end up killing is 1 nuclear missile system brought to the island defense in the next battle we do in this video. They have about 1,000 ghillie suit snipers out here, as well as 9,000 of these PKM soldiers here with the light machine guns, and they have, I believe it's like 30 or 40 of these TOS systems, which are beautiful missile systems capable of shredding the enemy soldiers as they come up the mountain. So, this small little hill fortress that is a preliminary fortress to the actual island fortress is holding out as best they can, but here come Roman legionnaires death charging on forward. We've got Roman legionnaires on the battlefield, Praetorian guards, auxiliary spearmen, archers, we have Roman generals on the battlefield. We've got it all, baby. We are going above and beyond with the sheer quality, quantity, and difference in Roman soldiers that will be coming on up here are some of those Praetorian guards marching on up here against the modern Russian soldiers, and they're actually getting a few swings in there, getting a couple kills here and there. Now, they do have the high ground advantage, but they don't have much of a choke point with which they can hold out from, so the Roman soldiers are going to have an easier time actually making it up the mountain and taking out some of these guys, unlike when the actual battle for the island takes place a little bit later on, where we're going to be seeing a ton of choke points really holding out, potentially, hopefully, maybe, because you never know. These battles can go any which way, and it can be rough, to say the very least. Either way, right now it does seem like they are holding pretty decently. There's a ton of Roman soldiers over this way, full charging these PKM soldiers over here, and we have the TOS systems shredding point blank. Look at that, just lobbing missiles straight ahead of themselves. If there was friendly fire in this game, they would be doing a lot of friendly fire right now, so it's lucky that that doesn't exist. At the moment, there's 5.77 million remaining Roman army soldiers, so right now they're at 2 nuclear missile systems that are going to be available to them, and there's 9,235 Russian soldiers remaining. Of course, kills are exponential in this, so when more of these soldiers end up dying, they're going to be getting less and less kills, but right now 1,000 soldiers have managed to get about 200,000 kills. So potentially, if all 10,000 soldiers end up with that same mark, we might be looking at 20 or so nuclear missile systems. But again, it's going to be an exponential downfall, depreciation. So more than likely, we will be looking at maybe like 10 or so nuclear missile systems. Hopefully, that would be really pretty good still as well, because the nuclear missile systems are absolutely devastating. My cat is knocking the mouse. Why do they always do this when I'm recording, bro? All right. It's fine. Over on this side, the Praetorian guards coming even farther forward. Honestly, the ghillie suit snipers are so devastating that having the Praetorian guards, some of the most elite of the Roman soldiers in this mod, going up against the ghillie suit snipers, soloing them is going to help out a lot. It's the cream of the crop versus the cream of the crop here. And you can just see the flood of Romans coming forward. Romans to a man. Beautiful. Either way, if you guys do enjoy this video, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and comment down below if you'd like to see some more Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 in the future. Either way, why don't we go ahead and do our first time-lapse of the video as the mountain fortress here continues in its preliminary defense against this Roman army. We are up to 2,000 kills for the Romans, meaning 8,000 Russian soldiers remain, and we have 5.68 million Romans still remaining, meaning 3 million have died, meaning 3 nuclear missile systems shall be present for the next battle so far. Alright, let's go ahead and time-lapse this overhead. Oh, boys, we are at 5.17 million remaining Roman soldiers, which means 8 nuclear missile systems, which is fairly solid, I will say. There's only 3,600 Russian army soldiers still remaining on the battlefield, so, you know, they're down to less than half of their troops left. Luckily, lots of TOS systems still alive, which can be the bread and butter of these defenders. You know, they're going to be the most kills, but they're not going to be getting that same kill output as before. I'm still hoping that they can get a decent number, though, and get our UN soldiers on the island some additional nuclear missile system support. We shall see, though. Yo, they're still defending, and they have 4.3 million Romans remaining. There's still 1,700 Russians remaining. So that means we're getting 17 nuclear missile systems now? That's actually pretty nuts. That's going to rip. Alright, let's go ahead. I'm just going to let this ride for a bit because I am worried about storage space since we haven't even gotten to the main battle yet. So I'm just going to let this ride. Okay, guys. I came back and they just kept winning. And so then I sent these guys on free move mode because I was like, whatever. And 25 of these TOS systems still remain on the battlefield. And they're still alive. And they wiped out all of the Romans. There were 6 million Romans. Now there's apparently just some coming from up the mountain over there and continuously attacking this guy over here who's attacking them. There's only 19,000 Romans remaining. The TOS systems killed all of them. I was not ready for this. Oh my god. So that means they get 60 nuclear missile systems, right? 100,000 goes into 6 million 60 times, right? Oh my god. Alright. Oh, that's gonna be rough for the Romans. Let's see how this goes. I'll see you guys on the island fortress. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, here is the UN island fortress with representatives from every single Earth nation here, and we have our 60 nuclear missile systems in the middle. They have to drive off 5 million Romans at this point. We do have some Czech soldiers over here. We have Russian soldiers joining the battle again. We got more ghillie suit snipers over this way. We've got some Ukrainian assault soldiers over here, M1A2 Abrams, BTRs, again the 60 nuclear missile systems, which I am worried about crashing the game. We've got Chinese People's Army soldiers over here. Over this way, we have some European Union NATO troops over here. We have some Vietnamese soldiers, I believe. Yes, sir! We have Vietnamese soldiers over that way. Over this way, we have some more NATO troopers, and finally over here, we have the rest of the nations throughout the world, the UN troopers here, representing all of the countries at once. So, let's go ahead and press start here, and see if the defenders can in fact defend. I am very curious about the nuclear missile systems, and we've already got a nuke going off this way and this way. We have multitudes of nukes spreading out throughout the known world and racking up tons of kills as Romans just fly through the air. Now, the thing is, the nuclear missile systems, they take a while to reload, but the 60 of them still have some that are still loaded and are still firing. Guys, this might be too much. This is absolute absurdity. It just clear-cut hundreds of thousands of Romans at once. 177,000 dead Romans on the battlefield. I don't even know if that includes the nuked Romans, since sometimes they'll die due to fall damage or other things, or sometimes explosive fire doesn't necessarily count as a kill, but there's 4.7 million Romans remaining. Those nuclear missile systems are absolutely devastating their lines. And they are honestly reloading pretty quick. I think it's just they're rolling fire instead of all firing at once, which is helping to just continuously get shots off. And so there's just Romans flying through the air every which way. Look at this. We do have actually Praetorian guards over here reaching the UN soldiers. So some of the stronger Romans are tough enough and have enough armor to actually reach the front lines of the fortress defense here. The island is not impenetrable, and the Romans do have 170 kills. The real problem is they're not getting any reinforcements since they're getting nuked. So maybe the Romans do have a shot at this, but it's looking rough. Okay, over here we have some of our EU soldiers getting destroyed. These are the guys with just 9mm, so it kind of makes sense as to why they're doing so poorly. But even still, the nuclear missile systems are preventing a lot of those Romans from getting forward. We already have 675,000 dead Roman soldiers. Over here, the Vietnamese troopers are firing away and getting tons of kills against these guys. They're actually keeping them at bay, as are, it looks like, the EU troopers over this way. Yeah, NATO is dominating in that region as well. And here, the Chinese army is actually dealing kind of similarly to the UN army on the other side, where the Romans are getting stopped somewhat, but only with the help of the nuclear missile systems. Otherwise, the Romans are actually getting some kills on them, but then more nukes appear, and suddenly, skadoosh! Bye-bye! I mean, it's honestly somewhat realistic considering the fact that Roman soldiers, they would be able to reach the enemy lines. They would, because the enemy will run out of ammo, or they'll have to reload, or, you know, what have you. So if there are 5 million Romans, a percentage of them would reach these troopers and be able to slice and dice them up a little bit. Losses would be huge, though. And on top of that, the nuclear missile systems would be the strongest weapon of the modern armies. And let's be honest, one nuke versus 5 million Romans, for any Roman that didn't die in the initial blast, the rest would likely surrender immediately, given the modern technology terrifying them. That would be my imagination. That's what I would think, and I would believe most people would believe the same. That being said, these Romans, they don't have a morale sort of factor. They're not going to be concerned about that. Ooh, the Vietnamese over here are actually getting eaten into pretty badly. Yoinks! And over here, M1A2 Abrams firing away, BTR is firing their flechetta rounds, and we've still got plenty of Russian soldiers, Czechoslovakian soldiers, ghillie suit US snipers, nuclear missile systems, as well as just so many troopers in the middle section that could still provide a very solid defense. We are down to 3.8 million Roman troopers remaining. That being said, though, some of the sections of the battlefield are faltering. So why don't we get a nice overhead of just the nukes arcing out here and see them do their damage for a bit. Alright guys, 4 minutes have gone by, and there's 2.79 million Romans remaining, meaning they're almost halfway through. However, some are starting to engage with the middle lines here. Some of the inner defenses are having to get sparked, and we have some collisions with ghillie suit snipers over this way. So these bridges have all fallen completely. Let's check in on the Chinese army over here, as well as the other boys over here. Who are these guys? Oh yeah, these are NATO soldiers. These guys are still holding strong, as are the Chinese soldiers. I think it helps that they're getting a little bit more backup from the nuclear missile system, since they're closer in proximity than the other bridges were, so I think that does make sense. There's also still M1A2 Abrams over here firing across at the enemies over this way, so they are definitely getting multitudes of kills all at once as well, doing a pretty bang-up job right there. So right now, the defending modern armies are doing a great job. They are doing a great job, but the Romans have a very good chance at potentially getting a W here. Let's zoom in on the Chinese over here, because they seem close to capitulating and dying outright to the Roman invasion. Okay, Chinese army ends up getting destroyed. Now the only bridge left is this NATO army over here, which they're having volleys of nukes dropped right in front of them. The radiation is going to be very brutal. But they are holding, I think, mainly because of all those nukes dropping over this way. This bridge being opened up, it doesn't matter too much, because again, more nukes coming through. Let's see how the... Oh my god, that's crazy. They are just dominating with the nukes. Ghillie suit snipers are dealing with some enemies. Clearly they've taken some losses up here, but it doesn't matter too much because it's such a trickle in of enemies. They can easily handle them, I feel like. They are doing great on their own. I don't think they're having much of a problem at all. These guys over here are kind of in the back line, so they don't have to worry too much either. These guys over here have taken some losses from Romans, but again, doing a-okay, all things considered. I think we should watch the ghillie suit snipers for a while now, as they are most under threat. Alright boys, 1 million Romans now remain. That's a far cry from the 5 million to start. They have pushed the ghillie suit snipers back quite a bit during that time lapse, which is great. There's still a lot of nukes though flying. The NATO soldiers over here did end up dying, so all of the bridges have now fallen, and it is purely the interior defense going on, with this side and this side having the most attacks. Although these troopers seem to be holding out perfectly fine right now. Ghillie suit snipers, again, having a little bit more of a tough time. But the nukes, they've got everyone covered at the moment. They are just dominating the battlefield still. I think that this is going to be a modern trooper victory, but why don't we continue to watch from the overhead, watch these nukes land. It's actually overhead like this way, because I feel like most of the enemies are coming from over here still, so we might see more nukes over there. Let's go! Alright, it's been about 10 more minutes. Deaths have certainly slowed down for the Roman army. I think it's because they're a bit more spaced out now, so each nuke is not killing 100,000 at a time or whatever, which they earned, to be fair, with the TOSs clutching like 3 million Romans on their own. Absolutely insane. Yeah, there might be some balancing needed in the future for us, because that is absolutely nutty. But still, nuclear missile systems are carrying at the moment. I mean, you know, props to the M1s over here, also getting a serious amount of kills. Ghillie suit snipers, the infantry, they're all participating, but I do think the nukes are dominating at the moment. Let's actually watch some of the nukes firing for a bit, because we haven't really watched that, and I think that would be kind of fun to watch. And there's a lot more activity over here than the other side, so I think let's watch these nukes firing away, baby. Alright, we're down to our final 100,000 Roman army soldiers. I don't even see any over here. Oh, no, wait. There's a few in here. Archers, actually. They could be the most effective in getting some final kills here, because the infantry, I don't think, is doing much now. Ghillie suit snipers are pretty small compared to what they were before. And the nuclear missile system, some of them over here, I did notice, have taken damage due to those archers. This one might even be dead. Wait, is it? It is! Is this one? Nope. Is this one? Nope. Is this one? Nope. Okay, one of them is dead. Honestly, the Russian army at the start here basically saved the defending modern army by getting them so many nuclear missile systems. It's crazy. Let's watch the ghillie suits over this way defending, because these guys are still getting charged by Praetorian guards. 4,161 remaining modern army soldiers, 77,000 remaining Romans now. Alright, boys, this is just about the end here. There's still apparently 2,800 Romans remaining. They're firing out this way. I don't really know where said Romans are, but there's still 4,122 modern soldiers remaining. Modern soldiers get the victory, and I think it all had to do with the very first battle resulting in their victory here. Because they eliminated all of the Roman soldiers, they were able to get those big boa nuclear missile systems. But that being said, even still, the Romans cut through a ton of these guys. None of the bridges are intact, and they cut through a lot of the middle section, even killing some nuclear missile systems. So the Roman army has once again teleported to the future to fight against the modern military. And this time, they're out for revenge. Currently, the Romans have won 2 battles, and the modern army has won 2 battles as well in this mini-series we've been working on. But can the Romans defeat every modern army? who just so happen to be holding a bridge super fortress. This is a brand new map for Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 with 3 bridge entrance points heavily guarded, as well as a fortress in the back. Now, we have units from pretty much every modern military available in Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2. Russian units, Ukrainian units, US units, French units, British units, Korean units, Vietnamese units, UN soldiers, and vehicles to boot throughout the battlefield. Can they defend the super fortress from 9 million Romans invading, or will they get trampled? Alrighty then, boys, let's go ahead and press start, and we're starting things off against this Roman army with a charge from the Ukrainian army here, doing an extremely brave charge to buy some time for the super fortress in the background to prepare their defenses. Now, there are 100,000 Ukrainian soldiers charging the Romans here, and I'm hoping that they get at least 1 million kills against the charging Roman army. That would, I think, make it worth it sending all of these troops forward. Now, in total, the defenders have 236,000 soldiers between all of them, and the attackers have exactly 8.92 million units on the battlefield, so just shy of 9 million. 80,000 less. It's okay. They probably despawned from the water or something along those lines. I'm not totally sure. But there is a wide variety of Roman units here, and we're using some new Roman units as well. We got different Praetorian guards in here, centurions, new archers, etc., etc., that are going to be on the battlefield, as well as some returning older units we've used before, like other archers and generals and soldiers and things along those lines. Now, we've got these modern soldiers walking through the water. No one's drowning, which is good. Please don't. That would be really, really stupid. But, yeah, survive for as long as you can here, boys. They're starting to fire out at the enemy, and hopefully getting some kills very soon. Right now, they're getting no kills with all of this fire, but I think some of the stronger units, like these centurions, are in the front lines for the Romans, and they have a lot of health to them and a lot of armor, so it is a little bit more difficult to take them out. But there we go. Now the Ukrainian push forces are getting some serious kills on the battlefield. 2,600 to be exact so far, and you can see they are spread out throughout all of these little sort of island bridges that they've got to hold right now. And we actually have our first death for the modern army. 1 kill from the Romans. Very impressive stuff. Very impressive stuff. Alright, well, hopefully these modern units can get some serious kills. They're already up to 21,000, so I will say they're doing pretty well to start. And, you know, they'll give these guys back here some time to load up their ammo and get their defenses of the super fortress nice and prepared. What's up, gamers? I'm here to tell you about Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is an amazing place where you can get some fire deals on all sorts of video games. Seriously, it's like 60 to 95% off, as you can see here. These are all of the Star Wars titles they have. They literally have every Star Wars title. You can also get XCOM here, Men of War Assault Squad 2. All of the games I play on the channel you can buy here for extremely cheap prices. If you use my affiliate link in the description, it helps me out a ton. So thank you guys for listening to this sponsorship, and thank you to Instant Gaming for continuing to sponsor the channel. You can see a lot of these bullets are actually doing damage to not only guys in the front lines, but also to the fellas way back here. Should be taking a little bit of damage here and there as the bullets tend to just go through the gaps and hit some of the fellas in the back. So theoretically, the battle could get easier and easier the longer these guys stand out here and defend, because they're going to be getting chiclet damage on the back units and just making the job for future modern army defenders just a little bit easier here and there. You can actually see these guys will backpedal as the enemies get closer and closer. They won't just stand where they are when they're on attack mode, because they are a ranged unit and they do understand to a degree, the AI is not always the smartest, that the enemy is a melee unit and they're trying to get as close as possible to them. And actually, some of these Roman soldiers over this way are getting awfully close to these modern military soldiers, and maybe even getting some swings out. I'm not seeing anyone really getting swings out just yet, but they're getting close. Somewhere they are, because 200 modern military soldiers are already dead on the battlefield. Maybe on the flanks or something along those lines. I can't quite tell. Oh, over here, actually. They are getting very, very close. This is probably where they're getting the bulk of their kills currently against the semi-retreating modern troops here. We've got 600 dead modern troops and 183,000 dead Romans already. So we might just be on track to hit that 1 million kill mark for these advanced reconnaissance units. That's what I'd really like to see. If we get 1 million kills, this will have definitely been worth it. Why don't we go ahead and do an overhead time lapse here and watch the Roman lines across these multiple little island bridges coming forward against the defending slash semi-retreating army here. Okay. Oh, lag spike. We have basically seen these little island defenses break, but there's still plenty of soldiers back here. They're just kind of scattering to the wind, so that's not ideal. They're certainly having a little bit of a tough time and getting kind of chased down. Honestly, there's all these little pockets of Romans back here that are going to come into the backs of these guys and start chopping them down, and that will be a huge problem. That is not a good thing. The Romans are actually playing this quite well, which is kind of rare for melee units, I will say. They're going on flanks, they're pushing them back, it's not too bad. Look at this. They've completely surrounded these boys over this way. Jinkies. Oh no, they have not completely surrounded, but they're about to, because these guys are back here. So these guys need to either slip away or make their final stand right here. Either option, not fantastic. Now, what could happen is some of these modern units will retreat back past the bridge and be able to start defending a little bit further back, which I think would be a good thing. It's like additional reinforcements overall in the back lines, but I'm not entirely sure if they'll make it back there and survive. The good news, the silver lining, is that they do have 804,000 kills now, so I think they will hit that 1 million kill mark, which is what we're looking for. It's just, you know, it's taking a little bit. It's taking a little bit of time, and that's okay. So why don't we go ahead and watch just the overall retreat backwards of these units, and hopefully they can make it back to the fortress, and that would actually be kind of a good thing, or if they'll get cut off and destroyed. Alright, these forces are getting extinguished, but it seems like at least a few are going to backpedal this way, which is good. And I think there might be a few kind of running around here, I bet. Not totally sure where, but they're probably out here somewhere. Either way, not many are going to make it back, and they have only gotten 936,000 kills, so not quite the 1 million we were hoping for. They kind of fell apart towards the end, but you know what? They did pretty decent, and now the real guns are going to be firing. We got the BTRs here spraying their flechetta rounds out against the enemy, and those are just extreme killers. Absolutely nuts. Really, really sick. And we'll have also some of these PKM troopers. At least I think that's a PKM, right? I don't know. People who know, let me know in the comments. I saw some people were commenting on yesterday's videos that they almost went to the Deland or Dayland, I still don't know how it's pronounced, World War II reenactment that I was talking about that I went to, which was just so awesome. Highly recommend going next year. It was just absolutely fire. But either way, there is going to be, or it should already be up now, a World War II reenactment video of all the footage I took there for members only, and I'll be doing a edit of it later on for everyone. But for now, all the raw footage is up on members only. If you want to see some World War II action, but the people there, I'm sure, would know what these guns are, because they were experts on everything, man. They just knew everything. It was so sick. I loved chatting them up, and some people were in character of the times, and others weren't. It was awesome. It was a great time. Either way, let's watch the bridge defense. These guys are creeping closer and closer, but for now, they are an arm's length away, which is good. The other bridges don't really seem to be getting attacked yet. Oh, well, this one over here is, but probably still the same situation as the one over here, so let's watch this one for a bit. Alright boys, it's been 20 minutes of this full-scale bridge assault from the Roman infantry now, and 1.5 million Romans have died at this point. Now, they are working on these BTRs, which is a little bit tough, because these BTRs each have 20,000 health and a lot of armor to them, and I don't see any Roman arrow fire. Yeah, I just see bullets. So, once those Roman archers get to the front, it'll be a different story. Oh, look at this! They're just, oh look, many are drowning while trying to charge through the lake here, but a few are making it, and eventually these will turn into body piles, so it's a bridge, so no one dies. So actually, they're going for a very, like, Ulysses S. Grant sacrificial troop charge, and trying to come into the flanks of these PKM troopers over here. Looks like they've gotten a few stabbies on them, but no kills just yet. What about this bridge? This bridge is getting full held by some of these units here. I think these are Irish, IRA troops or something like that. I can't remember exactly. But there's also the South Korean AA guns spamming fire. These things are really weak in terms of health. They only have 250 health, so it's super easy to kill them. But obviously their firepower is extraordinary. This bridge over here is not having that help, it looks like, though. And actually a few of these units over here are dying. But at the very least, they are getting some decent kills on this bridge defense over here. We're still super early into this battle, though. There's still 7.3 million Roman soldiers remaining, and the Roman archers aren't even at the front, and they could be game-changing. Really, really they could. Also, no Romans coming around this flank, just on that side, which is a bit peculiar, but okay, that's fine. Why don't we watch this bridge, because it seems like this bridge is actually taking a few losses, unlike the others, so this might be a little bit more eventful to watch in time-lapse. Alright, well, we did see a number of these guys dying during this portion of the battle here, and we are now beneath 7 million attackers left, so things are happening. Things are being happened upon. We also still have the BTRs alive here. I think once they die, we'll see a much better surge into this bridge. This bridge over this way, looks like we do have more troops coming over here now, but still this bridge is holding probably the best out of all of them, weirdly enough, probably because of these Korean guns over this way, and the middle bridge, again, you know, it's holding, it's chilling, but once those BTRs die, I think we might have some problems. So we're going to go ahead and just let this ride for a little bit, and come back and check in on how things are going, maybe in like half an hour or so. Alright boys, it's been about a half an hour, and we're down to, I think that's an 8, wait, yeah, I think that's an 8, or a 3. It's either 5.3 million or 5.8 million Romans. My screen recording overlay is just over the number, so I can't quite tell. Maybe it's 5.3. Well, there's 2.7 million kills. I don't know, but then explosive damage doesn't count as... Okay, you guys are just going to have to let me know in the comments. But either way, quite a number of Romans still alive. They are eating away at this side quite a bit. These guys could go extinct by the end of this battle. They started out all the way over here. Now they're pushed back here. And then those Romans would be charging these Korean guns over this way and could get shattered by them quite easily. Now the BTRs are still alive. They're at like half health, which is kind of surprising. I'm surprised that they're still doing so well. And then there's like barely any Romans coming over here. A couple are getting over here, taking a few stabs. Maybe they've killed a few of these soldiers, but all in all, these Romans over here aren't doing too well. How about the last bridge over this way? Okay, so we've still got charges over here. We've still got big charges down mid, and then now there's people charging from here? These guys are going all the way around the map. All the way. They built a body bridge over this way. Hey, that might be the end of them unless more come this way, but that is insanity. What the heck, dude? Why? That's crazy. Okay, so the bridges are still holding at this point. Nothing too insane happening right now. Why don't we go ahead and time-lapse the middle bridge with this section as well, so we can watch the charges going on and see if these BTRs ever end up falling, pretty much. Alright, it's been another 45 minutos, and I am seeing arrows on the battlefield now, so we could be seeing the potential for a lot more deaths deeper in here from arrow fire on top of just the regular reflecting of bullets off of the shields, which does happen, so we could be seeing the downfall soon, but as of right now, it's just not happening. The defenders are doing a fantastic job overall. Even these guys still holding out, and let's see how these fellers are doing over here. They're doing fantastic as well. I think the first to fall will either be this or the one on the far right side, but let's watch a little bit closer now, as these arrows are potentially going to be increasing in quantity over time. Let's get nice and close here and watch some of these boys fire their LMGs into the enemy and potentially arrows coming in at them. Been another 40 minutes, and it seems like, I don't really know if these arrows are doing all that much, man. I mean, these guys are taking damage. Oh, they do have 1350 health. These are actually pretty powerful units. But they're not really dying. Same can be said over here. Not really dying. What about this side? Oh, we actually have a breach over here. No way, brother. Oh, look at this. These guys are actually getting up to the castle and starting to hit the next line of... These are some South African soldiers here defending. Now, there are some nuclear missile systems back here. Ghillie suit snipers over here, and TOS systems over this way. And a few Romans are coming back over here. It looks like they actually ate into some of these Vietnamese soldiers by surprise and then got shot down. But still, this breach over here is actually a pretty massive advancement. That's pretty good. Oh, look at this. Some of the Korean guns over here did get attacked, and actually a bunch of them died from these Roman soldiers, but then there's still a bunch left alive back here firing away. So it's not like they're completely out of this battle, although it's a very hard shot to make due to this hillside, so most of the shots are going up and over harmlessly. Okay, this is actually a big play for the Romans. I thought all the bridges were still holding, but apparently not. Let's watch this side sweep. Alright, boys. Oh, lag. 3 million Romans now remain on the battlefield and 119,000 modern army units. The Romans have done a pretty solid breach of this castle. We're getting weird lag spikes. That's bizarre. Once they grind their way through the rest of these troopers here, I think they'll have an easier time. We've also... Oh my god, this lag! Brother, what the heck? Why are we getting 7 FPS all of a sudden? Bruh! Okay, hopefully that goes away. Oh my god, it's really bad. Hold on, what if we go to a different point of the battlefield? Is it better, like, over here? Oh god! Mildly better, it seems. Okay, this bridge is still holding. I don't want to move too much. Okay, the lag seems to have subsided. Good. We do have charges going against the Korean guns over here. Oh my god, it's like over there is laggy. What the heck, dude? And over here is still holding, so it's really just this flank over this way that's really being dominant. Oh my god, this lag. I'm gonna just let this ride for a little while and hope that the lag does go away. So, yeah, we'll just let this ride. 2.96 million Romans still remain, and 119,000 modern units. Alright, boys. The lag is still being chunky. It's a bit odd. We're at 2.26 million remaining Romans now, so they are kind of crumbling. More of these Korean machine guns have died. However, the Romans aren't really attacking up here nearly as ferociously, so it's a little bit tit for tat, I would say. This is still probably the best possibility of a Roman full-scale breach, because the front lines over here still is not managing to really do much. These BTRs here, they are down to just like 6 of them, it looks like, but they're still alive, and that's definitely a problem. And then this area is just holding so well somehow. I don't understand it. So yeah. Oh, TOS fire going out. Let's go. Look at that. Oh, that's kind of sick. Most of it missed because it's an awkward angle, but still, hey, that's cool to see. Why don't we watch over here? Because I really do think this is the space where we have the most potential for some sort of downfall of the defenders, really. That's kind of it. 116,000 defenders remaining and 2.2 million Romans. Okay, well, this defense was shattered, and it looks like they tried attacking over this way, but the ghillie suit snipers just completely destroyed them, and they kind of depleted the rest of their units over here. This might be the last of the Romans coming from this flank. There's only 800,000 Romans in total remaining at this point. Looks like they did kill all the BTRs up this way, and they definitely did kill some of these guys, but just not that many. And then over on this flank, it looks like these defenders, again, lost some troopers, but not enough to actually make any sort of a difference. So really, it's just this chunk of Romans over this way and some over here left alive, charging the middle and rightmost bridge, and that is all. So we have a huge body pile, obviously, right here, and it's just going to grow more and more. We've got 112,000 defenders remaining at this point, but it's looking like a total and utter Roman defeat. Let's watch these boys running on into this bridge defense here. Okay, we're down to 500,000 Romans remaining. They're pretty much all on this little peninsula thing here, charging the bridge, and they're all dying horribly. There's still 111,000 defenders remaining, so another like 1,000 died, but that's not really much. I'll just go ahead and let it run, because, yeah, there's no way these guys lose. Alright, oh my god, the lag. Okay, we're good. We're down to the last 290,000 Romans remaining. Every United Nations peacekeeping unit has arrived at Helm's Deep here. They're standing at attention with their riot shields, ready to stop the onslaught. On the horizon, beyond the walled fortress, is 8 million of every Roman army unit in Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2, including Roman legionnaires, centurions, praetorian guards, auxiliary spearmen, auxiliary swordsmen, and so much more coming forward to charge the Helm's Deep fortress. Can 12,000 UN soldiers with various weapons hold off the Roman armies? Well, only time will tell. If you guys do enjoy this video, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and comment down below. Now let's get into this thing. What's up, gamers? I'm here to tell you about Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is an amazing place where you can get some fire deals on all sorts of video games. Seriously, it's like 60 to 95% off, as you can see here. These are all of the Star Wars titles they have. They literally have every Star Wars title. You can also get XCOM here, Men of War Assault Squad 2. All of the games I play on the channel you can buy here for extremely cheap prices. If you use my affiliate link in the description, it helps me out a ton. So thank you guys for listening to this sponsorship, and thank you to Instant Gaming for continuing to sponsor the channel. Alrighty then, let's go ahead and press start right here, and the Roman legionnaires begin moving on forward. You can see sniper shots from the UN troopers coming out and impacting the Romans out this way, as well as some of those HE shots from the tanks. There's just a few M1 Abrams on the battlefield, I think just under 20 of them. And I did get the numbers wrong for the defenders. It's actually 16,000 that are going to be defending the walls, not 12,000, so a small bonus for those guys. Either way, we've already got some Praetorian guards coming on forward over here and death charging into some of the UN riot troopers over this way. These guys hopefully can hold their own against some spears with their batons right there. I don't know if they will, but these are some of the heavier units in terms of health. They will have, I think, about 2,000 health. Okay, 1,200 health, which is still fairly good compared to our standard UN soldier units, who are probably about 300 to 400 health a pop. Now, these guys are clashing on in here as well as out this way against the riot shield line, while the Abrams still continue to fire outwards at the larger group behind them, and the snipers are spamming fire from atop the walls here out into that grouping as well. It's almost impossible to miss with the sheer number of Romans out there. If these guys miss any shots at all, I would be quite ashamed of them. Then we've also got additional baton riot units behind this line and behind the Abrams. Basically, these melee units are out here to act as cannon fodder, so the bigger guns behind them can get some nice rounding fire out and hopefully rack up a ton of kills before the Romans break through these lines and end up coming for them. Further back out this way, I am seeing some explosive rounds coming out of here, and the reason being is there are some grenade launcher attachments to some of these assault rifles. Some guys got spawned way up here. These guys just have standard M4 carbines right there. They're not the grenade launcher attachment troops, but further down below are some of those guys, and they'll be able to, I think, get some decent HE shots out. These guys up here, yep, firing downwards at the oncoming enemies, not doing a ton of damage because they are weaker shots compared to the HE fire from the actual tanks, but it should do splash damage to the Praetorian Guards coming in here and hopefully get some serious kills. Either way, the bridge up to the walls itself over this way is coated in heavy armored troopers right now, and the Roman soldiers begin to actually make it to them. Again, really hoping that some of these HE shots from the M1 Abrams tanks can volley in here and slow down their approach into the UN troops, and that seems to be happening at the moment. So just about 3 minutes have gone by so far in this massive battle, and the defenders have 60,000 kills. That's pretty incredible, and the attackers have 500 or so kills right now. Looks like the corner over here is getting really dropped for the UN troops. That is not good. I think it's because the Abrams are mainly fixating on the middle portion, so the corner is much more vulnerable over this way. It would be good for them to kind of pick it up over there. We do have some nice ACWR, I think, troopers over this way. We've also got troops shooting up here. Oh no, okay, so Roman legionnaires and Praetorian Guards and Centurions are climbing the back of the mountain here and actually getting up, and are they dropping in? Yes, they are, which I'd be shocked if they can survive that fall. Oh, wait, whoops. A few of them look to actually be surviving the fall. Just a couple. Most are dying, but a few do seem to survive. And then there's actually more riot troopers in here that were all over this place as a last-ditch defense to protect the snipers, but it seems like instead they're actually going to the back lines here to take on the Romans that are flanking behind the backs of the walls. That's pretty crazy. It's also splitting up our fire from some of the guys on the walls, and they're firing upwards, which is not the best use of their weapons there. It'd be way better if all of them were firing straight up front at the massive blob where you literally cannot miss a shot, but instead a number are firing backwards there. So more Roman legionnaires continue to pump on in here. We do have Roman archers that will be coming in at some point too. I don't know where in this massive blob of Romans those archers are going to be at, but they'll be coming on in. We'll also be seeing, you know, more variation in the Roman soldiers further back as some of these units are blended in more so back here, whereas up front they're a little bit more, you know, just legionnaires, centurions, etc. in their own divisions. You can see where each one starts and ends and the kind of blurred lines between the two. But the further back you go, the more blended together they will be. Right now, the UN troops are doing a nice, decent holdout. They've lost about 1,000 troopers themselves. They actually just crossed 1,000 losses, and they've got 110,000 kills at this point. So just about 111 kills per soldier on the battlefield. So if we go ahead and multiply that, I've got my calculator on my phone real quick. 111 multiplied by 16,000 is going to get us about 1.7 million total kills. So that's obviously not anywhere near the 8 million total kills we need to get. However, I do think as time goes on, there will be weaker units approaching. I think the purple Praetorian Guards here are actually some of the strongest units that the Romans have to offer, so they're fighting the strongest first. And on top of that, I think, you know, there are some units for the UN, like in here, that aren't firing at all yet. So as we go on, the UN troopers might be able to do a little bit more damage, or maybe they'll do less and they'll slowly wither out. But right now, they're doing a pretty decent job of keeping up with the enemy. 111 kills per soldier on the battlefield right now, which is not bad in the slightest, although the enemy is creeping closer and closer to those M1 Abrams. Let's go ahead and watch this fire coming out and the Romans charging on in and see how well the UN can do against the Roman army death charging. If you guys do enjoy this video, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and comment down below. Now let's get into our first time lapse here. Okay, that front line has now been breached pretty much fully, and the defenders are now getting just about 10 or 100 kills per soldier, which is still pretty decently good. The backup units are starting to move in to help the Abrams out a little bit. Abrams have 20,000 health a pop, so they're going to be able to hold on for a decent amount of time, and just sort of the trickling in of these Billy Club troopers for the UN is going to help them too, I think. The snipers back here still firing up the wall, which is just super unhelpful. You guys would be getting so many more kills if all of you were concentrating over this way. It's a real shame. We do have some of the grenade launcher units still firing out this way, though. The bridge itself here, still very intact, as the Romans seem to be circumventing that and just going straight for the Abrams now. So these guys will be alive for a while longer, it seems. A couple Romans going up here every so often, but well, they're dead. Okay. And of course, up here is still pretty peaceful at the moment. And we've still got some snipers up this way. So, all in all, the UN soldiers are doing decently well, but they could certainly be doing a little bit better, especially if there wasn't so much fire going up the mountain. That's pretty annoying right now, but it is what it is. Let's go ahead and zoom in on some Abrams and watch them taking out Romans as they come on in. 270,000 dead Romans, 2,600 dead UN soldiers right now. Alright, the Romans' charge is still going on. Look at these body piles, man. Absolutely insane. We have 500,000 dead Roman soldiers, leaving 7.5 million still remaining on the battlefield, and only 7,600 remaining UN soldiers, so just about half of them have died. I'm not sure if that bodes very well for these boyos. Also down here, not looking too good. Actually, a lot of these UN troops have died as well from the flankers. And the stupid thing is, there's just snipers here that could be shooting this way instead of straight up and saving their lives. But it is what it is, I guess. The walls still holding strong. That's a good thing, for sure. But, I don't know. This battle really doesn't look well for the defenders, I will say. I think they're likely to lose. We'll do another time lapse just to see what happens, but we might have to buff up the defenders' numbers. This is looking bad, but we'll see what happens in this next time lapse first. Alright, boyos, defenders still have 6,700 units left alive. The Abrams back here are still alive. Some of them do have decent health still, but they certainly aren't doing as well as they once were. You know, they're not losing as many soldiers, though, so that's definitely a good thing. Each soldier seems to be getting more and more kills now. It might be because more grenadiers are active, or because You know, they're not losing all of those UN riot troopers in the front, but right now, the enemy is down to about 7 million troopers, which is great, and the UN troops have 6,700 still remaining. So they've got about 1 million kills, and the Romans have a little bit, like 12,000-ish. So why don't we watch the wall here for a little bit, because I think this will be pretty action-packed. We still got troopers coming up and over, but they're kind of dealing with them. This bridge over here is dead for the defenders, but there's a gap where they can get in. But I think the enemy is mainly fixated on the actual tanks down below here, which is a good fixation for them, because those are going to be the most devastating right now. The defenders are still holding, honestly. This is not bad. The body piles are up to the wall now, and a few of the Abrams are dead, but there's still a few holding out, which is great. And the snipers on the wall still getting a lot of shots off, as are these guys who have increased their fire output with their grenade launchers a little bit more, which is very good, very needed on this whole thing. There's also an Abrams up on the wall here. I don't know how it got up there. We got medics down here with pistols. Pistol whipping the air? Is that how they fire? What are you doing? No one's going up the ramp. They're all fixated on going this way, which is fine. And then up top here, we've still got kind of the continuous spray fire going up there. These guys dropping down, taking a ton of damage, and then getting shot up by the boys on the ground over this way. So I'm not too worried about that currently. Right now, it's just sort of a grind fest. The defender is finally getting to a point where they're not really losing too many soldiers all at once. They're doing pretty well in that regard, and the attackers are losing a lot. So there's 6.8 million attacking Romans left alive and 6,337 UN troopers left alive. I'm just going to let this run for a bit, but if anything interesting happens, I will be sure to tune it back in, but I just don't want us to run out of memory space and things like that. I just want to let it run for a bit. Okay, it has been like an hour here, and Romans are actually starting to get on the wall here and there, which is a little bit intimidating. It doesn't look like they have gotten any kills thus far from doing so, but still a little bit spooky. The body piles have risen even farther up over this period of time and also spread out. I mean, these things are massive now. We've got 5.4 million Roman soldiers remaining, so a lot more have died, and we've got 6,088 UN soldiers remaining. So if I remember correctly, they had like 6,300 soldiers last time, so like a little under 300 have died? That's pretty good! The Romans are having a lot of trouble actually reaching these guys. There's still a few down here. I think those are the ones that are dying, but the ones on the wall itself are still holding out just fine currently. No one's going up this bridge here, and then some are still dropping in from over this way, but they're not really able to get any kills that way. Somehow this Abrams ended up inside here. That's insane. There's still one over here. I'm not sure if it can fire over the wall or not, but maybe it can. And there's still a bunch on the outside, though a bunch have also died. So, right now, the Roman soldiers are starting to falter. Big time. They have 5.4 million remaining, and their enemy has 6,000 remaining. Let's go ahead and watch the walls here for a bit. Okay, another 20 minutes have gone by there, and there must be a breach somewhere. Looks like maybe around here, because a number of additional UN soldiers are going down. Yeah, it seems like this portion of the wall over here is slightly getting breached, and those additional soldiers that were on the ground are dead, and now these guys are actually getting hit pretty hard as well from some of those Roman soldiers getting really close to the wall. Oh, we've also got some guys moving out too. That would definitely explain oh, well, he just got saved by a lucky HE shot from an M1 Abrams. Good for him, and now he's dead. But that would explain why a number of additional UN soldiers are going down, because we are now down to 5,874 troopers remaining. The tank holdout is still going on, which is kind of crazy. They're doing pretty darn well. Roman soldiers are tumbling through the walls here, but over here is definitely where we are at most high risk. The enemy just has built a body ramp up to the wall here, and that's a problem. Back this way, they're still chilling. Romans still just kind of plummeting down, and then those that somehow survive that plummet are getting shot up by additional snipers here. Back this way, it looks like a few Romans have tumbled down into this area and died from up top, but I don't think any of them really lived long enough to do any damage. So that's not really a big deal. The front gates, again, not really a place where the Romans are pressuring. I don't know, it might be a glitch in the map, not totally sure. But why don't we go ahead and watch the walls of Helm's Deep over this way while the Romans come in. Currently, we have 5,864 remaining UN soldiers and 5.1 million remaining Romans. Okay, we're below 5 million Romans remaining now with 4.8 million. Are these dead? No, they're still alive. Let's go! The walls are getting flooded, and actually a lot of the troops for the UN seem to just get pushed down off of the wall by the sliding bodies, it seems, as well as a bunch dying over here, obviously, as the Romans sort of breach through this area, but there's heavy stacks of UN troops over here, including some riot shield troops I'm noticing. I see their shields, I don't really see them, there's just amorphic blobs of troops over that way. But finally, the UN seems to be holding steady again with minimal losses. During this whole filming time, no UN soldiers have died during this portion, which is good. Oh, one just died. Oh, another just died. Oh, god dang. But still, very, very slow deaths for the UN currently, which is a good thing. They still have 5,213 soldiers remaining, and the Romans have 4.8 million. So I think we're coming to another kind of slow point for the Roman advance and a good position for the UN. Why don't we just go ahead and let it ride for a bit, and I'll tune back in maybe like another hour, I guess. Alright! It's a while later, and we're down to 3.2 million Romans remaining and 4,615 UN soldiers remaining. Once again, UN soldiers are not dying very quickly anymore. They are holding out really, really nicely here. The entire wall section here has been, like, destroyed, and so these guys are sliding down the body pile now. Basically, Helm's Deep is no more, the wall itself here, except for a small portion over this way, and that's about it. I don't really see much in terms of, like, archer fire coming in, so I don't know exactly where the archers are supposed to be. Je ne sais pas. But we've still got tons of explosive fire going out here and wounding, if not killing, Roman soldiers out this way, along with sniper fire with the HE fire, the artillery going out there, so lots of damage being done all over the place on this battlefield. This tank got pushed back this way. It's still in the fray. And then these tanks over here, a number of them are dead, but also probably like half of them are still alive as well. So they're not doing too shabby either. This could be a UN victory after all. I'm just not totally sure what's going to end up going down here. Why don't we watch... I don't even know where to watch right now. It's such a chaotic battlefield that we've got going here. Let's watch over here, I guess. This seems like a good spot. 3.18 million Romans remain, 4,598 UN Army troopers. Alright, it's been another 20 minutes, took the dog for a walk. Yes, these videos pretty much take all day long. 4,211 UN soldiers remain, 2.9 million Romans, so we have gone beneath the 3 million mark. I think it's almost a guarantee that the UN soldiers win this thing at this point, but we're going to keep it going. I'm just going to let it do its thing for a while, and we'll be back. Alright boys, we're slowly crafting a massive pyramid here of dead Romans. Look at the fields of the dead. It's insane. We've got 3,835 remaining UN Army forces and 1.6 million remaining Romans. There have been some archers, I think, because a lot of these guys back here are showing signs of damage beyond just like little bullet reflecting back off of shields, which does happen. Some of the Romans, particularly like the Praetorians and the Centurions and stuff, they do have a deflect ability, which does like kind of work on bullets in this game, but I think there have been some arrow fire, although I'm not really seeing any at the moment. However, I mean, I think the UN just wins this one, to be honest, but let's go ahead and time-lapse for a bit here and just, you know, continue watching. Alright guys, it's been another 15 minutes and the UN forces are losing a few people here and there. Really, again, nothing too crazy. They're still holding kind of the courtyard of Helm's Deep here very well. And they've still got tanks down here as well as a ton of infantry. So they're just kind of cruising at the moment. I'm just going to let it ride for a bit longer. Alright guys, it's been another hour now and the defenders have lost maybe another couple hundred troops, I would say, and the attackers are down to 500,000, so 500,000 from their starting 8 million. The defenders have this, pretty much. Like, it's just about guaranteed here that they've got this. We'll let it ride for a bit longer. If nothing crazy happens, we'll go ahead and, I think, drop the nuke on them for fun. Alright guys, it has been another half an hour and the defenders are not losing this. They're just locked down in here, dominating the battlefield. So, let's go ahead and drop the nuke on the last 400,000 remaining Romans from the starting 8 million, baby! Woo! The UN uses their trap card and gets the ultimate W, baby. Woo! Incredible. Well guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I know you guys like it when we end these videos with a bang, so I figure, let's do it. It only really works when you have modern units, though, because otherwise it's like, how'd they get a nuke in the Roman times? So yeah, thank you for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed. Please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and comment down below. Huge body piles for this battlefield of Helm's Deep, all the way up to the keep back here. The Roman army has made camp, and they are just under 10 million strong, with Roman Praetorian guards, triarii, legionnaires, archers, catapults, and so much more, assaulting the modern U.S. Army bridge defense, which is comprised of riflemen, rangers, Navy SEALs, Marines, M1A2 Abrams tanks, Sea Whizzes, missile systems, and more. Can they defend the bridge against nearly 10 million Roman soldiers? Or will they fall to the wayside? Only time will tell. If you guys do enjoy this video, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and comment down below if you'd like to see some more Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 in the future. Now let's get it. Alright boys, here we go. 9.55 million Roman army soldiers charging 26,100 U.S. Army soldiers defending. Now the U.S. Army is pretty stacked here, and they tend to win these battles if they do have a choke point available to them. However, the one major drawback to their defense is the enemy they're going up against this time. Now when the Romans have no ranged units, they do very poorly, but this time around we have an unprecedented 1 million Roman archers and 50,000 Roman catapults. Now, as you can see, the Sea Whizzes are absolutely devouring these catapults in short bursts of fire that dismantle them almost instantly, so that's not really doing all that much. But eventually, a few of them will get forward and lob some of their big rocks onto some of the U.S. Army soldiers, inevitably getting some kills. On top of that, a lot of arrow fire is going out and is actually getting a few kills on the U.S. Army here already. So, while things are going quite well for the U.S. Army, and they do have a choke point defense against a 90% melee unit army, still the Romans have a few tricks up their sleeves that could end up in a U.S. Army defeat here. Now, if that happens and it's a very lackluster battle, we can always go back and try it again and adjust and crunch some of the numbers and, you know, try and make it so as if there's a part 2 to the same battle in this very video. However, the same will happen for the Romans. If the battle is far too advantageous for the U.S. Army, then maybe we have to add even more Romans to the army and have them attacking, or add even more catapults to the Roman army and have them attack. However, I tried my best to make this battle as even as possible. Now, I did run this battle for a couple of hours, and both sides seem to do pretty well. However, it's a battle that could last for tons of hours, and I am ready to do so. It's a little later in the evening today, and I'm willing to leave my computer running this battle if it does end up lasting for an extremely long period of time into tomorrow to find out what ends up happening during this thing. But hopefully we can get a good resolution to this battle where both sides are fairly even, have their strengths, have their weaknesses, and we get to see some crazy Roman ancient army versus modern U.S. Army carnage, baby. Now, a lot of these catapult shots are coming in pretty hot right now, and they are definitely getting quite a number of U.S. Army kills, so that's not very nice. We do not like to see. The Sea Whizzes, though, also doing some extreme damage. But the U.S. Army is outnumbered like 10,000 to 1, maybe even more. I don't know. I can't do math that well or that fast. But yeah, they're seriously outnumbered. So every single U.S. Army soldier is worth so much more than every single Roman army soldier. The M1A2 Abrams, though, should be pretty helpful in this. They're frontlining, and they have like 20,000 health or something along those lines. So those guys can absorb a lot of these catapult shots as well as arrow shots. A lot of them will just kind of dink off of their armor, actually, and not do any damage, which will hopefully help to protect some of these M4 soldiers behind the Abrams and give them a little bit more time to get some of their pew fire time out before the Romans end up descending upon them. So it's very good that this armor is front and center, and I think it will definitely buy the U.S. Army some serious time in the long run. And then all the way back here, of course, we've got the Sea Whizzes firing away, so that's going to be extremely good firepower, especially against the catapults. That's going to be essential in taking out large swaths of catapults early on. And then in the very back here, we've got these missile systems, and these puppies, one shot, so they do have the range to hit from this far away. That's kind of crazy. But I only... Oh, well, there's another one. Alright, they're shooting very slowly. I don't know why they're shooting so slowly. Maybe once the enemy gets closer, they'll rapid fire out and stuff like that. But for now, at least they're shooting somewhat. They are surrounded by some more M4 soldiers as the last stand of this battlefield. In front of them, we have some more camo M4 soldiers, which is pretty cool. Right up here at the immediate entrance to the bridge, we have our shotgun units. So those guys will shoot those guys up once they're leaving the bridge, if they get that far. We've also got marksman riflemen over here for the U.S. Army. Those guys are going to be pretty brutal. We're in the land again. And then over here, we have some LMG units as well. So good weapon variety for the U.S. Army soldiers. I believe these units were made by Jamie D, the modder. And I think the map is a chaotic pinky map. I think, but don't quote me on that. I could be wrong. Oh. Wait, is this... Oh, yeah. Couple couple of the M1A2 Abrams are already dead. That's actually very not good. They did not last as long as I would have liked, and it's probably because the onslaught of catapult fire is increasing exponentially. Also, we see Roman legionnaires charging on in here, so they might even get close enough to start swinging on some of the U.S. infantry. Yeah, more of the Abrams going down. This is not good. They are not going to be surviving for much longer on this. And then we'll have the rest of the bridge defending after those Abrams right there. Right now, we are at 23,538 remaining U.S. Army soldiers and 9.42 million remaining Roman soldiers. The total kills at the top right won't be accurate because of the amount of splash damage that both sides have, and those don't count as kills. However, from the beginning, we have like 150,000 or so dead Romans and about 2.5K dead U.S. Army soldiers, I believe, at this point in time, which isn't a great ratio currently for the U.S. Army, but we could see improvements, especially because more missile system shots seem to be going out now, which is going to be crucial. Sea-Wiz is still firing away. There is just one Abrams left, so that one will probably go down fairly soon. Why don't we go ahead and time-lapse the end of the Abrams supremacy reign in the front here, and the Romans coming on in. What's up, gamers? I'm here to tell you about Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is an amazing place where you can get some fire deals on all sorts of video games. Seriously, it's like 60 to 95% off, as you can see here. These are all of the Star Wars titles they have. They literally have every Star Wars title. You can also get XCOM here, Men of War Assault Squad 2. All of the games I play on the channel you can buy here for extremely cheap prices. If you use my affiliate link in the description, it helps me out a ton. So thank you guys for listening to this sponsorship, and thank you to Instant Gaming for continuing to sponsor the channel. Okay, so the Abrams are fully dead now, and the U.S. Army soldiers back here are now the front lines, and they're also kind of getting killed pretty good here. I was hoping the Sea-Wizzes would consolidate on the front lines a little bit more, but a lot of them are still kind of arching over that, which I guess is also good because they'll be hitting more of the catapults, which is helpful. But yeah, I was kind of hoping they'd do more like these guys are doing and just destroy the front line of enemies and prevent them from coming forward, especially those archers, which are very problematic during this. But I guess it's a bit of a split of both currently, so it's not really too horrible. Yeah, either way, the Romans are going to be coming forward here and probably taking the front of the bridge. I think the best thing that can happen, though, is that the choke point of the bridge itself ends up getting held by the U.S. Army soldiers and prevents the Romans from pushing further out. Because we have so many soldiers consolidated around here, this choke point will be so deadly. So they might cross the bridge itself, but I think right here could be a good place to establish a holding pattern. We'll see if it happens, but let's watch up close some of these Sea-Wizzes and soldiers firing. Alright, we're about to pass 9 million remaining Romans, and they are kind of getting hard blocked over here. Some pretty major, substantial body piles rising up above this. Look at that. The catapults are still coming forward, though. I think that will be the undoing of the bridge itself, but then hopefully back here this will continue to hold quite nicely. At least that's what I think. Look at that, missile systems helping out tremendously now, and the Sea-Wiz is continuing to fire quite nicely as well. We are down to 22,500 remaining U.S. Army soldiers, so they've lost about 3.5k, and about 500,000 Romans are dead on the battlefield now. So, some better progress for the U.S. Army. They've definitely been holding better right now, and hopefully that does continue on. The marksmen over here are like firing a little bit, but the machine gunners aren't firing at all, and the shotgun units are like barely firing, so there's still a lot of potential back here for firepower that's just not being used yet. It's mainly M4s right now firing. Either way, why don't we do a little bit of a bird's eye view time lapse here as we watch the Romans try to take over the bridge defense. Well, boys, 45 minutes later, and the Sea-Whizzes did end up dying during that time lapse. But look at this, they got a lot of kills before they went down, and in fact, the U.S. Army is cresting into their 1 million kill territory. They've got 8.6 million Romans remaining, so they're just 50,000 kills short of 1 million, I believe, if my maths are correct. So that's pretty crazy. They're continuing to get good arching kills with the missile systems, which is great, although I'm noticing the catapults are getting more shots off now on these clumped up soldiers. The guys spread out on the bridge didn't get impacted too badly by the catapults when they did shoot because they were more spread out. But these guys are so clumped together, each shot does a ton of damage to a bunch of soldiers, which is not very nice. Not very nice at all. There's still 20,744 remaining U.S. Army soldiers, so at the very least, they've only lost like just under 6k, which isn't too bad, but you know, it's a fifth of their total force, and the enemy has only lost like a tenth of their total force. So they're not really on track to win this yet, but hopefully they can hold this line here for an extended period of time. The real problem is the fact that they're already kind of getting butchered around here, so I'm just not sure that's going to happen. Either way, that was a long first time lapse. We're going to time lapse again here, but it might get to the point where it gets a little late at night and we let it play through the night and find out what happens in the morning, and then we potentially do another battle then, depending on if the U.S. Army ends up getting just completely destroyed or not, which is very possible. Either way, let's watch this now. Actually, let's do like this, a little bit closer. Alright boys, I let this run for about 45 minutes and nothing has really changed. Still 20,000 remaining U.S. Army soldiers and 8.4 million remaining Romans, so over 1 million of them have been killed, and about 6,000 or so U.S. Army soldiers have been killed at this point. But it is quite late and I want to go to bed, and since not really much is changing, I think we're going to let this run. If, you know, the result is the game is still going in the morning, which is very much so a possibility since this is a definite choke point defense, then we will find out how the U.S. Army is doing. Or, I think really it's either the battle's still going or the U.S. Army loses by morning. I'm hoping they're still going, but the U.S. Army could lose. If they do lose, we will try buffing their ranks to make them a little bit more powerful so that they can maybe win. Either way, it'll be 8 hours for me, 2 seconds for you guys, so see you in a second. Well, boys, it's the next morning, and it looks like the Romans ended up taking the W. And I'm not seeing, like, massive body piles over here, so I think they won fairly quickly in the night. This body pile is pretty huge, so they took some significant losses here. But yeah, at the end of the day, they still have 7 million troops left, so they only took 2.5 million additional losses, which is not astounding for the modern U.S. Army. So why don't we go ahead and give the modern U.S. Army a few more tricks up their sleeves to maybe hold this bridge defense. We have made some small yet mighty changes to the battlefield now. So, we have 31,140 additional troopers for the US, which is only like 5,000 or 6,000 more troops. It's really not that much. And they're fighting the exact same Roman army. But this time, their sea whizzes are a little bit farther back around the bridge, so I think that'll make the choke point a little bit more holdable, and I pushed these troopers actually like right up against the bridge with their shotguns, so I think they'll hold better that way too. We've also consolidated these troopers and given them more men, so hopefully they last a little bit longer. They've also got more M1 Abrams here to defend, and here are some of the soldiers that stayed in the front there. We've also brought up the missile systems ever so slightly, so they might be able to pop off a little bit more. And then in the way back here, we actually have 2 squads of troopers holding the gate. So that will be the last stand situation there to see if they can hold indefinitely. This is, you know, again, only another 6,000 troopers and units, but at the same time, as you can see, a lot more fire going out right off rip, especially from those missile systems, and I think the Sea Whizzes being a little bit farther back is also giving them better range of fire, so they're able to arc more shots over at the enemy. So these small adjustments, I think, do make the U.S. Army defense ever so slightly better. We're still seeing those Roman archers pouring some missile fire in here, so this first line of U.S. Army soldiers still likely will die pretty quickly, and then once the catapults get in range, they're also going to probably shred a lot of these U.S. Army soldiers and rightfully destroy them. It's not going to be too good, but hopefully the Sea Whizzes and missile systems can actually stop a lot of these from coming forward. Their added firepower is probably destroying a decent number of the catapults that are trying to come forward. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Yes, keep doing that. The less catapults, the better on this battlefield. Actually, the amount of fire coming in is way more than last time, so I think those small adjustments really, really helped us out. Especially because I don't think the missile systems really even did all that much in the last battle until late in the game, so them actually participating in the entirety of the battle will definitely be a lot more helpful. In fact, already I think the U.S. Army is doing better right off rip here than they were last time around. Still getting hit very, very hard by a lot of missile fire, but simultaneously, they seem to be surviving better. M1A2 Abrams volleying out fire as well, so, you know, their shots are small yet mighty. You know, they're probably getting a good 30 to 40 kills per shot. That's not amazing, it's not as good as the missile systems or the Sea Whizzes, but it's still something. The big thing with them, though, is the added armor to the battlefield. That's what we like to see, because we're hoping they can protect these riflemen for a longer period of time this time, since we did bolster the number of M1A2 Abrams by quite a bit. So why don't we go ahead and watch a time-lapse of this entrance here and see how we do in round 2. Okay, boys, 1 hour later, and the bridge is still holding here. Now, the M1... How did these guys get over here? What? The M1A2 Abrams are dead. They're deceased. But the Sea Whizzes are still alive, as are the missile systems back here. They're firing a little bit less. I don't know if they're just taking a minute to reload. There we go. There we go, boys. Keep the fire up. That's what we like to see. Beautiful. And the Romans are about halfway across the bridge. Now, they've taken over 1 million losses here, and the U.S. Army has taken about 4,000 losses at this point. So the U.S. is doing far better this time around, but we still gotta see if they can keep it up, because last time around we thought they were doing quite well, and then they didn't. They did horrible. So this is going to be the real make it or break it area here, I think. I think we need to see at least 3 to 4 million kills before the Romans fully cross the bridge and take out the Sea Whizzes. That would certainly be helpful, for sure. Now, are the marksmen firing is a good question, because if they're not, that's the light machine gunners. Yeah, they're not firing. Hopefully, once they start crossing the bridge, they'll start firing, and then we'll have another element to this whole thing. But for now, this is looking rough for the Romans. This is actually looking pretty good for the U.S. Army. Let's go ahead and watch overhead here. Another 30 minutes have passed, boys, and we're at 8 million remaining Roman soldiers. They've defeated all the soldiers that the U.S. have on the bridge, save for a few shotgunners back here. However, these Romans are still being kept at bay by these Sea Whizzes as well as by the missile systems. Now, this is kind of the make it or break it point that we saw last time around, where, you know, they held when we went to bed here and then didn't. But they did get another 1 million kills defending here. We're at 8 million now. Last game we were at 7 million upon defeat. So I think maybe the Sea Whizzes, the missile systems, and the shotgun units could potentially hold this. Now we've, you know, used 100 gigabytes so far of space on the computer out of my 300 total. So I want to let this ride for a little bit without time-lapsing, but we will be back for more time-lapses later. I'm saving some storage space in case this battle ends up being very long. Ooh, a few catapult shots are actually hitting back here. That could be dangerous. All right, I'll let this ride, and for you guys, it'll just be a second. Okay, well, another, like, 45 minutes have passed just about, and 7.2 million Romans remaining. So we're almost at where we were last time around. Look at all these guys flying into the lava below. That's crazy, bro. They're all just tumbling on down there. But 7.2 million Romans remain. That means over 2 million have died at this point, and still 24,000 U.S. Army soldiers survive. So the U.S. Army is actually doing quite well for themselves now. This is wonderful. We might have a victory on our hands. Potentially. Maybe. We might be getting ahead of ourselves. Let's time-lapse from the Roman POV over here. Just watching the slaughter. Alright, gamers! It's been another half an hour, and look at this body pile growing, baby. Huge! 6.9 million Romans remain, 24,000 U.S. Army soldiers remain, so the U.S. Army is clapping cheeks and taking names, and not really losing too many soldiers. I've noticed every so often a catapult shot will hit over here, and also some are hitting some of these guys. Like, look, they're damaged ever so slightly, so you know, they could eventually defeat this line. It'll take some time, but, you know, they're making slow progress, but it is progress. It's better than just a complete and utter stall of the attackers. We are just going to let this ride again for a little bit, so I'll see you guys in just a second. Right, gamers. It's been like another hour and a half now, I think. I don't know. I'm not really keeping track of time that much. But we have 4.9 million remaining Romans, meaning 4.6 million have died at this point. That's impeccable. Way to go, U.S. Army soldiers. You can see all of the impact zones that the catapults have made, including taking out a number of the CWISs back here. So U.S. infrastructure is dying ever so slightly. It's not horrible, it's not dramatic yet, but it could get worse. Although I will say, there's a lot of catapults over there, and a few over there, but everyone in the middle has kind of gone down. There's a few attacking over this way, because they're kind of hugging this wall, but the catapults have seriously dwindled in numbers, which is a major player in the Roman assault. I also don't know how they're doing archer-wise. We could be looking at infantry only for the rest of the battle, potentially. I'm not totally sure. There's still a lot of shotgun units over here, but the CWISs are the main thing that's really cooking right now and destroying the enemy. My goodness, despite a few deaths for them. Either way, why don't we do a time-lapse now? 23,000 U.S. Army soldiers remaining, 4.9 million Romans. Another 40 minutes have passed, and there's 4.5 million Romans still remaining. They're just getting cooked here, and the U.S. Army is really not losing too many soldiers anymore. I think the range units for the Roman army are dying out. There are still some catapults left alive. Oh, and there's archers here, too. There's archers here. Okay, so they could be moving up to the front line still, actually. Oh, yeah, they are. So they could get some kills. The problem is they're just right now not at all because they're so far away. Yikes. Let's let this ride again for like another hour or two maybe. See what happens. Not going to time-lapse because we are running very low on the gigabits. Okay. Oh, I didn't stop recording. Okay. Okay, 30 minutes later, and they're still holding in pretty much the exact same way as before. This battle might be Jover, baby. I'll let this run for quite some time here, I guess. Hot dang, boys. It's been another couple hours, and look at the bloody pile. But more importantly, look at the dead soldiers over here. The CWISs have all passed, and since there's not a crazy amount of Romans around them, I have a feeling that they died from catapult shots. Are there still catapults? Yeah, there are still catapults alive, so even more could be coming for the missile systems. There are still some shotgun units over here left alive, but the Romans are bit by bit getting up to them and taking some stabs at them. So, huge losses for the U.S. Army right now. They've got about 17,000 soldiers remaining, though. And the good news for them is that there's only 2.4 million remaining Romans, meaning they have done big damage to the enemies. Absolutely massive. While we watch these shotgun troopers, and hopefully they'll live for a little bit longer, but it's unlikely that they will survive for much longer. I'll be honest. But let's watch. Alright, boys, looks like more shotgunners have died, but there's still a decent amount back here. They're nice. Yeah, I mean, the Romans are making some progress, but also stalling out quite a bit. They're continuously losing troopers, as you can see at the top right. Sorry, rather, the U.S. is continuously losing troopers. The Romans are losing a lot of troopers constantly. But they're getting some kills, at the very least. Right now, it's really the missile systems, which do have some damage done to them from catapults, but I think all of them are still alive. Also, oh yeah, there are still catapults out this way that are coming forward. So there's the potential for kills, but certainly not as many. On top of that, the marksmen back here are helping out. But how did that guy get all the way over there? Oh, look at that. There's another right there. Oh, and the LMGers are getting some kills. Wait, hold on. A catapult must have hit right here. That's interesting. And these guys are just chilling. I'm just gonna let this ride for a while because we're really running low on gigabits, baby. Alright, boys, we're closing in on the end here, it appears. 700,000 Romans still remain. And it looks like they killed a few more of the shotgunners over here, but there's still plenty of shotgunners left alive over there to distract them from the missile systems, which seems to be clearing out these guys pretty easily. Even though pretty much all the bodies are flying around the map when they die, also a very large number have stacked up here in some pretty incredible body piles. That's nuts. Now there's 15,960 remaining US Army soldiers and 690,000 remaining Romans. We'll do another time lapse. Why not? We'll do a nice overhead here. Alright guys, it's been another half an hour here. Looks like these guys over here did end up dying, but beyond that the Romans are not reaching these to kill them. There's only 400,000 Romans left alive. There's still 15,000 US Army soldiers left alive. So I say what we go ahead and do is drop the final weapon, the nuke, on the Roman soldiers. There was a 0% chance of them winning at this point. The walled fortress of the Shrine of Chaos has been infiltrated by the modern US Army. Their surveyors tell them that there's oil underground. And you know the US Army, where there's oil, there's gonna be a fight. What they did not know was that the Roman legions have been laying dormant here for thousands of years. And now that trespassers have come to the Shrine of Chaos, they're ready to assault and take it back. Can the modern US Army, 75,000 soldiers strong, along with M1 Abrams, Sea Whizzes, and missile systems, manage to defend the tiered walls of the Shrine of Chaos? Or will they fall to 9.5 million Romans death charging them? If you guys enjoy these Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 videos with the brand new map building update, let me know in the comment section below, as well as what scenarios you guys would like to see in the future. Either way, let's get right on into this thing. Alrighty then, boyos, we're gonna go ahead and press start right here, and just under 10 million Roman soldiers begin their death charge against the US Army defenses. There's one single missile. There we go. More missiles coming out now against these Roman soldiers, taking out large swaths of these Praetorian guards early on in the morrow. And there's some Sea Whiz fire also coming in here. Extremely devastating artillery is hitting the Romans left and right, getting thousands and thousands of kills, I'm sure, early on in this battle. And let's see, yes, already over 14,000 Roman troopers have died, and only 2 US Army soldiers have died. Now, this is a tiered wall defense here, and this was made by Chaotic Pinky on YouTube, so go check him out for creating this map. It's available on the Steam Workshop if you'd like to download it for yourself. But as you can see, this first wall here has 2 bridge entrances that the Romans can come up and over, and it looks like some of these US Army cadets here are getting hit by some incoming sword swings as the Romans death charge on forward, but already the body piles building up here as the US Army pours fire into the Roman legionnaires. Beautiful. And of course there's these walls here where the US Army can easily fire down at the charging Romans and get some extra bonus kills for their boys in the front lines here that are defending the ramps themselves. Then there's these two walls here where we've got M1A2 Abrams here, as well as more U.S. Army soldiers up top this way, more up here, and then, of course, the very back here where the missile systems are inside the fortress itself. We also have some side entrances over here, and finally, there's two bridge defenses here. If this battle couldn't get any more crazy, yeah, there's bridges as well. These Roman soldiers death charging the bridges at the moment, and we do have U.S. Army legions behind, ready to defend against these guys. And on the far right side over here, we have pretty much the exact same thing running parallel, where there should be more legionnaires coming across this way. Yes, there are, except over here it's going to be a little tougher. These guys have shotguns, so they can only shoot the Roman legionnaires when they get nice and close. So these guys are going to have a little bit more trouble maybe defending, because the Romans might actually be able to reach them a bit more. But their weapons do have higher damage output since they are shotguns, so maybe that will actually work in their advantage. It just gives the Romans a chance to actually get nice and close and potentially get some swings on some of these U.S. Army soldiers, which we can see is in fact happening here, but not to too deadly of an effect. We do have 700 dead U.S. Army soldiers already, which is 1%? No. It's 0.1% of their total force. So not really too big of a deal, but, you know, they are losing some soldiers. The Romans have lost at least 150,000 troops at this point. Now, I say at least because in this game, missile systems and things along those lines do collateral damage, which doesn't necessarily get counted. You know, explosive damage and things like that don't always get counted in the total result. If you guys have been long-time viewers of these videos, you'll know that. So right now, it says the U.S. Army has gotten 174,000 kills. It's probably closer to like 200 to 300,000 kills, just due to the fact that those explosives don't always register as kills for the defenders here. But you can see that the Romans are at the very least getting through a little bit. Why am I getting spammed with Discord messages? Dude, I keep muting Discord and it keeps unmuting whenever I restart my computer. Oh, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. It is what it is. One problem we could see is these U.S. Army soldiers firing down here could potentially build body piles to the point where the Romans are able to rise up through them, although this is a pretty tall wall, so it will take some serious doing for that to happen, so maybe we're okay. Maybe that's not going to happen right off the rip, and we'll be all set there. Look at that, missile system still firing out, absolutely gorgeous. U.S. Army defending the Shrine of Chaos beautifully so far, and 9.2 million Romans remain from their starting 9.5 million. Absolute insanity. Either way, guys, if you do enjoy this video, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and why don't we get into our first overhead time-lapse here of the Roman charge of the Shrine of Chaos, because this is going to be a long battle. What's up, gamers? I'm here to tell you about Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is an amazing place where you can get some fire deals on all sorts of video games. Seriously, it's like 60 to 95% off, as you can see here. These are all of the Star Wars titles they have. They literally have every Star Wars title. You can also get XCOM here, Men of War Assault Squad 2. All of the games I play on the channel you can buy here for extremely cheap prices. If you use my affiliate link in the description, it helps me out a ton. So thank you guys for listening to this sponsorship, and thank you to Instant Gaming for continuing to sponsor the channel. Alright, 20 minutes later, and we're down to 8.6 million Roman soldiers. So, obviously, the U.S. Army is actually doing quite well for themselves, I would say. That's honestly not bad. Almost 1 million kills in like half an hour or so. Although, this ramp is looking a little bit risky. Might break soon. This ramp over here has already broken, and so these Romans are actually skirting around the sides here. Now, there's also Roman archers and some catapults. Here are some of those catapults here scattered about. Catapults are super weak, but if they do get shots off, it's very devastating. hopefully these missile systems can do some good work against them, get a few kills. However, those archers are bountiful. There's a million archers on the battlefield, and they will get some arrow shots off for sure against the enemies. Over here, our shotgun bridge is still holding, although now they're starting to get just full charged, and they'll probably lose some serious troops here. I don't expect them to really, like, make much of a defense anymore. I hate to say it. This is probably going to be the end of these guys over here. Let's check the other bridge all the way over this way. I love all of the CWIS fire and the missile system fire. That's so cool looking. Okay, this bridge is doing way better. Romans haven't even crossed it yet. Look at that. That's beautiful. Has anyone made it to the other side? A few did over here, but they might have exploded over. Oh no, this guy's just straight run over. Interesting. How did he get over here? How are they? Oh, maybe they fall down here and then run? Or they're glitching their way up? They're probably glitching their way up. That's probably how it's being done. Oh, look, this catapult might be able to fire over. Oh, and it died. If those catapults could get shots over, though, that would definitely devastate the U.S. Army here pretty decently, I would say. But I don't think it's really going to happen yet. That's a shame. But this bridge over here is definitely the one that's going to go down soon. These ramps are definitely getting pilfered pretty good by the Roman troops. Let's watch this final holdout of this bridge and see how they do. Hopefully they can hold for a while longer, maybe. And these guys over here ended up breaking relatively quickly after that time lapse. So now I think either they're going to pivot this way and start hitting these guys, or more than likely they're going to go over here and start attacking this little shrine bridge stair thing. These are a little bit more elite troopers over here, so I have a feeling they'll be able to hold out a little bit longer than those shotgun units. Not that the shotgun units didn't do well. They definitely got at least like 100k kills or so, but they are dead now, so kind of useless to us. Why don't we watch as those enemies come on in here, and these guys hopefully start firing at them. Alright, well the Romans did gear their next assault over this way, and they're tearing through these stairs, honestly. But I think once the top sort of starts getting assaulted, they'll slow down a bit more, hopefully, because there's a bit more men up here, a bit more spread out. And also, they're not really getting after these men on this staircase as much, so they'll be able to shoot over this way. Plus, we got some of these guys helping out over here, too. Some additional, more marksman-geared units and regular assault riflemen, so they'll be able to help. This bridge over here has almost completely collapsed. Sorry, staircase over here has almost completely collapsed, with these U.S. Army troopers over here struggling a little bit, and then these guys over here also struggling a bit more, but that wall should stay somewhat okay. This bridge is still doing fine over here, though, and of course the main line is doing fine as well. I'm gonna let this run for maybe like an hour, because this is going to be a longer battle since there's so many choke points, so I'll be right back with that. Yeah, it'll just be a second for you guys. Alright boys, it's been about an hour, and looks like, yes, more progress has been made over here, but our boys are still standing, which is good. Not a ton of kills on the Romans, honestly. There's still, I think it says 7.8 million of them, so what, like 400k more died or something along those lines? They're eating through this area pretty quickly now, which is not good. Yeah, the wall is barely standing over this way, and you can see the catapult shots are coming in now. You can see them hitting over here, and it's scattering the men and making them disorganized and also dealing damage. They don't necessarily die due to every single catapult shot, but it does do some damage. It's good to see the CWISs firing out this way. Hopefully they can hit these catapults and take them out rather quickly. They should be capable of killing these, like, decently easily. They just need to get a few shots on them. Yeah, just like that. And that will eliminate the enemy artillery quite nicely and hopefully destroy them. Over this way, these guys are still perfectly fine. Look at the body piles building up over here. They're doing quite a nice job. They're doing very nice. We'd love to see. And then, of course, the main defense here. Ooh, starting to get charged. I did not mean to place that up this way. Way out here. Doesn't do anything. It just gets in the way. You have to have units selected for it to actually do anything. Yeah, these guys are starting to get charged now. The Abrams here were supposed to be spawned in over this way to guard the stairs. They obviously did not spawn there, but that's okay. They'll guard the right side, I guess. And we do have more soldiers over here defending. We've also got, of course, these guys over here that will be able to assist and help out, and the tiers of the wall here. Ooh, this is crumbling fast now. Ooh, that's not good. So they're going to start side sweeping over this way. Oh, this could be disaster. This might not hold very well, honestly. I thought we were holding very, very nicely, but this is starting to look rather abysmal. We still got a lot of battle ahead of us, but not looking too hot. All right, let's go ahead and run an overhead time lapse over here, because we'll be able to see kind of everything. Okay, this defense is not doing too hot at this point. They're getting sideswiped pretty much everywhere. The Romans are kind of dominating right now. The Abrams are still alive, and we do still have a decent number of Sea Whizzes still alive, although a couple died over here. And missile systems are safe that are inside here, although I'm not really seeing them firing too much, but they do have a bit of a reload time, so there's that. This bridge over here, still staying alive, no problems there at all, and this staircase still doing fine, but yeah, this front is just not holding exactly the way we wanted it to. It's kind of funny because sometimes the Romans absolutely steamroll the defenders, and other times the defenders get steamrolled by the Romans. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Alright, let's continue to watch this, and hopefully the Abrams here can hold out at least a little bit longer and get some more kills. We do have 7 million Romans remaining, so 2.5 million in total have died at this point, which is not bad. It's just, we need them to do a little bit worse. We need the U.S. Army to do a little bit better. Well, the entire portion of these front steps is now dead. The left steps over here somehow are still holding pretty decently. I just saw some catapult shots go at them, though, so that's not a great sign. And missile systems inside the fortress here are getting attacked, which is also not very good. Everything else over here is dead, and then it's just going to be this bridge defense over here. That's all we have left once everything over this way ends up dying. So things really don't look very good. We've got 6.5 million Romans remaining, which is, you know, a very hearty number of Romans. Only 3 million have died so far, so things really don't look good for the U.S. Army. Maybe they can hold for a while longer, but we'll just have to see. It's not looking great. been another 20 minutes, and the U.S. Army is surprisingly holding pretty nicely here. Of course, at the bridge, they're holding completely, but over this way, they're still in this thing. That's kind of crazy. I mean, 5.9 million zombies remain, so they're actually getting some decent-ish kills on the zombies, I guess you could say. You know, 3.5 million now? Over that is how many they've killed. Did I say zombies? I meant Romans. I've been doing too many zombie videos lately. Either way, I'm just gonna let this run for a little bit, because, yeah, maybe this battle will last a little bit longer than I thought. Not many Americans are dying here. Alright, well, I was playing Slay the Spire while, observing the battle here on my Steam Deck, and let me just say, Slay the Spire might be my new favorite roguelike next to Balatro. Oh, so good. So good. Highly recommend. Either way, looks like these guys actually did get another 1 million kills during that time. Probably due to these guys, but the second these died, which they actually have like, I think 20 to 40k health, something like that, so they could stay alive for a while. But once they died, this staircase got flanked and died as well. So now all of these Romans are heading straight for the bridge defense over here, where these guys, I mean, they have done a fantastic job of holding out this bridge against the attacking zombies. So these are not zombies, these are Romans, oh my god. But it's obvious that assault rifles are way better at bridge defenses than the shotgun units were. Not that the shotgun units would still be alive if they were assault rifle units, because, I mean, the front here died on its own, but the flank did contribute to it, so, oh, yeah, maybe if that bridge had held longer, we'd be in a better situation here for the U.S. Army, but as it stands right now, these guys are about to get side-flanked. It does look like the Romans are going to be moving, like, kind of front and then over here instead of running diagonally over here, which is maybe a good thing, but I think eventually they'll just so crash into here and really destroy everything. It could be a little bit messy. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I don't think these guys will hold out for too much longer. I think if it was just the bridge they had to deal with, they certainly would. But with this flank happening, it's probably going to be over fairly quickly here. Still impressive that they've gotten, you know, 4.5 million kills since there are 4.94 million Romans remaining. I think that's pretty good, but yeah, look at this. They're already collapsing in, and these guys were distracted, so they didn't really shoot them, and so now the Romans are going to start getting serious kills on this area here, and these guys are likely all to go down fairly quickly. Not too good looking, but they gave it their all, baby. They gave it their all. Let's watch this time lapse here. Well, we have our L, delivered by the Romans of ye old times. Let me know if you guys want to see some other battles on this map. I feel like it would be a very, very cool medieval army defense against maybe, I don't know, a zombie attack or something like that. Or medieval army versus Roman, something like that. So we haven't done melee versus melee in a while, and I think that could be pretty cool. Either way, the W does go to the Romans this time around. I believe last time the U.S. Army just absolutely dominated them by holding out outright, essentially. So to see melee units gaining a victory against gun units again is rather refreshing, but I wish it was done in a little bit better of a manner, because 4.8 million Romans still remain, which is pretty horrible. The U.S. Army did not do that well. They killed half of them. All-out warfare has erupted on Skull Island. The U.S. military has deployed, knowing that the island is filled to the brim with valuable resources like oil. But suddenly, an enemy force begins to death charge them. Skull Island is home to Caesar's Lost Legion. Roman soldiers come from the ground and begin to attack the newly landed U.S. Army. The first wave is merely 5 million soldiers. However, there will be multiple other waves, and the United States military must hold out versus each wave. And every wave will count towards the next wave of troopers, meaning the number of soldiers the US loses in each wave will affect the next defense that they must execute on Skull Island. This is the brand new update for Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2, which adds custom map making. So guys, if you enjoy the video, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you have not already, and let's go ahead and fight upon Skull Island. What's up, gamers? I'm here to tell you about Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is an amazing place where you can get some fire deals on all sorts of video games. Seriously, it's like 60 to 95% off, as you can see here. These are all of the Star Wars titles they have. They literally have every Star Wars title. You can also get XCOM here, Men of War Assault Squad 2. All of the games I play on the channel you can buy here for extremely cheap prices. If you use my affiliate link in the description, it helps me out a ton. So thank you guys for listening to this sponsorship, and thank you to Instant Gaming for continuing to sponsor the channel. Alright boys, starting us off with 88,300 US Army soldiers and 5.37 million Romans, so slightly over 5 million troopers. However, they've got a wide variety of troopers. You can see arrows bouncing off of the Abrams tanks over here. Those are from the Roman archers. We've also got centurions, legionnaires, praetorian guards, etc., etc. Quite a bit of variety for the Roman troops, including some Roman generals in there as well. It's going to be pretty deadly for the US because despite the Romans only have bows, arrows, catapults, swords, and shields, they still have quite a bit of armor and overwhelming numbers. I mean, they outnumber the US like 100 to 1 or something. I don't know the exact ratio, but it's quite a bit. And the US may have superior weaponry in their tanks, and of course they've got sea whizzes and missile systems back there, but the Romans have been known to break through those eventually. It's gonna be difficult for the US Army here. Now, there are multiple flanks to Skull Island, such as over here, where we have another US division, which really doesn't have much in terms of defensive armor. This is mainly just US riflemen here, and you can see that is affecting their lines quite a bit as the Romans start to eat away at them extremely quickly, actually. This is a little bit disconcerting because the US Army is taking heavy losses right here. Arrow fire pouring in, and their Kevlar armor is going to be able to stop a little bit of that, but you know, they'll do chiclet damage to the US Army soldiers as they go, and that's going to be quite deadly. Over on this ridge over here of Skull Island, we have additional US riflemen. These are more just conscripts. However, they've got a very nice bridge defense going on right here that they're going to be able to hold out, I think, for quite a while. It's going to be really tough for the Romans to break through here. Then, if we go all the way back here, we have the backline defenses on Skull Island, where we have US machine gunners, the last line of defense for the US, if it comes to that. And then, on the far right over this way, we have the right flank of the US, which is more riflemen over here. And Romans are just now kind of getting over this way to attack them. And there we go, there's a little bit of US fire hitting some of these guys. Shouldn't be too bad, though, because they have another one of these sort of choke points, and it seemed to be holding on the other side of Skull Island, and hopefully it also holds on this side of Skull Island, too. Now, let's see. Okay, so there was a US defense right around here somewhere, and it seems as though they're all dead, because now these folks are just sprinting towards the US Army soldiers in the back lines, where we've got US marksmen that are going to be guarding these missile systems over here, and those missile systems are very important to keep alive because they are responsible for killing large swaths of Roman troopers at once, with each shot potentially killing a few hundred troopers if it's a juicy enough stack of Roman troopers. And here we go, the marksmen starting to fire away. Okay, a couple Romans getting nice and close there, but they managed to get shot down before they can do too much damage. In the front lines over here, M1 Abrams look like are taking a lot more damage. It's getting rough, and the riflemen backing them up are trying to assist as much as possible. But again, there's a crap ton of enemies coming forward. It's going to be hard to manage to destroy all these guys. That's for sure. This is going to be a testing battle for the US. But I did want to zoom out a little bit here and show off Skull Island. So It's kind of hard to see, but it does resemble a skull here. You got the nose, you got the mouth, you got the 2 eye holes, and then those are like the eyebrow holes or something? I don't know. But yeah, it does look like a skull, and it's completely surrounded by water. You just can't see the water over there because it kind of despawns if you're far enough away. See, now it's spawning in. You can see the water. But yeah, it's a pretty cool map. This is a pretty preliminary map for the Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 modding maps update, which is pretty sick. We do have some other maps that I really want to do soon too, but I wanted to start with Skull Island and sort of work my way through the maps as they get released. There's also a really dope Bridge Fortress map that just got released. There's also a cool Death Tunnel map I want to play, so I'm very excited about this. This update could be huge, and I think the longer we go, the more sick maps we're going to be seeing coming out. And really, the barrier to entry is a lot higher than I realized. I was talking to Jamie D, a pretty prolific modder in Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2's community, and he was kind of saying, like, yeah, it's a bit of a barrier to entry because you have to learn how to do modding in Unity. It's not its own, like, engine creator, and I think that would have helped a lot if they did have their own engine creator, but then I think they would have to, like, ground up build an entire, like, new game to create an engine to build maps on. So yeah, if you want to build maps, you technically can in Unity for free. If you're just doing it non-commercially, you can get a subscription to Unity and do that. I actually used to work for Unity. I quit in 2021, but fun fact, I didn't do any coding or anything that I did QA testing, and then I also ran some socials for a few of their apps. But that's completely beyond the point. Just, there is a little bit of a barrier to entry in order to build maps, but I'm hoping that a few people will be interested and will continue to get good new maps as we go, and as the months go by, people don't give up on the map creation or anything like that, because that would be tragic. Either way, you can see the missile systems over here just spamming out. The Sea Whizzes also probably getting thousands and thousands of kills, really racking them up. And in fact, the US Army has 1 million kills so far. But remember, this is just wave 1 of the Romans, and however many soldiers the US Army loses during this battle will carry on to the next wave as well. So it's very important that not only the US wins this battle, but also they survive with enough troopers to hopefully survive the next wave as well. Now, the catapults are coming in this way. They're pretty fragile weapons, so hopefully they go down before they could get too many rocks off, but they could really devastate the forward US lines over here, even doing some serious damage to M1 Abrams too. So that could be deadly going forward. I also want to check out... Okay, so the left flank is doing actually a little bit worse. Yeah, this is not good. Oh, and look at this. Romans actually flanking around the flank from down below and coming around the back here. That's not good. Yeah, these US Army soldiers over this way are getting absolutely destroyed as these Roman troopers just dig through them and cut down hundreds of US troopers every second. That is not good. Luckily, there is the back machine gun flank there to hold out, but yeah, this side is not holding out quite like the other cheek over that way in Skull Island. A little bit of missile fire helping out. That actually is very helpful. Look at that. Disruption. Get more shots out that way. Please, protect our flanks, dude. Protect our flanks, although these guys are getting flanked themselves from over here and over here as those corners have fallen. That's not good either. Oy vey! This is quite bad, actually. Why don't we go ahead and do a little time-lapse here, because we got a lot of battle to go through. 3.7 million remaining Roman soldiers and 74,000 remaining US Army soldiers. Let's get it, baby. Alright boys, it's been about 20 minutes and it looks like the first wave of Romans is almost kaputs here. They're getting absolutely destroyed, 4.2 million deaths, only 600,000 remaining, and the US Army still has 60,000 soldiers. For the next wave, they'll definitely be looking pretty good as they've got plenty to bring back to this battlefield, which is fantastic. Now, this flank over this way seems to no longer be getting attacked. This one over here pretty much fully died, and it actually looks like a number of Roman soldiers tried to flank around towards the machine gunners over here, but they got wiped, so that's good for them. And yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and next battle shrink the battlefield too, so they'll also lose this ground over here, and the corner cheeks, they'll also lose those positions because those guys all died, but they'll still be able to set up here and of course in the middle and the back. So yeah, we'll also rearrange the remaining 60,000 US troops, but there's still some battle to go. The Abrams are mostly dead. There's a few remaining, so why don't we watch these? But I think this is a guaranteed US victory for Wave 1. There we go, 58,000 remaining US Army soldiers. They've defeated the Romans once. Now let's see if they can do it again with their 58 million. Or, thousand, rather. Alright boys, we have our 58,000 military soldiers remaining, and we've condensed them down. So, we moved the flanks that were left alive over here, as well as in the way back, to these two corners right here, just below the nose. And then the middle section is still around, but we condensed more troopers to these little flank routes here to protect the midsection, and then we reinforced the middle with additional soldiers. The Abrams and these soldiers remain over this way, and another 5 million of these Roman troops begin their assault against the remaining US Army soldiers. Now, the US is considerably weakened from their previous start. They had, what, 90,000, I believe it was? So, they've lost a total of about 32k troopers. So, they're down by about a third, which could make or break it, because during these battles, things go exponentially bad. So if the US ends up losing a third in the last battle and they only have 2/3 remaining, they still are losing a third of their firepower, so they're not going to be able to get as many kills either, so they're exponentially going to lose more soldiers this time around, in theory. But they could still manage to do it with their troopers left alive. These flanks over here being guarded is definitely going to be a saving grace of this battle. If this was wide open, I think things would be a lot more problematic, but we were able to condense down. Now, I'm wondering if any troops are going to flank around to the back over here, because right now no one really is. There's still the potential that they will, but at the moment that's not happening, although over here it looks like they are. So these guys are crossing down this way, and actually that's kind of smart to go under the hill. That way there's less time for these troopers over here to fire at them, since they're kind of out of sight. But, yeah, they're going to start firing. We're seeing a little bit of chiclet fire going after these guys. Nothing too serious, though. Usually it takes quite a while for ranged units to react in this game. So, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a lack of fire for most of these guys. There's still a lot of these guys aren't firing right now. Come on, boys. There we go. More are now, but the front guys aren't. Guys, what are you doing? There we go. Wow, these guys are bozos. They're now, okay, now almost all of them are firing. Still not all of them, but most of them are. That's crazy how long it took for all these guys to start firing away. My goodness, they really let these Romans get awfully close over here. Oh, look at this. Yeah, they almost got some swings on these guys down this way. Oh, that could be bad. We've got already 800 dead US Army soldiers and 330,000 dead Roman soldiers. quite impressive if you were to ask me. Things are going pretty well, though, for the U.S. They're not doing too bad. I mean, they're almost at 1,000 deaths, so at about 57,000 troopers remaining now, but they've still got a lot of fight left in them, and they might just be able to win this round here. Let's go ahead and watch these guys over here. Since we didn't really watch many of the flanks in the last battle, let's watch these guys getting death charged across this little narrow bridge. Well, the corner here is holding, and so is everything else, really. There's 54,000 U.S. Army soldiers remaining. They're doing fantastic. We can see there's a lot of catapults now lining up and firing, which is actually blocking a lot of soldiers from coming forward, so that's not super helpful, but at the very least, the catapults are getting some kills here, so maybe the U.S. Army will take additional losses as we go here. But 53,944 of them remaining makes me think that they are going to defeat the Roman army here yet again. But, I mean, we'll see. We'll keep this one going, but I think we're going to have a wave 3 of Romans on Skull Island. And I think if the U.S. wins again on wave 3 with their remaining soldiers, they win completely because... You know, they have to have a win condition. It's not just going to be unlimited troops. I think a win condition is necessary, so it's going to be 3 waves win. So if they can hold with a substantial number of troopers still alive here, I think that would be pretty solid. That would be pretty solid. But if they lose a bunch of soldiers due to these catapults very soon, things could get a lot worse. But let's check it out. And yes, the U.S. Army, yet again, survives. So now they've got 45,000 troopers remaining, which is exactly half of what they had at the very start. So, well, okay, apparently there's a couple more Romans over here. They're stuck, though. Okay, that's fine. Let's see if they can survive Wave 3. Alright, lads. 45,000 remaining U.S. Army soldiers, half of their starting force. However, if they succeed in killing all of the Romans this time around, they succeed totally. They win the day. Now, the Romans still continuing on with their same army as before, which has proven to be quite strong every single time. They get tens of thousands of kills. So, you know, potentially they could do it this time around. Now, this time I did really just kind of consolidate the U.S. units. I didn't move anyone around, just consolidated their positions to make them a little bit more reinforced, a little bit stronger in different areas. But we did have to, of course, cut down the number of troopers to 45,000, so, you know, Well, the flanks in particular are a little bit weaker, I would say, overall. These shotgun units over here should be able to get a number of kills, but they might end up going down as there's just not a ton of them. But I made sure the base area back this way with these troopers is still quite strong, because those guys, well, they're essential. They are quite essential to the battlefield. Same with this right side where, yeah, again, just a little bit weaker than before. Might end up collapsing a bit quicker this time, but we needed the back to be strong, so they actually had a real chance of victory here, and hopefully these guys can at least slow down the enemy, allow the back lines to get more shots into them, and maybe that way they'll resist a little bit further. Sea-Wiz is over here, still firing away really nicely. Abrams still resisting enemy attacks, and of course the missile systems back here continuing to pour fire out. So overall, U.S. Army lines are still extremely strong, but it is going to get tougher from here. They've already got 200,000 kills under their belt, but they've already lost 1,500 troopers, so they're down to 43,800 troops remaining. Let's go ahead and do an overhead time-lapse back here. Okay, we're already down to 4.1 million Roman soldiers remaining, but I am noticing this right flank is completely broken now, and Roman soldiers are getting awfully close to some of the US soldiers defending over this way. Let's see the left flank. Okay, this one's holding up a little bit better, which is good. Actually, they're holding up a lot better. Barely any of these troopers have died, so they're doing okay. In total, about 5,000 U.S. Army soldiers have died, so 40,500 currently remain. We've still got Abrams, we've still got Sea-Wizes, but definitely those flanks are getting impacted heavily, and the very, very flanks are also getting impacted quite a bit. Let's actually watch the extinguishing of this flank here, because these guys are surely going to be going down fully very soon, which will lead to a complete flank of the missile systems, which is no bueno. Yeah, that flank did not last very long, and now the Romans are going straight for the missile systems, which is really bad news. These things are going to be able to defend themselves at least a little bit, but probably not an awful lot, which is no bueno. On this flank over here, they are surviving though, which is very good to see. These machine gunners haven't really seen a ton of action during this video, but now they're going to be in the thick of it. 38,000 U.S. Army soldiers remaining, and 3.7 million Romans remain, but these flanks are deeply concerning. Front line still holding nicely, but if these flanks continue, it could be bad. Although it does look like the numbers coming from this side are dwindling, less are focusing from over there, so that could be a very good thing. Maybe this won't be a horrible flank after all, but let's watch it coming in from overhead over here, because it could be devastating. Well, the flank attack on the right side has all but petered out, so just a few soldiers coming forward. They didn't even manage to kill one of these missile systems, likely because the missile systems just turn around and clap them with missiles. That tends to be how those work. And back here, the machine gunners still holding very strong. I mean, they are still taking losses, but they're holding out, and that's good to see. 27,000 U.S. soldiers still remain, and they're holding out beautifully, which is quite impeccable. Quite impeccable indeed. Absolutely love to see it. I do have to say, when this time-lapse was happening, I saw Zelensky's meeting, and I just want to say to all my Ukrainian fans out there, as well as all of it, there's a huge RTS strategy gaming community in Ukraine. And those guys are absolute legends, working literally while under siege. Just absolutely incredible. So, just Slava Ukraine, man. Like, I love Ukraine. I have some ancestors from there. Everyone in the community I have met has been so genuine and so kind-hearted from there. So just, yeah, I mean, I think we should support them staunchly. You know, we're just sending old weapons we don't even use anymore, barely any cash, and quite frankly, I'm probably going to donate some cash too, because it's common decency. I don't know, like I don't know what's going on, but yeah, I just want to say to all my Ukrainian fans out there, stay safe. You still have so many supporters. I'm glad to see Europe is supporting them staunchly. Canada, other first world powers continuing to support Ukraine, and I wish we were as well. But yeah, I just really hurt me to see that, because I have so many friends in the gaming community and developers I've worked with from Ukraine, and it's just it breaks my heart. So just wanted to mention that as I just watched the meeting, which I am embarrassed for my country. But either way, let's continue to time lapse. I think the U.S. has this here, 26,000 of them remaining, and 1.5 million Romans remain. Let's see how this goes. Okay, still 25,000 U.S. soldiers remaining, and 270,000 Romans, so it is looking like another U.S. victory. The flank here is just about petered out overall. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to be a victory for the U.S. Let's just keep it going. Well, that's about it right there. That's all she wrote. 1,400 zombies remaining, and they're just kind of trickling in. No, these aren't zombies. These are Romans. My bad. They're trickling in or stuck on the cliff sides. They got slaughtered, man. U.S. finally getting a victory against them. It's taken a while. I feel like we've had a bunch of losses recently in the U.S. versus Roman series that we've been doing, but this time they managed it. This is the largest Roman army versus modern U.S. Army battle we have ever done. It is going to span over multiple islands, with cities distributed throughout those islands and various bridges connecting them. The Roman army has 10 million soldiers of Praetorian guards, legionnaires, auxiliary swordsmen, spearmen, and more, while the U.S. Army has 102,000 troopers, along with M1 Abrams tanks, Sea Whizzes, and missile systems in their back lines. Let's find out if today the U.S. Army can defeat the Roman legionnaires in a brutal city-island battle. If you guys do enjoy, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and comment down below what other battle suggestions you have. Either way, let's get into it here. What's up, gamers? I'm here to tell you about Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is an amazing place where you can get some fire deals on all sorts of video games. Seriously, it's like 60 to 95% off, as you can see here. These are all of the Star Wars titles they have. They literally have every Star Wars title. You can also get XCOM here, Men of War Assault Squad 2. All of the games I play on the channel you can buy here for extremely cheap prices. If you use my affiliate link in the description, it helps me out a ton. So thank you guys for listening to this sponsorship, and thank you to Instant Gaming for continuing to sponsor the channel. Alrighty then, boys, pressing start right now, and the Romans begin their assault on the U.S. Army defenders here. Now, we've done many Roman versus U.S. Army battles in the past, and it's come down to pretty even results. The U.S. Army tends to win when they have really good choke points, and the Roman Army tends to win when their numbers can really match up against the U.S. Army firepower and are able to overwhelm them in a little bit more of an open battlefield. Now, this battle in particular is a mix of both of those strategies, so I'm really not sure which faction is going to win this one. We've got defenders in various cities which are really good choke point defenses. But then we've also got some wide open areas that the Romans are going to be able to flank around. The problem with the US was there was not enough faction teams to cover every single bridge. So there are a number of positions where they just had to leave them blank, like over here. But then there's other positions where they control the entirety of the island, like these troopers over this way, who are, I think, going to have a really good time because they've also got the Sea Whizzes behind them. We've also got the missile systems back this way in our final stand position, where we've got a number of U.S. machine gunners ready to hold out if it comes to that. Missile systems already firing out at some of these bridges off in the distance, as are the M1A2 Abrams that are holding the back lines of the strongest U.S. Army infantry division with a total of about 30,000 troops in a solid line across here. Now, there are these interesting little blobs on the battlefield. I believe the map creator of this, because this is a part of the Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 map building update that has graced us. One of the best updates, if not the best updates, Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 has ever done. But this map has some odd blobs on it and stuff like that. I think they're supposed to represent forests, because if you zoom out, I believe it's supposed to be actually like a map of the Netherlands or something along those lines. I don't know. It's a really curious map, but I really like it in its simplicity, and the simplicity allows you to get a ton of units on the battlefield because it's not super laggy. Either way, the middle section here is taking some serious damage as they are fighting some of the Praetorian guards up front here, which are some of the strongest Roman units, so they're not doing super hot. They are getting some of that M1A2 Abrams fire in with them, and I think the boys on top of these little tree domes are going to have an easier time because these guys won't really go up there to attack them for a while, not until the immediate troopers down below are taken care of. Then they might pivot upwards and start taking on some of the higher up units. So they should be able to get some good sniper fire going for a while here up top on those mounds. The far right side over this way seems to be doing far better for these defenders in the middle section, as they're taking care of business on this choke point easily, but the left side, if this crumbles, then the right side will also likely have a very hard time. Missile systems continuing to fire as well, though, so maybe they can stack up some serious kills alongside these defenders here and do some damage to some of these Roman soldiers coming on forward. This city in the middle here, you can see, is developing quite the body pile of the enemy Roman soldiers. Thousands of them already dead over here as these U.S. Army troopers continue to hold out and get full charged by more Praetorians. It seems like most of the Praetorians are in the front lines for the Roman soldiers. We've also got catapults in the way back lines. It'll be interesting to see what they end up doing in this battle, because sometimes they are extremely effective and other times they die super easily. They have very strong shots, but they have extremely weak armor, so one or two bullets from a gun can usually take them out. That is not very good, considering the fact that there's thousands of bullets flying in the air every second here. This small city over here is getting pretty badly invaded right now. That's not looking too hot. At least this little inner city island area has two bridge defenses they can use, so those guys will probably be a little bit better off once these cities on the outskirts fall. These bridges over here are doing fantastic. These guys are just straight up holding right now. the Roman army is not able to penetrate through. These guys do have shotguns, so maybe that is playing a part in it. They have a little bit more close quarters abilities than the riflemen. Although the riflemen can get their shots out faster, these guys just do more damage at closer range. So that could be helping. How's it going over here where they're getting flanked? It's actually not going too bad. They're actually holding their own decently enough despite being flanked over this way, and they've still got plenty of soldiers alive here to continue trampling these enemies. All the way over this way, these Romans are getting destroyed. These are some of the auxiliary spearmen, so they're probably some of the weaker Roman units leading the charge here, and they are just getting full dominated by the troopers over here. Oh, and these are marksmen. So these marksmen probably have higher damage than the other U.S. Army troopers, plus they're fighting a weaker Roman unit, so they're doing pretty good for themselves. They're doing pretty well. They are getting flanked slightly over here, but it's nothing too worrisome as of yet. Let's go check back in on the far left side. The far right side seems to be holding very nicely on this major island here, and this island hasn't even gotten involved yet, but then the left side is not having as good of a time. Missile systems still firing out, but over here the M1A2 Abrams are starting to get full charged by some of these Roman soldiers, so that's not going to help them out very well. We've also got this bridge all the way over here where really just a trickle of Romans is coming forward, and they are getting full slaughtered by some Delta Force soldiers over here, so they're not doing too hot right now. That's going to be a tough one for sure to take for the Romans. I think right now the best bet for the Romans is to continue to full assault here in the middle, and then that's going to open up a lot of flank routes for them to take on some of the island cities and things like that. And also, if they can get back to the missile systems and take those out real quick, that'd be great for the Romans, because right now those missile systems are just getting freebie shots on them and getting some serious kills just without any threat to themselves. I mean, each shot probably doing like 500 kills or so against the Romans. It's fairly devastating, so they definitely need to take care of those. Over here, these guys slowly being whittled down, but this side's still doing quite nicely for themselves, and it might be worse once this little city area ends up falling over here. But why don't we go ahead and watch the action over this way on this island, because I think this is one of the most interesting islands to watch. You can see all the Romans coming forward and these island dwellers having to defend on multiple different fronts. And there's the Sea Whizzes firing out, so those are getting active a little bit too. Not too shabby. Let's do our first time lapse of the video. I hope you guys are enjoying. Please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe. Let's get it. Okay, it's been about 20 minutes, and a decent amount has happened. This bridge over here is now being populated by Romans flanking around the back of these shotgun units over here. So these guys could be in trouble with that two-front war going on. Still got Sea Whizzes firing away. That is glorious to see. Yeah, baby. And a pretty solid defense in the middle section over here. This is good, because these troopers aren't at risk of dying, really, as there's still more troopers on the ground, so they won't get targeted right away. And they're able to just shoot up these Romans really, really easily. So that's going well for them. This island is also holding decently. They've got that cover fire from those guys over there, and they're doing nice fire themselves over this way. So they're at least holding well, although they are losing a little bit of ground here and there as soldiers are dying on the battlefield right here. So that's, you know, it's good, but it's not great. Same thing happening over here. And this city over here has also fallen, except for the troopers up top, who are now getting pummeled by catapult fire, which is never a very good thing, and that could be rather risky going forward, but they're still creating some serious body piles over here, so I think things are still going okay for them. Those catapults are getting in here and making a difference, though, on the battlefield. You can see little spots where they've hit some of these soldiers and taken them down. The M1 Abrams, though, should be able to get some very good kills on them and stop them from completely dominating the battlefield. Although this left side over here is completely squashed now, so that's a bummer. This bridge over here will start getting crossed once the rest of those M1 Abrams die, and this bridge over here is doing just great. Honestly, they're doing fine. Missile systems still firing out. The backline city not even involved in the battle as of yet, so that's a good thing for the U.S. Army as well. These Abrams, once they die, again, there will be a flank over that way, but we don't have to worry about that for now, and the city might get assaulted during that too. But what's more than likely going to happen is they'll start sending more forces to flank these guys over this way. Now, as for this still hasn't had anything happening yet, and these guys over here are still defending really, really nicely. Look at that. Wow. They are destroying. Not even losing anyone here. No one over here is losing soldiers. That's crazy. They do run the risk of flanks, though, as these troopers are coming in and wiping out the shotgun units that we saw over here slowly but surely, and then once they finish them, they'll pivot and go into the flanks of those guys, and that could be a threat later on. But for now, they're holding quite nicely, and it shows in the numbers. There's only 7.24 million zombies remaining, so almost 3 million have died at this point. And on top of that, there's still 82,000 remaining U.S. Army soldiers, so only about 20,000 of them have died. That's pretty good results, I would say, so far. Why don't we watch the middle section here with the M1 Abrams firing away, and the last of these U.S. Army soldiers as catapults come in with Roman reinforcements. Okay, the Abrams defensive line has gone down, and now these boys are flanking around the back. It looks like they swiftly killed the Seawizes there and are now starting their assault on this smaller island this way, which the catapults are knocking a lot of these soldiers around, which could be a huge problem because they can just knock them, straight into the water where they'll drown. Oh, not very fun, but there's a lot of troopers here, so maybe they can make a comeback. This side's still doing totally fine. They're all good. How about the shotgun units over this way? They're still doing okay too. Some of them have been tossed around by the catapults, it seems, but beyond that, they're doing well. So that's good for them. And then the middle bridge here is almost complete. Well, it is completely destroyed. So these guys are actually coming around there too. Wowza. Oh. Wow. These guys made very quick progress. That was only a 15-minute time lapse, and they've already destroyed this city here. Well, not completely, but for the most part. Wow. These catapults are on a tear, man. Missile system's still good. These guys over here are still good in defending this little holdout here, which is, nice to see. And over here still, where actually there's so many bodies that they're building up in the water so much. That's crazy. Ooh, but this is not looking good overall. The last stand area back here I thought would be really powerful is not turning out to be very powerful. I think this island over here has the best shot still of maintaining and defending. And these areas over here, by the way, they've almost killed the entirety of their Romans that are coming towards them. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Holy cow. I think these guys will hold for a while longer. I think this could be trouble over here, though. Let's watch the city defense along with the missile system's last stand over here, because I think they'll hopefully get some more kills, but they're definitely dying out. Still 6.2 million Romans remaining and 62,700 remaining U.S. Army defenders. Crazy, crazy stuff. It went quickly. Okay, the missile systems lasted for about 8 more minutes before going down. Now these guys are susceptible to a very big flank from behind right there. That's not very good. Catapults also hitting them from that bridge as well. So they're still getting a lot of kills, but definitely things could change. This bridge is a non-problem for them still, though. Let's go check out over here on this island if anything has changed. Not really. They're still defending in the same way over here. Definitely a lot more catapult hits, which does cause some damage, but they're still holding pretty decently. And same thing can be said for over here. And the shotgun units over here have definitely taken some more damage, but they also are still holding. These are the guys we should probably watch next, as they're getting pretty full charged right now. So why don't we watch these guys defending? We've got 6.3 million Roman army soldiers remaining and 58,000 U.S. Army soldiers. I might have called them zombies at some point. I do that for some reason, because we do so many zombie battles, I sometimes call the Roman zombies. My bad. Well, they lasted for quite some time there, but are now starting to get ground down by the incoming Romans. It's probably going to be Jover for the shotgun units fairly soon. This island still holding strong. This also holding strong. They are getting flanked a little bit, and that will only increase once those shotgun units are gone, but at the very least, they're holding perfectly fine right now. Let's go see if the folks over here are still alive. I see gunfire, so they must be. Yeah, let's go! Ayo, Delta Force still coming in clutch over here and maintaining their position. They've obviously lost quite a number of soldiers thus far, but they are still holding, which is the important thing. Why don't we watch this now, because these guys are probably the next ones to go down, them or the shotgun units. And they're a pretty important piece. So 6 million Romans remaining. I think I called them zombies again. My bad. And 45,700 U.S. Army units remaining. Alright, 20 minutes later, and these guys are just about all dead. It's like, oh, this guy's just chilling here. He'll get shot by a catapult at some point and go down. There's a couple more doing that over here too, so they'll distract for a little bit longer. We're down to 5.7 million Roman army soldiers and 37,900 U.S. Army soldiers remaining. This island still holding, although it looks like this bridge is getting conquered. That probably means the shotgun units over here, yep, are all dead. Now these boys are flanking our troops with the marksman rifles over here a bit more. They do have some decent choke points over here, so hopefully they can hold for longer. And they're not really getting attacked from this side too much anymore, as they've killed most of those guys, and almost nothing over here either. So that's very good for them. It's this island or bust, I feel like. If this island falls, then those guys are going to get flanked from another bridge, and they just cannot have that happen to them, or they will be cooked. But it seems like this island is doing pretty decently. Let's watch this bridge assault, baby!
"4 minutes of pure U.S. Army time-lapsing beauty. That's incredible."
They're still losing troops due to the catapults, but that's mainly it. They are holding these bridges like crazy right now. Insanity. The right side, not doing as well though. That's a toughie. That is a toughie. How are these fellas doing? Okay, so these guys are just chilling. They're not even firing, bro. These guys over here, though, they are getting involved in some serious combat. We knew that before, but really seems to be ramping up a little bit. But they're still holding. They're doing fine. The U.S. Army might be able to do this. There's 5.6 million, I think. Yeah, not zombies, Romans, god dang it. Romans remaining. Let's continue to watch. They're just cooking, man. Let them cook. "36 minutes later, we're at 4.7 million Romans remaining and 27,000 U.S. Army soldiers remaining. The defense remains basically the same throughout. No real developments anywhere yet. It's the same defensive points. So we're going to go ahead and let this ride for a while. That way we don't run out of time-lapsing space on my computer. But yeah, we'll check back in maybe like half an hour to an hour. Alright boys, ended up letting it run for about 2 hours there, and it looks like the Roman army is coming deep into this middle island now. Not so much on this side, but for sure over here they've made some big gains. Over this way, not much has changed. These guys have it gravy right now. The problem is they won't have it gravy if the enemy comes in their flank from this island over here. But this, despite losing a little bit of territory, is still holding really, really nicely here. And there's only 2.36 million Roman army soldiers left alive, so they're still doing quite well for themselves, and 23,900 U.S. Army soldiers alive. So this could be a U.S. Army victory here. It is looking like they have the potential to make it. I mean, it's still up in there. 2.3 million Romans is a lot, but I like our odds here. Let's watch. Looks like some more progress has been made this way, and you can see there's a lot of dead U.S. Army soldiers with no dead enemies around them, which probably means the catapults are starting to find their marks more and more. So that's definitely a danger. But this side over here is still doing quite well for themselves. Although this group might be going down soon-ish. I'm not totally sure. Let's continue seeing over here, though, because this is the main course of action right now. Guys, I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden the lag came through hard. We're getting about 2 FPS, which is just absolutely horrible. Now, the game speed should be still okay. It's just really chunky. So I'm gonna stop recording because I think we can get 4 or 5 FPS if we're not recording, and just let this ride for a while, and hopefully it fixes itself. But this is really weird. We've had this glitch in the past, but yeah, right now it's worse than ever. 2 FPS is disgusting. Yeah, so let's just let this ride. Sorry. Okay, boys, it's been another 2 hours, and the FPS never got any better. When I wasn't recording, I was getting like 4 FPS, so yeah, I don't know what happened, but we are still, when recording, getting 2 FPS, which is absurd. Now, the US Army did falter. I don't know if that was due to the lag, because lag can impact the soldiers on the battlefield. I don't know. I just don't know. They did get another million kills, though, so there was only 1.18 million remaining Romans by the end of the battle. And apparently there's 200 US Army soldiers, but literally I can't move anywhere. Like, the lag is so bad, I can't move anywhere. So, on the horizon is 10 million charging Roman army time travelers, deploying on the beaches of Normandy. And this is a US Army nuclear ICBM missile system. And in today's video, we're going to be finding out if one nuke can destroy the Roman army. Answer, probably not. Here we go. I mean, it's a big shot right there. That absolutely shreds an entire section of the Roman army. But there's a whole bunch more coming forward, and now the ICBM is facing the wrong direction. So, when this battle inevitably fails and the nuclear missile system gets overrun, then we're going to have to go ahead and increase its numbers, slowly but surely, until we get an answer to our question of how many ICBM nuclear missile systems can take on the Roman army. And we'll probably also be adding in a number of additional units for the US Army, perhaps some guards to buy it more time, etc., etc. But all of which will be taking place on the beaches here. Now, the Romans are coming up here against the nuclear missile system, and these legionnaires are just kind of stabbing at it with spears, which, you know, it's not the most effective thing against metal, but eventually, there we go, they do kill the crewmen inside. And the ICBM got 8,600 kills. Now, there is another type of nuke in this game. This one. And this is the God Power nuke. Now, you know, it's a little bit more powerful than the ICBM, but we're not going to be using much of that today. So, why don't we go ahead and increase the number of nuclear missile systems? What's up, gamers? I'm here to tell you about Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is an amazing place where you can get some fire deals on all sorts of video games. Seriously, it's like 60 to 95% off, as you can see here. These are all of the Star Wars titles they have. They literally have every Star Wars title. You can also get XCOM here, Men of War Assault Squad 2. All of the games I play on the channel you can buy here for extremely cheap prices. If you use my affiliate link in the description, it helps me out a ton. So thank you guys for listening to this sponsorship, and thank you to Instant Gaming for continuing to sponsor the channel. Alright, we've increased it to 5 ICBM missile systems, which are now located up on this little high rise here to give them a little bit more of a height advantage, and I think that actually helps them fire earlier. And 2 massive shots, a third, a fourth coming in, and they are just absolutely wrecking house against these Roman soldiers, already up to 92,000 kills. Now, the reload time on these bad Larrys is quite steep. Where'd they go? Ah, here they are. So it might be a minute until they get more kills, but they are up to 99,000 after just 5 nukes going off right there. Now, that is a far cry from 10 million, and you know, there are still boyos coming on to the shore here from these boats, including catapults, Roman generals, principes, triarii, etc., and some Roman archers too. So there's a lot of unit variety coming up here for the Roman army. Alright, are you guys going to be able to get another shot off before you end up getting cooked by the Romans? I'm not entirely sure. They're pretty static at the moment, and you can see the Roman lines are closing in. If you guys do enjoy these videos, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and comment down below other ideas you guys have for videos. This was actually a highly requested one, was just nukes versus either zombies or Romans, and tons of people commenting this suggestion. So if you were one of them, huge shout out to you. There was a lot, and I think it's a great idea, and I'm surprised it took me so long to make this video in general. Either way, here come the Romans charging on up. I don't even think these guys are going to get a second shot off with their nukes. They're literally just sitting there doing nothing. Rip. The reload time on this could be very detrimental, so that's why we might need to add some U.S. Army soldiers around them to help defend. There's one shot right there from one of them. Will the other four get their shots off? There's another right there, but it's really just buying them a little bit of time here. There goes another right there. They're up to now 123, now 24,000 kills, so they're doing, you know, significantly better in that regard, but still, they're likely to lose this thing now. Why don't we time-lapse their demise? There we go. Romans get the W, and the nukes didn't even get another shot off. Let's really increase the number of nukes this time. I tried to spawn in 100 ICBMs, but we only managed to get 96 in here, and I spread them out quite nicely, so they're kind of all over the place. So the Romans will have a little bit tougher of a time. I'm still fairly doubtful that they get the W here, but you know what? There is the potential for it, and look at that. I mean, the amount of missile fire spam going out from these ICBMs is absolutely bonkers. Holy cow. That absolutely clobbered huge degrees of these Romans. But the problem is they don't have good precision fire. So Roman soldiers are, you know, able to survive in the cracks of these nukes, well, not those guys, and reach some of these ICBMs. So, you know, these guys really got to get a lot of fire out in order to destroy the Roman army before any of them can reach. But many of them are, in fact, reaching, so they need some backup support from that artillery fire in the back, and I just don't see that potentially happening too much here. There's another one, and helps out those two ICBMs tremendously, preventing them from falling to the wayside. But these ones over here now getting pressed hard, and we should have spawn-ins, and yes, we do. The catapults, the archers, the additional Roman troops coming forward from their LCVP Higgins boats that I don't even know how they got those, man. They had some advanced technology. God, the Romans were impressive, weren't they? Building World War II landing craft all the way back in the day, in the ancient times. Incredible. Another ICBM going off there. There's another one, and these reload times are still killer, even though we have 100 of these guys, well, just under 100. They're still not able to get too much fire out. That reload is just crazy long. We do have 5 of them dead on the battlefield now, and you can see the Romans in the distance there just kind of going through. Why don't we bird's eye view time-lapse these getting absolutely charged by the Romans. They're up to 500,000 kills. Not bad, but they've lost 10% of their total force now. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, look at that. Oh, my goodness. Yes! They might be able to hold out for a bit, but I don't think they're winning this one. Let's see, though. Alright, the US Army nuclear missile systems fall again. There's only 6 million Romans left, so it says 1.3 million died, but I think many more died to explosive damage as well as fall damage and things like that from getting tossed in the air, which is something that happens in this game. It doesn't count as kills towards the units. And also, there is a crush from them spawning in. That does happen where units get crushed when they spawn on in, so a little bit of level killing too. However, I think we need to go ahead and spice this up because the nuclear missile systems just can't really do it alone. What we're going to do is we're going to go overkill one last time with a ton of nuclear missile systems and see if they can do it alone. And even if they can, we're going to go ahead and give them some bodyguards, because I think that's what they need. They need something to put some distance between them and the zombie army. Alright, 1,000 nuclear missile systems. Well, actually 967, since some didn't spawn in, and oh my lord. That's a lot of fire right there. Holy cow. Wow. It is literal fireworks throughout the battlefield right now. Absolute insanity. Whew! A lot of them hitting in the exact same spot though, which is just not all that effective. That is definitely one of those things where might be a waste of ammunition. Just a tad. Just a little bit of a waste of ammunition, but that's okay. That's alright. Okay, if they lose this, that's on them, man. That's on them. Let's go ahead and time-lapse it, though, because this is just goofy. And then we're going to shrink the number of nuclear missile systems, but give them some guards, and that way they can put some distance between themselves and the zombies and potentially actually squeeze out an honorable win, other than just spamming out 1,000 ICBMs. They're firing in the wrong direction in some areas. You guys are a special breed, aren't you? They're already up to 570,000 kills. Holy cow. Okay, so the Romans only got 15 kills, and I think there's Romans just kind of glitched, or I don't know what's happening. Apparently there's still 6,000 alive, but oh yeah, they are. I think they're just constantly getting shot and knocked back, but this is obviously a nuclear missile system W right here. It only took 1,000 to take on 10 million Romans. But let's go ahead and do like 20 or 30 with some guards to see if that actually works. Alright boys, we've got 66,000 modern military soldiers here and 30 ICBM missile systems at the top. So these guys must defend said missile systems from the attacking Roman armies, trying to do more with a little bit less in terms of the firepower here, and I still think they can do it, because after all, as long as these guys can allow the back line time to reload their ICBMs, they'll be okay. I mean, we did do it with 50 ICBMs and they lost pretty horribly, and now we're only giving them 30, but if these troopers can keep the enemies away, keep them distant, then I think these ICBMs can definitely do some serious damage. We've already got good shots going in, adding up to 100,000 kills already. This is not the part of the battle that I am worried about, though. I think the infantry that's guarding the ICBM should be able to annihilate these Romans pretty easily, since they're going to be very scattered due to the missile systems getting some very nice shots in. It's more so once those catapults and archers and heavier units start attacking, instead of just regular legionnaires, I think we're going to see some problems. Either way, light machine guns back here from these assault units, firing away and ripping into a number of these Roman troops, getting a few kills here and there, and doing a pretty decent job, I would say, thus far. Now, these ICBMs do need to assist them because they don't have enough infantry units to hold back these Romans on their own. I made it so they really do need that support system in order to potentially win this thing. So hopefully these guys, get those shots in that they need. We've also got troopers on the flanks up here to guard at an angle, and a round of troopers behind the ICBMs with shotguns in case they do flank around this way too. They'll be attracted to those units rather than the ICBMs, which are, of course, the most important unit of this entire battle. Now, these troopers front and center are keeping the scraps away, I would say, though I'm not really seeing too many ICBM shots going out into the beaches here. We definitely need to see more of that. We need some big boom booms here. For real, for real. Honestly, come on, guys. Are we not shooting at all? There's a horde of Romans coming forward right now. We're already at 400 losses for the modern military. There we go. Okay, good. That'll disrupt nicely. That'll disrupt nicely. They made like a nice little booba with those two shots. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Now keep firing. That was only 2 shots. You guys have 30 ICBMs. Fire more. What are we doing here? What the heck, dude? We're already up to 3,300 dead army soldiers here, which is not good. There we go. That's a beauty. Couple more beauty shots right there, but again, they need to be really firing out a heck of a lot more because these troops down here are starting to get torn asunder by the attacking enemy. This is rough. This front line probably going to lose relatively quickly. Why don't we go ahead and watch it? Oh yeah, those Romans blasted through the front line pretty quickly there. I'm hoping the next line will do a lot better. I don't think they will. They have worse guns. The flanks are doing at least okay. Oh, these units look so dope! Yes! These units are made by Jamie D, and he does really, really fantastic Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 mods on the workshop. Seriously, shout out to him. I know he's working on some UN soldiers. Actually, I haven't checked my Discord today. He might have already finished them, which would be amazing. And I will pronto record some videos with that if they are done. The UN peacekeeping forces in Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 would be so incredible. I'm really excited about that. I'm not so excited about these nuclear missile systems faltering and not doing too bueno. This is not good. 44,000 modern military units remain and 8.3 million Romans remain. Let's get the overhead here, but I think they're going to lose this one, honestly, in the defense. Alright, boys, the Roman army did, in fact, trample through. Let's do one more battle, and we'll really raise the number of U.S. Army troopers, but keep the nuclear missile systems the same. It's pretty fun to watch these time lapses with the nukes dropping, so let's keep her going. Alright, boys, this time around, 141,000 modern soldiers on the battlefield. Still the same 30 missile systems back this way, but just a lot bulkier of a defense. Here we go, missile systems already firing out yet again, and skadoosh. How many kills does one get? We have to wait for more men to land to die. This one's gonna hit, but before it hits, it's at about 22,000 kills, so I'm guessing probably more like 25,000 per shot, which is quite good, to be honest. That's a very nice. That's very good. Either way, we've seen this a few times. Let's time-lapse and just have fun watching the time-lapses. Come on in. Alright, well, they're still holding, although the enemy lines are right up against them here. The missile systems are doing a nice job of spreading out the enemy, which is good, so not all of them are coming forward all at once to attack these boyos, but still quite a number are. So, I don't know if they're going to win this one. It's tough, because they still do have 121,000 soldiers, but the enemies have 8 million, and I'm not sure the missile systems are helping enough, but time will tell. Alright, these boys are ascending the hill rather aggressively, but the defense is still holding. There's about 6.5 million Roman soldiers remaining on the battlefield. There's still more coming in from the LCVP Higgins boats back here, which is kind of crazy. That's a lot. And then over this way, they're starting to flank around, but the flanks are holding like way better than the front line, which is kind of bizarre. So I don't know, maybe the modern military will be able to do this. Why don't we do a bird's eye view one here and check it out? Okay, maybe the modern units can do this? I don't know. They're down to their last line here. There's still 2 million Romans remaining. They've done really well, though, surprisingly. But I do think they're probably going to take the L at this point. Nuclear missile systems are gone. It's just one line of units. Probably going to be an L, but they came fairly close, I feel like. And there we have it, Roman Victoire, with 2.3 million Romans remaining. What a interesting battle concept we ended up doing here. It was pretty crazy. I had a bunch of fun doing this. I like these weird random battles every once in a while that, don't really make all that much sense. Well over 10 million Roman soldiers have time traveled to the beaches of Normandy in modern-day Europe. A United Nations coalition has come together to defend said beaches against a giant Roman SPQR invasion. Representatives from nearly every nation on Earth are going to be taking part in this defense, including brand new units we've never seen before in Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2. We also have tanks, machine guns, battleships, and Apache helicopters defending the beaches. So they're bringing the firepower. However, the Roman army will be constantly landing on the beach, and we have all new Roman army units we've never used before in this game either, so we'll see how much of a punch they end up packing. Either way, if you guys do enjoy this video, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and comment down below. Now let's get into it. Alrighty then, gamers, pressing start right now, and the first vanguard units of the Roman army begin their charge forward. There's 2 million units already spawning on the beach here, charging the modern armies. We also have a World War II battleship right here that was recommissioned from World War II for the modern defense and then beached, so they're using the massive guns on the front of it to fire into the Romans, just for some extra fun. We've got the Sea Whiz guns firing away, taking out large swaths of Romans almost immediately right there. Absolute devastation. My goodness, look at these things ramping up. We've also got Abrams firing out. We have Russian TOS-1 missile systems up here too, which are fairly devastating. Apache helicopters, which are able to fire missiles as well. And it looks like our brand new Chinese army units are beginning to fire away with their weapons here. Beautiful. Look at that. I love when we get new modern soldiers in this game because they're so fun to do these modern versus medieval or Roman or ancient army type battles. It's one of my favorite things in Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2. Either way, these Roman footmen are coming on forward, but the beaches are beginning to fill up with the new Roman units as well. We have some Roman swordsmen here. We have Roman archers, which we've seen before. We've got brand new Roman spearmen on the battlefield as well. And there should be some other Roman footmen units and Roman generals and stuff like that on the battlefield too. Some really fun new Roman mods available to us, which I think are going to be more powerful than your standard Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 Roman soldiers. Over here we've got Russian BTRs firing away as well. Some of these Roman soldiers are getting really close to them. These things aren't the strongest. Yeah, they only have 20,000 health, so I imagine they'll go down relatively easily, but they do have flechetta fire, so they can kill a lot of Romans all at once with every single shot. They might also have a slight trample ability when they wiggle around like this, so I think they might be killing a few Romans that way as well. It'll be interesting to see. By the way, this is a weird glitch from one of the mods, but just a giant wall spawns right here. The Romans can walk through it. It's just a visual thing. I don't know why it exists, but yeah, in case you're curious. What's up, gamers? I'm here to tell you about Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is an amazing place where you can get some fire deals on all sorts of video games. Seriously, it's like 60 to 95% off, as you can see here. These are all of the Star Wars titles they have. They literally have every Star Wars title. You can also get XCOM here, Men of War Assault Squad 2. All of the games I play on the channel you can buy here for extremely cheap prices. If you use my affiliate link in the description, it helps me out a ton. So thank you guys for listening to this sponsorship, and thank you to Instant Gaming for continuing to sponsor the channel. Either way, at the moment, the modern army defense is fully revved up and absolutely destroying the oncoming Romans. I mean, they're not even getting close to the Abrams, except for this one guy right here. Look at him go! Go, my friend! Oh, sad. He made it so far. In fact, so much farther than the rest of the Romans. Just no one wanted to shoot him, I guess. Maybe he's friendly with the the modern soldiers. The battleship over here is getting swarmed by Romans as well. It's getting bloodied. It's getting bloodied, but it does just spam out so much fire. Look at that. Each shot must kill like at least 10,000 Roman soldiers or something along those lines. That is absolutely crazy. The Roman soldiers are already down to 9.2 million. They started with, I think, almost 11 million troopers, so that's a lot of deaths so far for the Roman armies here. That is quite crazy, but I think with those archers spawning in and coming to the front lines, they'll start getting more kills, because having ranged units in these battles against modern ranged units is really, really, really important. I mean, I cannot stress enough how bad swordsmen and spearmen are at getting up to these different defenses. I'm actually kind of shocked that they've even made it up to the BTRs over here rather solidly when there are modern US soldiers providing cover fire just above those BTRs. I mean, these Romans have some serious guts to them. Maybe they had a little drink of the old wine, a little bit of the vino before the battle, just to give them some liquid courage or something like that. Up here, we have some of the North Vietnamese soldiers firing away as well. We do have ghillie suit snipers at the very top of the hill right here, and these guys can fire probably down to the Higgins boats at the very end of the beach, to be honest. These guys are insanely, insanely good units on the battlefield. We've seen them in previous videos. Over here, we've got some FBI agents. It looks like only a few Romans have tried charging them. This is definitely a weak point in the defense, is this right flank over here with these FBI units, because they only have Glocks available to them. Further down here, we have some of our United Nations units. They have AA-12, and they're actually technically SWAT team units, but we always pretend they're UN units because they have the same UN-style blue uniforms as the United Nations. So These guys right here, equipped with AA-12 shotguns, they could be pretty devastating if the Romans end up making it up to the front lines towards them. 8.7 million Roman soldiers still remaining. And we're starting to finally see some of those new units reaching the front lines. I think this is where we'll start seeing a lot more kills for the Romans. Well, actually, they have 0 kills right now. That's incredible. They literally have no kills so far on the battlefield. That's pretty sad. But I am seeing arrows starting to fly. Might take a little bit, but once they start actually connecting some of those arrows into the enemies, it could be pretty good. Let's go ahead and check out the left side defenses over here, because I think this is where they'll manage to get up a little bit farther. Actually, wait, they're coming down from up top. They're looping around to get into the flanks of the BTRs. That's pretty interesting strategy. A few of them are also charging the modern units over this way, too. I think that's a bad idea. Focus on the corners of the defenses here first, and then, circle around afterwards would be my suggestion. The battleship over here is still alive. The Sea Whizzes are still pouring fire down below at the oncoming Roman soldiers. I'd actually like to go ahead and check out some of the health ranges for these new Romans. Okay, so this is a Roman general. He has 500 health. This is a Roman centurion, I believe. He has 2,000 health, which is pretty impressive. This is a Roman spearman. He has 800 health, which is also pretty good. I mean, compared to just your normal units. Oh, wait, there's one of the footmen. Wait, I keep losing them. Ah! How about you? Nope, you're a spearman. Okay, wait, footman, go. Nope. Ah! I'm just trying to get a footman. It's the guys without the plumes over their heads. There's one. No. 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 Okay, we got one. 500 health for the footman. Okay. So nothing too crazy there. And then the archers, I'm pretty sure, have 200 health or something like that. And then the standard Romans also have 250 health, I think, or something along those lines. A few of them are starting to make it up to the Abrams and doing a little bit of damage to them. Also, we have our first official kill for the Roman army. One thing has died. I think it might, yeah, it's definitely the battleship. The battleship is the first kill for the Romans, which is a huge kill for them to get. That'll silence a lot of incoming fire, and now these guys are coming up here where there are Sea Whizzes literally inside the bunker that they're charging right now. Sea Whizzes are very powerful, but I don't think they have crazy amounts of health or anything like that, so I think the Romans will be able to get some kills on these. Oh! It blasts off inside the bunker, killing a ton of those soldiers. There's also FBI agents backing them up outside the bunker right there, so this thing might take a little bit to kill, but it most certainly will go down, I believe. Look at this. The Roman charge is now coming all the way to fruition here against some of these Sea Whiz defenders. Wow. This really opened up Pandora's box, and in fact, now we have 12 deaths for the defending modern units. Of course, they still have 123,000 troopers left, but this could be the start of a potential victory for the Romans. Still 7.7 million Romans remaining, so they've lost about a little over 3 million troopers in total, which is a lot of deaths, obviously, a ton of deaths, but they're still going hard, and now they have 30 kills, so yeah, they are rising in terms of kills exponentially. They do kill the Sea Whiz in here, and so now they'll be able to start going after some of these FBI agents over this way. They're peeling through the walls. That is classic Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 right there. But there we go. A few of them getting in here and actually stabbing and slashing some of these FBI agents on the other side. Their Glocks are working overtime. They're blickies, but they're not managing to kill them fast enough as these Romans get in there and do get some stabs off against these enemies. The Sea Whizzes are almost completely dead, which is resulting in Romans getting up against some of these AA-12 UN soldiers down here and actually mass killing them. Look at this. The shotguns are working overtime, but the Roman soldiers are coming through. We have to remember the Romans do have slight deflect abilities with their shields and their armor, so bullets will bounce off and rebound back towards their enemies a little bit. Not a crazy amount, but it is possible. And look at this. Yeah, those Sea Whizzes going down and the battleship going down has resulted now in 1,400 dead modern soldiers on the battlefield. Wow! The Romans are actually starting to make some serious progress here. That is really, really dangerous. I'm actually surprised there's still a couple Sea Whizzes up here. I guess they have FBI overwatch over this way. I'm also seeing more arrows coming in. Those could definitely kill a number of the FBI agents further back here, or at least bloody them, making the job a little bit easier for the oncoming Romans. Look at this. These Sea Whizzes doing a desperate defense on the hilltop. The Roman soldiers are coming through hard now. Yes, sir, this is getting pretty crazy. Ooh, yikes, another one falls. That leaves only 2 remaining. They're still getting kills, though, so you got to give them that. That's pretty impressive. Arrows bouncing off of their metal right now. Insanity. We're about to drop, though, below 7 million remaining Romans, so at least the modern soldiers are still getting a crazy amount of kills. There goes the Sea Whizzes, and now the FBI agents up top here are having to deal with the full might of the Roman army coming up against them up here. Yeah, that's some brutality right there. UN soldiers seem to be getting a little bit better of a grip on the situation down here than they had going before. They're stopping more of these oncoming Roman soldiers, but not by a crazy amount. The Abrams are still holding tight over here, and I think a big reason for that is that they've got the Chinese Overwatch fire going on above them right now, so that is going to be very, very helpful for these Abrams to potentially live long-term. The TOS systems, they're not really firing right now. There we go. Now they're firing a little bit more. Yeah. TOS systems continuing to fire is a pretty big deal. That'll kill a lot of backline Roman units there. Also, some of these North Vietnamese soldiers starting to rapid fire out with their SKSs. Modern U.S. Army soldiers up here continuing to spam down and try and help out these BTRs. Romans are completely surrounding them right now. A lot of them are decently low on health, but nothing too crazy. I think a few of them did die over here. So the Romans are working on these BTRs. Oh, a bunch of them died over here too and are now charging the Chinese soldiers up here. Look at that. Oh, I really thought the Romans were going to get shut out at the beginning of this battle, just given that they lost like 2 million soldiers and got literally 0 kills. But once they killed that battleship, oh my god, they started going ham. Look at this, ravaging these Chinese lines. My goodness, man, 6.5 million Roman soldiers remaining. So they're almost at the halfway mark in terms of their numbers here. Once they hit 5.5 million remaining, half of the Roman soldiers will have been killed. They're verging on 8,000, and they just passed it. 8,000 modern units killed. 114,000 modern units remaining, though. So they've still got decent defenses going for them. But this is looking rather bad. There's some more BTRs defending over here, more M1 Abrams over here. The UN soldiers are still getting eaten away at, which I'm surprised they're going down so easily over here. And then the FBI agents up this way are getting a bit better of a grip on their defenses, but still getting pretty hard charged by Roman soldiers. It's just not as big of a wave as these guys down here. Higgins boats are still dropping off more Roman reinforcements, so there will be more coming forward. Oh, it looks like the modern US soldiers are having to deal with Roman charges over here. It's kind of a thin line. It's not the most dense, and so it seems like the modern US troops are able to fend them off with pretty much relative ease. No one's getting very close to those boys over there. But right now, we have 6 million Romans remaining, 111,000 modern soldiers remaining. Let's go ahead and time-lapse the Chinese soldiers here getting attacked by the Romans for a little bit here. Crazy battle so far. Alright, the Romans are officially at half of their force now, with 5.3 million troopers remaining. They've killed 12,600 of the defenders now. So they had that big spur of the moment, just surge in kills and taking out defenders and stuff like that. They seem to be slowing down a little bit more now. They're still getting kills, which is important, but it's not that massive surge forward that they had previously. They're slowing things down. They're not able to do as much damage right now, and it's resulting in them taking more losses and not killing at that same rate they were previously. This is a pretty good assault, though, right here by these Roman soldiers up this hill. Not too bad right there. FBI agents seem to have things fairly on lock right now, which is very good for them. The Chinese soldiers over this way have taken some losses, but they seem to be locking things down again. I think once the Romans sort of eliminate the Abrams, it's going to open up a whole new bag of worms, a whole new assault that will go crazy. Modern US soldiers over here doing just fine, though. These guys are having 0 trouble against their Roman attackers over here. I mean, they're keeping them so far at bay. I think the real thing would be to, surge up this way, take out these North Vietnamese soldiers, which they're starting to do a little bit of work on these guys, and then pivot towards the modern US soldiers and start eating away at them from the corner there. I think that's the best way to do it. We are looking now at 15,000 dead modern soldiers and only 4.36 million Romans remaining. So they just lost a quick 1 million troopers extremely quickly right there. My goodness. I mean, they've still got a really solid force left. They're getting kills now. They just didn't start getting kills for such a long time, which was, I think, their biggest problem. I think by far their biggest problem. Either way, let's go ahead and do an overhead here of just the whole battlefield, a little time lapse here, and watch as these corners start getting eaten away by the Roman soldiers. Brief little time lapse there, and the Romans are still in this thing, with 3.7 million troopers remaining. I thought they had less than that in the last time lapse. Maybe I read it wrong or something like that. I don't know. You guys can let me know. But they're still going after these Abrams, and I think the combo of the support fire plus the Abrams themselves is keeping them away right now, which is really, really helpful for the front lines. They've gotten 20,000 kills, so there's 103,000 modern soldiers remaining. This is the weakest link over here. If they committed more troopers this way, I think they would start really, really powerhousing against the modern units and just flank everyone, start getting crazy kills. The Apaches providing that cover fire right now, though, and then, of course, the AA-12s are pretty formidable. The FBI agents up here, they're holding nice, too. And, of course, just don't attack the modern U.S. over here. Just save your troops, go for the guys in the front, and then flank the modern U.S. That would be my suggestion for these guys, but it's all up to them, baby. I want to see some Abrams up-close time lapses, though. There's something just so awesome about Abrams chilling and just free-firing HE shells into charging Roman soldiers. It really doesn't get old, I have to say. And these guys, while they have been hit a little bit, they still are very, very healthy. So, yeah, that's a bit of a problem. We've got 34,000 dead modern soldiers at this point, 88,000 of them total remaining on the battlefield. So, right now the Romans are looking like they're about to take an L on this one. Yes, sir, it's looking like it might be a little bit rough for them to solidly get a W. I don't think it's going to happen. Actually, modern U.S. soldiers starting to get killed. Wow, a lot of them have been killed over here. Wow, I did not expect that to happen at all. I genuinely thought they were going to hold out till the very end. They were holding them back by so much. How did they manage this? That's crazy. All of that perseverance finally paid off. That is a plot twist I was not expecting. That's one for the books right there. I mean, you saw just how far back the modern U.S. soldiers were holding the Romans back. That is insanity right there. Look at them. They're getting absolutely chopped to bits right here. No bueno for them at all. Wow, that's going to open up a huge flank. Not to mention we've got a little bit of a push over here too, which is doing some damage here. That's going to open up a flank into the TOS systems, into the ghillie suit snipers. That could be really, really disastrous. The only problem is the Roman soldiers only have 1.7 million troopers left alive. And 1.7 million troopers, I mean, that's a lot of troops. Don't get me wrong, that's a lot of troops. However, I don't know if it's going to be enough at this point. I mean, they've already lost 9 million soldiers, over 9 million soldiers dead. This might be too little too late. This might be too little too late. If they can finish these guys off and then blitz through here really, really quickly, maybe they have a chance, but this might have happened too late. I don't know. We will find out. Let's continue this time lapse. I think that says 6 million Roman soldiers left alive. 80,000 modern soldiers left alive. Let's watch this overhead as the U.S. gets spanked by Roman swords. Alright, we've got the complete destruction of the modern U.S. soldiers now, and the Romans are coming into the flanks of the North Vietnamese troops, who I don't think will hold up much better since the modern U.S. are better than them. And the TOS systems here, which should go down. It might take a little bit to take them out, but I think the archers will especially help with that because A lot of these bigger vehicle units actually die quicker due to range units and things of that sort. Ghillie suit snipers over here are a different story. Right now they're being protected by the TOSs, and they also just pack such a mean punch, and I think they do have bullet penetration as well, so these guys are going to be a problem, but it seems like a few are dying at a time. Not too bad. 1.2 million remaining Roman soldiers. The FBI agents over here are starting to take a few additional losses. It's nothing too crazy. I wouldn't worry about it too much yet. But the UN soldiers down here are just barely holding this canyon defense at this point. Just barely. They've got a very thin line available to them right here. It is not going very well. The Chinese soldiers up here are still alive. They've taken a decent number of losses. How much health do they have? 280. What a random number for health. I've never used these guys before. This is from the Server is Lost Gaming Discord mod group, which is pretty awesome. You can get these yourself if you join his YouTube channel. It's pretty cool. It's pretty nice. I hope he makes some more modern units. I did put in a request to see if any modders want to do that, but yeah, I'd love to see like more Russian units, Ukraine units, Mexican units, French units, British units. Just literally, it would be so awesome to have every single army on Earth. That would just be incredible. Either way, let's watch another time lapse here as the Roman army goes down to 1 million remaining soldiers. They've got no more reinforcements coming in, so they have just purely 1 million troopers on the battlefield left right now, right here, right now, to make this happen. 68,000 modern units left, so they've done a really good job, but can they finish this thing? Romans are kind of making a bit of a comeback, I'm not going to lie. 575,000 of them remaining. They've killed now half of the modern force. 62,000 modern units remain. 60,000 are dead, and they are increasing their kill count by the minute here. They're actually doing quite well, especially on this left flank over here. The big thing is these North Vietnamese soldiers right now holding out. But I think they're going to fall like relatively easily. This could be the greatest Roman comeback of all time. I mean, the magic is kind of there. It's kind of happening. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, maybe that comeback ain't happening because we just had a fairly long time lapse and almost no progress was made. I guess this is the hard stop point where the Romans cannot excel any further. 63,500 Romans, kills from the Romans, and only 111,000 remaining. So yeah, I don't think it's gonna go too well here. Not at this point. Let's go ahead and time-lapse a little bit. And there we go. There's only about 24 remaining Romans, probably glitched somewhere. They ended up killing 64,246 modern soldiers. There's 58,000 remaining. So let's run it back and have the number of modern soldiers and see if they can win that way. Alrighty then, boys. So not quite half. We have 84,000 modern soldiers available. Since last time around the Romans were able to kill half, I figured let's make it competitive and cut the modern soldiers by a good amount, but not quite the full half. So we will see. Again, almost 11 million Roman soldiers coming forward against the massive modern army. It is still massive. It will still be absolutely devastating to fight against, but maybe this time it will be manageable by the modern soldiers. Of course, the last battle is the official status, the official victory. The modern soldiers did win this battle, but this one is more of a for fun, just see what happens. A game theory, if you will. It's just a theory. A game theory. A little map pack going on. So already, 170,000 kills from the modern soldiers in the first, 40 seconds of this thing. That's just their power, man. They are just so devastating. The machine gun fire, the SysWs being back on the battlefield is really pretty rough for the attackers. Of course, that battleship is back on the battlefield too, spraying down countless enemies at a time. They're already up to 280,000 kills now. Yeah, that stuff is just absolutely impressive. So, since this is the second for fun battle, we'll do a little bit more time-lapsing versus the first one. So, let's get into our first time-lapse, watching the destroyer here and the SysWs. I walk away for 10 minutes and this is the result. Yeah, Modern Army is doing a lot worse this time around. A lot worse. They've already lost 23,000 soldiers. They have killed quite a number. There's 6.21 million Roman soldiers remaining. So Romans have lost about 5 million, which is crazy when you think about it. That's a ton. That is a ton. But they're making way more progress, way faster this time around, I will say. So things are looking up for them in terms of potentially getting a W during this battle. The TOS is especially firing like crazy. Abrams are still up. A lot of the backlines are still up. Modern US soldiers are still up, which is a pretty big deal because when they fell last time, there was a lot of bad results due to that. So let's keep this going. Alright, very quickly, the Modern Army kind of falling apart here. 21,800 of them remaining, 2 million Roman soldiers remaining. Abrams down here, still alive, still getting covered by Chinese soldier fire, pretty good. North Vietnamese up here, still providing fire as well. The modern American soldiers, all dead, sadly. TOS systems here still alive. We've still got the ghillie suit snipers back here. FBI agents over this way are struggling. They're not doing too hot, no sir. And the UN soldiers down here are all dead as well. Apache helicopters still alive. They can be killed by ground units, by the way. They do have a hitbox on the ground below them. But for now, they're still flying high. So yeah, we'll see if the Modern Army can kill the remaining 1.9 million now Roman soldiers. Let's see it. Let's do it. Maybe the Romans will do this. They still have 1 million soldiers left. They're facing 14,500 modern soldiers remaining. Looks like a lot of North Vietnamese soldiers over here. Still some ghillie suit snipers, and then FBI agents over this way. Plus a whole lot of vehicles that have been left out of the fray so far. These Abrams over here are starting to die, but there's still a few of them alive, which is pretty nice for them, I will say. Not too shabby at all. So yeah, let's continue to let this go. Okay, maybe the modern soldiers do have this, because there's only 100,000 Romans remaining and 12,000 modern soldiers. I think they do get the W here, but a valiant effort by the Roman soldiers. Honestly, Modern Army in these beach defenses remains just so powerful. They're so good, man. They're so good. Let's let this finish up. And there we go. There's about 8,000 Romans trickling in. I don't even know where from. I see fire. Oh, over here. Yeah, it's Jover for the Romans. 12,600 remaining modern soldiers. 2 big victories for the big boys. I thought there was a few moments where the Romans might have had it, but they just could not seal the deal. The U.S. Army stands on the beachhead alone, defiant against an enemy from the past that will be coming through past portals in the water.
7 million SPQR Roman legionnaires are on their way to attack the modern US Army. 5 million are Roman shield wall soldiers, while another 1 million are Roman generals and another million are Roman archers. Meanwhile, the United States is deploying their M1 Abrams, their modern US Army soldiers, as well as missile systems in the back and 20 ICBM nuclear tactical missile systems as well. On top of that, they have FBI agents, SWAT team members, and ghillie suit snipers ready to defend the bunkers of the beachhead. This is going to be an extremely deadly battle. Millions will die. If you guys enjoy this video, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe with notifications turned on, and comment down below if you'd like to see some more in the future. Either way, let's get into it. Alrighty then, boys, it's time for our modern versus ancient Roman D-Day battle. So, the Roman soldiers are going to be coming in on these LCVP Higgins boats here and attacking. We did this with World War II soldiers not too long ago, and it seemed like people really enjoyed the video. So, we're going to try it again with the modern US Army, and I think this time we're definitely going to be seeing a bit more competition, because the World War II soldiers really had a lot of trouble penetrating the Roman shields, because they do have a deflect ability that makes it very hard to kill them. But of course, the modern US soldiers have better fire rates, better bullets, and better actual tanks and static guns than, of course, the Germans, US Army, Russians, Japanese soldiers from World War II. So it's going to be the best military in the world currently versus the best military in the world way back in the day, way back in Roman times. And so we have a few M1 Abrams shots hitting sporadically here, not really totaling too many kills, about 1,200, a, drop in the bucket compared to the 7 million Roman soldiers coming forward. But over here, we do have, these are the sniper shots from the ghillie suit snipers over here, and you can see that despite the shots hitting the Romans, a lot of them are just sort of bouncing off harmlessly. A few Romans are dying to them, but for the most part, they're bouncing off harmlessly, and that's because, of course, the Romans have those shields that do a really nice job of actually protecting them against modern bullets. It can take quite a number of shots to actually hit the Roman soldiers themselves, which makes it all the more challenging. But, as the front line here of American soldiers ends up interacting with them, I think we will start seeing a lot more Roman soldiers dying to them. And then, of course, we are seeing just a little bit, here's one, Sea Whiz Fire. That's at least how people told me to pronounce it, so I'm trusting you guys, but this is hitting hard against these Romans. Of course, they're very spaced out right now, but once the Romans start clustering more together, those Sea Whiz Fire will be so devastating. Those autocannons are absolutely lethal. So more and more Romans starting to go down as they go deeper and deeper into the modern US Army lines over here. We're going to see a whole lot of death coming out of these fellas soon enough. The Abrams are at the front lines because they have 20,000 health and heavy armor, and so therefore, they're going to be a little bit more of a distractor against the Romans for a little bit here. We see some arrows bouncing pretty much harmlessly off of those M1 Abrams. So, yeah, the Roman archers are here. They're not able to really do much yet. They, of course, are 1 million strong. Here's actually a few of those Roman generals. They are a bit more strong than your standard Roman soldiers, who we should also be seeing on the battlefield here. So, yeah, some variety in the Roman units, which is nice here, but they're finally reaching the Abrams. Looks like a little bit of damage is getting done to the Abrams from arrow fire, but most of them are just sort of dinking off harmlessly, and most of the Roman soldiers are dying before they even reach the Abrams. A few of them are getting a few hits in on the Abrams, but not that much. Not really going to devastate the 50 M1 Abrams there. Not for a while, at the very least. It will take a little bit of doing. Right now, we do have 5 dead U.S. Army soldiers, so, a small amount. Oh, that might be a nuke. No, that was not a nuke. That was one of the missile system shots. Okay, the nukes are a lot bigger when they explode, obviously.
So, oh, wait, that might have been one? No, it was not. Okay, we'll know a nuke when we see them. That's for sure. But yeah, 51 dead modern U.S. Army soldiers. I don't know where they're dying, probably over here. And 167,000 dead Roman soldiers. Of course, there is death due to them unloading off of the boats. This map is a little bit glitchy, where when they unload, there is a chance they die. So there's a lot more dead Romans than the U.S. Army has actually killed thus far, but hopefully it won't result in too many Romans dying. Here's a bunch of arrows getting fired out over this way. Yeah, this is in fact where the U.S. Army is dying the most right now. 230 dead U.S. Army soldiers over this way, and most likely just from arrow fire over here, as of course the Roman soldiers have still yet to reach them. Of course, there's still a lot of Romans to go, so they will have more opportunities. But here are those ghillie suit snipers. A few of them are in the bunkers here, which is kind of fun to see. And they're still sniping out as well. Probably doing actually a pretty decent job of getting some kills. Sea-Wiz is also firing out. We've got the missile systems firing as well. We've got a well-oiled U.S. Army machine here going after these Roman soldiers. It will be a long battle, so why don't we go ahead and do a first time-lapse here, and we can time-lapse these Romans getting slaughtered by American soldiers over here, and some of these U.S. Army soldiers getting killed by arrows. Pay attention to the top right for the kills for both sides. That can be very interesting to see in time-lapse form, but it should be very, very cool. Either way, if you guys do enjoy this video, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the Outer Ring, and comment down below. Now let's get into it. Alright, well, in fast motion there, we pretty much witnessed the U.S. Army soldiers on the outskirts here getting gunned down, well, arrowed down, bow and arrowed down by the Roman soldiers, and Romans are finally actually managing to reach the U.S. Army troopers over here. That's a first. They're finally getting some swings in, baby. Let's go. That's huge right there. So we have 1,500 dead American soldiers on the battlefield, 836,000 dead Roman soldiers. A very, very stark difference right there. But you can see the arrow fire is becoming more and more frequent up in the sky there, which is probably resulting in a lot more dead Americans getting hit right now. Brutal, brutal stuff. And let's see how the Abrams are doing. They are still standing here. It looks like they're pretty damaged. Okay, that one's not too bad. That one's not too bad. Yeah, none of these actually are too damaged as of yet. They seem to be hanging in there pretty easily. So the Romans are going to want to get going on that, definitely, because those things are just a barricade in their way. That is the truth right there. I'm actually pretty happy to see the U.S. Army doing so well here, because when we did the World War II soldiers fighting against the Roman legions, they got wiped. They got completely destroyed by the Romans coming forward. So now the Romans are getting a little bit of a taste of their own medicine with the U.S. Army kind of decimating them here. U.S. Army just passes 1 million kills right there, but there's only 5 million Romans left alive. That means a lot more are dying, probably both to explosions, which don't always count as kills, and there's a lot of explosions on this battlefield, as well as probably a number of them dying from the crush of the waves as they unload, because that is, again, a glitch that results in many deaths on these battlefields. So right now, it seems like over here, these Abrams are getting hit pretty hard by Roman soldiers, and yeah, these ones do have less health than the ones further to the left, but simultaneously, all the way on the left over here, this corner of U.S. Army soldiers is dying out a lot more than other places. So interesting how different parts of the battlefield are working right now. It does seem like the U.S. is in this for the long haul, doing very, very well. They are starting to lose more soldiers faster at this point, but at the same time, they're still dominating and doing a way better job than the World War II units ever did. By the way, guys, I wanted to do a just quick shout out to my Daily Productions channel. It's a side channel where I pretty much just post random indie games that I really enjoy playing and stuff like that. Stuff that doesn't really fit the Daily Tactics channel, but I decided to try and do some better editing on that channel and see how that goes and see if I can handle that workload. So if you guys want to go check it out, the first video will be up already. It's on Toy Shire, the brand new Army Men tower defense game. And I tried out some, basic but still better editing than I was doing before. So let me know if you guys enjoy that and if you think that, that has better potential. But yeah, I just I felt like I wanted to try a little bit harder on that channel since it's been sort of just a spammy channel for me for a while now, I guess. Alright, either way, U.S. Army doing pretty decently over here, holding off the Roman soldiers. Let's go ahead and time-lapse again of these Romans charging because this will be very entertaining to watch right here. I mean, maybe the U.S. Army here is a little too OP. I was honestly being very wary of the Roman soldiers during this thing because the World War II soldiers got curbed. Excuse me, hiccup. Oh my god, I always get the hiccups when I record. It's so, like I think talking too much brings up like an air bubble and I go kinda. I don't know, it's like a half a burp, half a hiccup. I don't know, I'm getting way too much into this. But either way, I was gonna say, the World War II units got curb stomped so hard by the Roman units, and so I sort of maybe overcompensated with the U.S. Army here and made them a little too OP, because right now, the Roman units don't even stand a chance, bro. The Abrams are all still alive and still firing into them. Right now, there's only 3.1 million Roman soldiers left alive. They're well over half of their forces being killed now. I mean, it seems like the U.S. Army is going to curb stomp them completely here. We'll let it run. That might be a nuke. That was not a nuke. What the heck, dude? They look like nukes. Probably the same animation. But yeah, at this point, it's going to be a curb stomping for sure. So we'll run it again with a weaker U.S. Army, I think. But let's go ahead and just time-lapse some overhead stuff because there's only 6,000 dead U.S. Army soldiers right now. And boys, we're at 250 remaining Roman legionnaires. Only 7,500 dead modern U.S. soldiers. The body piles are crazy across here. Oh man! All right, let's go ahead and lower the number of U.S. soldiers just for the sake of the Romans. We've cut U.S. forces in 1/10. There's 1/10 of them remaining on the battlefield compared to last time around. But even still, you know, they've got 40,000 soldiers. Last time, the Romans only got 7,000 kills. Of course, now there's going to be far less guns firing at the Romans, but we'll see. We'll see if this still ends up being enough. By the way, I forgot to show this last time. We're using a new unit. It's the compound bow SWAT unit. I really want to see these guys in action. I completely forgot they were even on the battlefield because I was so focused on the Romans getting slaughtered. But yeah, they're over here. That's a fun little fact. And we're already having Romans killed. You can see a little bit of M1 Abrams fire going out towards Skadoosh. And then also the ghillie suit snipers are over here firing again. But again, there's only 1/10 of them as compared to last time. So, I mean, we're already at nearly... and now crossing 1,000 dead Romans. That's a lot of dead Romans right there. But we'll just have to wait and see. There's no telling what's going to happen this time around. If the U.S. Army is going to be capable of stopping them yet again. Of course, the first battle still stands. The U.S. Army absolutely dominated. But I am curious to see if they can do it one more time, this time with literally 1/10 of their army as compared to last time. And more Abrams fire going out here. Lots of good strikes against the Roman soldiers coming forward. So they seem to be doing a very nice job of killing Romans at the moment. That's good for them. Good job, boys. Good job. You're doing great. You're doing swell. And here are the U.S. soldiers about to have Romans descend upon their Abrams ahead of them. Oh, Sea Whizzes start to fire as well, so that'll increase the kills for the U.S. Army yet again. And there we go. Now these guys are opening up with their M4A4 machine guns, and they should be able to get some kills. These must be Roman generals. They definitely are, because they are taking so many hits before dying. That's crazy right there. All right, and the real action begins. Let it begin, baby. Oh, so much gunning down of Roman soldiers. 40,000 of them dead on the battlefield already. 0 dead U.S. Army soldiers as of yet. But that's just because they had to run like literally half a mile. It's not even fair, bro. They had to run half a mile before they even got to the beach. That's not cool. Are the compound boys firing at all? No, not yet. They're still a little far away. and there's sea whizzes in front of them, and it seems like the Romans are more bent on attacking the Abrams over here than the guys back there. So that's totally fair. I don't think we'll see them getting into action until these guys end up going down here, these Abrams over here, who are getting attacked pretty decently now. And down mid here, these guys also getting attacked. Missile systems are now starting to fire as well. We have all the same weapons as last time, just less of them. So they're still going to do some serious damage to the enemy, hopefully, and we'll see if they manage to do enough. What's going on down this way, because this was obviously the weak point last time around. But no, it seems like the Romans seem really bent on going for the middle. There's a little strand of them going this way towards some sea whizzes, who probably will die. These things don't have the greatest health, but for now they're just zapping them, literally point-blank range. Oh my gubernatorial, that is crazy. Oh, these poor Roman souls. Just getting zapped point-blank range. One of them does go down right there. That's actually the first kill against the U.S. Army. More will die up here. We do have ghillie suit snipers up here. They seem to be firing farther out, though. I would be firing at the immediate threat. There's the second death for the U.S. Army right there. Hui-vey! Let's go see if the compound soldiers are finally getting attacked. I really hope they are, because I really want to see these guys in action. And no, they are not. Okay, the Romans really don't want to attack over there, do they? Okay. All right. Well, it is what it is. It's tough. I want to see that. Why don't we go ahead and do a little time-lapse of the Abrams over here getting attacked? And then I think once these Abrams die, then we might be able to see the compound bows in action. Alright boys, so the Abrams are fully getting swamped now, and a number of them are dying, and we might have the compound bows. Yes, baby! Okay, they're going for the sea whizzes first, of course, but the compound bow soldiers will probably start firing, hopefully. I mean, yes, there we go! Okay, that looks sick, actually. I really like that. I really like that a lot. That's a cool unit. It's kind of weird that it's a SWAT team member who has them, but hey. Whatever. There's also the SWAT team freaking, oh, who are they? The SWAT team flamethrowers, which is another really bizarre unit to have a flamethrower. But the compound bows seem to be doing at least a little bit of work. Not a ton, though. Yeah, a lot of them just kind of bouncing off the Roman shields there, which is no bueno. The middle U.S. line still doing amazing. Yeah, 5.6 million Romans left alive. So, you know, U.S. soldiers are getting less kills as quickly this time around. Also got the Romans. They're going to be coming for some of these ghillie suit snipers over here. It looks like a couple of them have been injured, but for the most part, they seem to still be standing over here for now. So right now, it seems to be working for the U.S. Army, though the very hardcore defensive positions are starting to fall, and some of the bigger guns are starting to go down as well, like the sea whizzes and stuff like that. So that's going to limit their killing potential going forward for sure. So that could be tough. I'd like to do a time-lapse of the middle section here, because if this falls, we're in big doo-doo. Well, oh, jeez. I was editing on the side tab and it started playing. Well, we've got the Roman soldiers coming through and cutting down these U.S. Army soldiers, and quite quickly, in fact. It took them a while to get to this point. There's only 3.2 million Roman soldiers remaining, so the U.S. has done a really, really good job. But once the Romans sort of hit this point and are now just gunning through a lot of these guys very, very quickly, it is looking very dangerous for the U.S. Army. They might not win this. How are the compound bowmen doing? I'm very curious if any are still alive, to be honest, and it's not looking good. Yeah, they're all dead. Rip potato chip to those boys. There's a bunch of dead Romans all the way up here, probably because of the missile systems and nukes and stuff like that, which are firing out still back here. Very nice. So hopefully they stay alive for a while. Down this way, we've got the FBI agents who are currently fighting for their lives against some Roman chargers right here. Just a few right now because most of the Romans are still focusing on these guys over here. And then let's go check on the ghillie suit snipers as well, just to see how they're doing at the moment. And it seems like they're actually doing quite well holding off these Romans over here. And again, not a huge Roman charge over here because it seems like the center is still the area where the Romans most want to get after it and really destroy the U.S. Army. Well, the Romans overtook the front here and are now moving towards the back, it looks like. We've got more modern soldiers over here. We've got more missile systems, of course. And then, where are the nukes? Where are the nukes? There they are. They're back this way. Oh, they're firing. Yeah, there's a nuke. Very nice. And these missile systems are getting attacked a little bit. And that's because these Romans are just flooding in this way. Are these FBI? Yeah, FBI is still standing strong over this way, but getting eaten away at pretty decently now. It does seem like overall the U.S. Army is for sure going to lose this thing. It's just a matter of time, because, you know, one area will fall and the rest end up falling and stuff like that. Though the ghillie snipers are quite good over here. They're still doing okay. They're still not really facing, like, the brunt of the Romans, but they're doing quite well. So yeah, we'll let this run and sort of see what happens. Why don't we time-lapse the FBI, because I think that'll be pretty fun. Oh, you know what? The Romans might lose. They only have 400,000 soldiers left. I didn't even realize there were so few Romans left. Oh my god, the US is gonna win this. Okay, I did not realize that at all. People were probably like, dude, look at the freaking numbers. But no, I didn't look at the numbers because I'm dumb. But look at this. That's crazy. Oh my god. And there we have it, boys. Another W for the U.S. Army. A swift one this time. Well, not as much. It took a while, but still the W was there. With more losses, though. 22,000 losses. Either way, 10 modern U.S. Army soldiers and vehicles stand defiantly at the end of a bridge defense. On the other side of said bridge defense is 10 million Roman legionnaires, centurions, praetorian guards, archers, catapults, and more types of soldiers ready to charge across and take on the modern U.S. Army. These U.S. soldiers are stalling for backup, and once said backup comes, they'll have a real defense against these Roman soldiers coming forward. But for now, they're all they've got. So here come the Roman troopers charging on forward. We've got Seawizes firing out with their auto cannons. We've got an M1A2 Abrams right there. We've got a multitude of different U.S. Army soldiers here, all created by the modder Jamie D. We've got M4A4s, M249s, we've got DMRs, shotguns, etc., etc. These troopers are trying to fire away, but they're quickly getting overrun by the multitudes of Roman troopers death charging forward and beginning to slice and dice against the U.S. Army defenses. I think all infantry soldiers at this point are already dead, and now it's just up to the vehicles. The Sea-Wiz gets toppled by the Roman troopers right there. The missile system as well as the Abrams are still alive, still getting kills, but getting hacked and slashed as they go. They likely are not going to be long for this world. However, their sacrifice is going to allow the U.S. reinforcements to come in, take back the bridge, and do a real defense against the Roman soldiers. Either way, if you guys do enjoy this video, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and comment down below. Now, we are at 443 dead Romans and 2 remaining U.S. vehicles. So let's time-lapse this final stand. Well, those vehicles died pretty quick after. 1,300 kills for the U.S. Army soldiers. Now, let's bring in their reinforcements.
Right, lads, now we've got the real challenge before us. Machine gunners stand on the bridge itself. Behind them, they have M1 Abrams, and behind those, we have backup M4A4 soldiers. To the left, we have marksman snipers ready to shoot across the river at the oncoming Romans. And to their right, we have Sea Whizzes doing the exact same thing. Further behind, we have our last stand boys back here, additional modern US Army soldiers, and they are also protecting the missile systems up on this hillside over here. To their right, we have our flank supporters. We've got 2 units over here, 1 shotgun unit as well as 1 M4 unit over here, and they're going to protect from flanks of these bridges over here. In total, we have 18,500 US Army troopers, and they're fighting against 7 million Romans this time around. So, let's go ahead, press start, and see how we end up doing in this brutal defense right here. Already tons of fire going out. They're probably going to get millions of kills before they start losing massive swaths of US Army soldiers. But I almost guarantee you they will be taking some horrible losses during this battle, especially when the archers and the catapults, which are further back on the map, start coming forward, because those guys will tear through the US infantry. The vehicles will be a little bit of a different problem because they are so sturdy, have great armor in this game, but US infantry better get many kills on the Roman infantry before their support weapons end up coming up. However, the US is actually doing pretty well right now. They are taking a few swings, especially these very far ahead machine gun units over here. You can see they're getting bloodied from their battle wounds already, but they are just mowing down the oncoming Romans. But they just keep coming, and they won't stop coming because they are hitting them so unbelievably hard in the front lines right here. Look at the Sea Whizzes, though. Holy cow, these are just murder machines. You can also see the missile system shots coming in from a distance and doing large-scale impacts, probably getting 50 kills per shot with those bad Larrys. Absolutely insane. We've also got the backup support fire of the marksmen and additional machine gunners over here from across the river, and these guys are probably softening up the early Roman soldiers, weakening them so the machine gunners on the bridge itself have a little bit easier of a time. Look at those explosions striking out there. This is so sick, so picturesque, bro. Alright, we better check on the flank, because I'm sure there will be flankers coming up, and yes, indeed, there are. It looks like we've got some Roman legionnaires coming forward over here. Look at these modded Romans. They look so good, but they are getting absolutely trashed by bullets piercing through their armor right now. The Bronze Era isn't treating them too good, I will say. They are having a tough go at it. Actually, I think they had iron at this point, right? The Bronze Era was earlier, I think. I don't know. I don't know an awful lot about ancient history, to be honest, but let me know in the comments if I'm totally wrong about that. I could be. I very well could be. Look at that. That dude made it pretty far before getting shot down. Every once in a while, a soldier will just push through and actually get some swings on the US troopers. But for now, this flank is not amounting to much for the Romans, but that constant pressure could eventually lead to a collapse on this flank over here. The missile system's getting good work in. I mean, look at this. They're just spamming out fire every which way. Looks like one of those cool, like, Cold War movie tactical maps where you see all of the different nuclear missiles getting launched across the screen. That's kind of what this looks like here, except thankfully these aren't nuclear missiles, or else the Romans would really have some trouble. We do have nuclear missile systems in the game. They're pretty powerful. They're not OP. They're not like the actual nukes in the game. They're like mini nukes, kinda. But they're still very deadly and very problematic, let's just say. Sea Whiz is over here. Actually, somehow Romans got over here. Are there any in the water? There's a few in the water. Either those Romans got blown up and launched across the river into the Sea Whizzes over this way, or potentially they spawned in the water or ran through the water, all of which is Kind of weird, kind of sus. We do have a small machine gun section way up front over here that is getting diced up by the oncoming Romans. I have a feeling these guys probably not super long for this world. As we're watching, they're getting chopped to bits and stuff like that, but they're causing nice distractions and at least getting some kills. There's also a few stragglers out here across the bridge, but pretty soon we'll be getting into the actual bridge defense itself, where it is truly going to be make it or break it time for these U.S. Army soldiers here, where we're going to get a nice choke point defense, hopefully, and they can really hold out. Let's move back and see where the archers start coming in on this battlefield. All sorts of different Romans, though, each with different health and different stats and things like that. We've got our archers way back here with the pointy hats, and then the catapults are even further back over this way, but they might come on the flank first, actually, which would be interesting to see. So it does seem like there is going to be quite some time before the catapults and archers do get to the front lines. So that's good for the U.S., bad for the Romans, but once those do end up coming up here, it could be a disaster for the U.S. troopers. Look at this. This is just absolutely gorgeous. Why don't we do our first time lapse of the bridge right here and watch as she holds against the oncoming Romans. 655 modern U.S. Army soldiers have died and 231,000 Romans have died. This is going to be a beautiful overhead. What's up, gamers? I'm here to tell you about Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is an amazing place where you can get some fire deals on all sorts of video games. Seriously, it's like 60 to 95% off, as you can see here. These are all of the Star Wars titles they have. They literally have every Star Wars title. You can also get XCOM here, Men of War Assault Squad 2. All of the games I play on the channel you can buy here for extremely cheap prices. If you use my affiliate link in the description, it helps me out a ton. So thank you guys for listening to this sponsorship, and thank you to Instant Gaming for continuing to sponsor the channel. In 7 minutes, we have easily gone past the 1 million dead Roman soldiers point, I guess. They are, in fact, on the bridge. However, most of the backup fire is supporting the machine gunners on the bridge as well, and they're not really able to cross over fully just yet. They're getting kill by kill, so they're making some progress, and in fact, the U.S. Army has lost 2,600 total soldiers, and they're losing soldiers pretty quickly, so I think maybe the flank is compromised? Yes, the flank is becoming a bit of a disaster zone, and you can see the catapult shots coming in are what's really doing them in. Look at this missile shot. Dang, son! That was a snipe! Yeah, the catapults coming in here are definitely devastating. However, catapults are extremely weak. They only have 500 health apiece, and the machine gun fire, can shoot extremely far, so you're seeing a few catapults getting knocked down early on here, but even still, the catapults are managing to get some serious kills. There's only 10,000 of them on the battlefield total, so it's not like a crazy amount need to be pushed through for the U.S. to eliminate them. However, this is the real danger of the battle, is the infantry charge supported by catapult fire is a devastating combo against the modern army here. And of course, the fact that there are just droves and droves of Romans coming forward makes it doubly hard to make any progress through their lines and get tons of kills or anything like that. The U.S. is definitely going to be in a little bit of shambles for a little bit here. These shotgun units and assault rifle units are banding together to try and stop the Roman menace from continuing forward, but the catapult shots are devastating. The missile systems are very important to keep alive. As we can see, they soften up the back lines. I mean, any stray shots that go into these catapults, I'm sure, are one-tapping them, I bet they're getting
tons of kills on catapults over here. Yep, there are. You can see some broken down catapults in there and stuff. So these missile system shots hitting out here are very, very devastating. To the catapults, to the archers, to the Roman soldiers, everything is taking hits back here and resulting in a lot of damage for them. So keeping those missile systems alive long term is essential to defending the bridge defense here. I mean, this is one of their top killers. Definitely one of the top killers. So these U.S. Army soldiers gotta hold tight because the other defenses for the missile systems are beyond this hill here. And then, of course, if they're defeated, then this entire area is compromised potentially, and a huge flank will ensue. Right now, these guys are doing a bang-up job of defending the bridge itself here and keeping the Romans at bay. But if their flank falls, likely they will fall quickly after. So we have 5.6 million Romans remaining and 11,321 U.S. Army soldiers remaining. It's looking good over here, but it's looking very bad over this way. So let's watch the Romans death charging in here and charging the missile systems, because it looks like the catapults are coming forward one way or another. Okay, this is very not good. The missile systems are all but dead already as the catapults cut across the side here. They're trying to withstand the Romans and the catapult shots that are hitting them on top of this hillside, but they will be going down very soon. And now catapult shots are hitting some of these U.S. soldiers beyond. That's very not good. And some of these marksmen over here are also taking losses due to the incoming catapult shots. So, just like we thought, they started by getting millions of kills on these Romans, and now that the catapults are engaging and the bridge defense is getting flanked, I think things are going to get so much harder for the US here. This might just end up being an L right off the bat for them, and we're going to probably have to buff their lines, because right now they're getting hard flanked over there. Their front line's still doing fine, but the catapults coming in the sides here and everything else is going to prove difficult. So let's watch from this angle, because now we can see the catapult shots going in the top left. We can see the bridge defense and the flank in the back. I don't think it's going to end well. Well, the U.S. is still in this thing now. Their bridge defense is in shatters, though, because of those catapults. Looks like a lot of their Abrams are dead. Some are still alive, but the catapults did make semi-quick work of them. Sea Whizzes are still firing away, and there are still U.S. Army soldiers, but it is looking bad. It is looking very, very bad. We've got 4.9 million Romans remaining and 6,000 U.S. Army soldiers. Let's just play it till the end and then buff the Americans, because I think this bridge fortress defense ain't working. Well, there we go. Romans get the first W. Well, I guess this is the second W. 4.7 million of them remain. Let's buff the U.S. Alright lads, we now have 32,000 U.S. Army soldiers, and pretty much the only thing we changed is we revamped their flank. So, we have 50 more missile systems now, and their backup soldiers are now behind them, so any Romans charging them can get shot from behind. We've also got our second bridge defense now of these guys over here in hopes that the flank doesn't come to fruition as quickly, and then we've got more soldiers on this line point here to fire out across. But this bridge defense is remaining the exact same as last time because it seemed to work. The only real problem was the flanking. So we're hoping that this bridge can hold yet again without the troopers behind them over here, because I don't think they were really doing anything last time beyond the missile systems. And then the flank should hopefully now be secured. Now, there's no one guarding the flank's flank, so Romans could come across these bridges way out there and cut across this way, but I guess we're just kind of hoping that doesn't really come to fruition, or they can hold them back. But at the very least, the most immediate bridge next to the main defense is secured now somewhat, and those catapults and archers will still be coming forward and dealing a lot of damage, but hopefully with them having to cross this choke point with soldiers on the other end of it, it will be less damaging overall. Also, the additional missile systems should hopefully help us out tremendously as well. They're already getting a ton of spam fire out there, so they're doing a bang-up job, baby. But, you know, obviously, more could be done. Always more could be done. This is a bad battle for our defenders, boys. A bad battle. But this bridge, at the very least, is not having any of these Romans cross over just yet. Look at this. They're just getting abso-fruitly slaughtered by the American troops on the other side of things right over there. That is beautiful. So why don't we go ahead and time-lapse right here and watch this new bridge defense, and hopefully they can hold out. We're already up to 70,000 kills for the U.S. and 193 kills for the Romans. Oh, it's going to be a tough one. Okay, 10 minutes later, no, 20 minutes later. I lost track of time. We're still holding, and actually, 4.8 million Romans remaining, so we are holding much better this time. In fact, I would dare say we're actually holding this time, at least for now. We'll see how this goes in the moments to come. It could always go very, very poorly, but it seems like the catapults are a lot less effective because they're not just crossing the bridge immediately. Also, probably the increased missile systems is helping out tremendously as well, taking these guys out anytime they land pretty much anywhere near them, which is super duper helpful as well. So this is certainly helping tremendously. Oh, there are some flanking around this way, it looks like, actually. Okay, and they're slam-doinking on some of these U.S. soldiers over here. That's not good, but still, the bridge is holding. Many more U.S. soldiers over here. This area, mostly untouched. Some of the guys down here have been hit pretty hard by some catapult fire, and that sucks. There's not a ton we can do about that. We just have to hope they can shoot down those catapults as quickly as possible, but beyond that, they're just kind of stuck there. Let's zoom on over here and check out this bridge, which seems to be holding delightfully well, might I say. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, they're holding fantastically. Let's actually do a close-up over here of this bridge and the machine gunners holding against the Romans, charging them, because this is always a fun angle to go for, especially if we're doing a bridge defense. We want to actually see the bridge being defended. 4.6 million Romans remaining and 44,500 remaining U.S. soldiers. Well, it looks like a lot of the modern soldiers got beaten back over here, and it's probably due to this arrow fire that's currently coming in. You can see it in the sky right there, hitting a lot of these heavy machine gun... Well, these are light machine guns. Light machine gunners, and damaging them, and I think killing the soldiers in the front, weakening them so that the Roman soldiers can get less swings on them in order to kill. It makes it just a little bit easier. Luckily, the Sea Whizzes over here seem unscathed, which is good because they only have 500 health, so they're super easily killable. So only a few archer arrows could pretty easily destroy these Sea Whizzes with no problem at all. M1 Abrams over here still firing away, doing a bang-up job right now, as are these troopers, and the missile systems are still alive. So it seems like the assault over here isn't really working for the Romans. All of their catapults over here are dead, but then there's still some more over here on the hillside and down below this way. They are fully crossing the bridge now and getting into the flanks of the U.S., but it's not really too much to worry about, I would say. There's only 2 million Romans remaining, and there are still 30,000 U.S. Army soldiers. So let's do a nice overhead of the full battlefield here if we can, and just watch these guys fight it out. Things are continuing to go swimmingly for the U.S. Army now. They have 27,000 soldiers remaining, so they've only lost an additional 3,000 is the additional they lost since the last time we checked in, and the Romans only have 80,000 soldiers, so yeah, almost 7 million all dead on the battlefield now. We've got a little death charge going on over here, and that is about it. It is cleared up over this way. The catapults did manage to get quite a number of kills over here, but not enough to break through this time. Those additional soldiers that we placed on that bridge seem to have done the trick, and now it's just up to these guys to hold out till the bitter end, which seems inevitable here. So let's watch the final moments of this battle, but it seems like a guaranteed victory now, I must say.
And there we have it, boys. The end of the battle. There's apparently 535 Romans floating around out here somewhere, but I honestly don't know where they are. They're probably stuck somewhere. Still 26,900 remaining U.S. Army soldiers. They did a wonderful job this time, but they did lose the first two. And the Romans still got a lot of kills. I don't know how these Roman soldiers got here in particular. Probably blew up and flew over here, but most of these deaths are probably from catapults or archer fire at the end of the day, and a lot of U.S. Army deaths over here. A Roman army scouting party is currently marching up a death tunnel defense. They have teleported to the near future. Well, maybe not near future, a good 3,000 years into the future to fight the U.S. Army. U.S. machine gunners, riflemen, Sea-Whiz cannons, as well as M1 Abrams and missile systems are all here defending the death tunnel against the Roman army death charge. Now this 2 million Roman army scouting party was just the first through the portal. There will be millions more to come after this initial battle. And the United States losses will be carrying over to these future battles. At the moment, they only have 11,163 soldiers. Any troopers they lose will be dead in the next battles as well. As for the Romans, they'll be getting reinforcements. These 2 million soldiers, again, are just the first to come. Now, there is this preliminary death tunnel defense right here with the U.S. machine gunners as well as those Sea-Whiz cannons, which are absolutely tearing through these Roman troopers. But then, we have many flanking zones where the U.S. is also defending. Up this way, we have some U.S. riflemen holding the line against additional flanking Roman troopers up on this flank. Then, further back, we've got our M1 Abrams tanks being supported by additional U.S. riflemen, and behind them, we have U.S. marksmen ready to pour some fire down as those enemies crest up the hill a distance away. Up at the top right over this way, we will have more U.S. soldiers, because this area over here will be susceptible to even more Roman flanks coming through. And then the final defense is in our massive pit area over here. We do have some U.S. shotgunners holding this choke point, but then further back we've got missile systems as well as our final lot of riflemen ready to hold against the oncoming Roman troopers. Right now the U.S. has only lost 10 soldiers, which really isn't too bad all things considered, but there is still 1.98 million Romans remaining on the battlefield, and every loss that the U.S. Army takes is going to seriously impact their future defense on this battlefield. So they need to come out of this with as few losses as humanly possible against these Roman troopers coming forward against them. You can see some Romans getting deep in here and attacking some of the reloading M249 machine gunners right there. That is brutal, but at the very least, they are getting droves of kills as they hold this first death tunnel choke point defense. If you guys do enjoy these videos, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and comment down below. Now, why don't we go ahead and time-lapse our first chunk of the video here. What's up, gamers? I'm here to tell you about Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is an amazing place where you can get some fire deals on all sorts of video games. Seriously, it's like 60 to 95% off, as you can see here. These are all of the Star Wars titles they have. They literally have every Star Wars title. You can also get XCOM here, Men of War Assault Squad 2. All of the games I play on the channel you can buy here for extremely cheap prices. If you use my affiliate link in the description, it helps me out a ton. So thank you guys for listening to this sponsorship, and thank you to Instant Gaming for continuing to sponsor the channel. Okay, U.S. soldiers here are taking some significant losses against the Roman army so far. 3,269 to be exact. The funny number. Sea Whizzes back here are getting shot up by Roman arrows. You can see them flying through the air right there. That's probably contributing to the overall surge in Roman soldiers. Oh, look at those two missiles firing out there. Mainly because those Sea Whizzes were helping a lot to keep these Romans at bay. Let's see up here. How are they? Oh, no. Okay, that entire area is gonzo. Now the marksmen up here and the Abrams and some U.S. riflemen this way are also having to fight off Roman troopers coming down from the hilltop over there. How about the flanks over this way? Let's check it out. Currently... Uh-oh. 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 Alright, Romans coming through. The shotgun units better get ready because they're about to hit them over here. I got a bad feeling about this one, Chief, but at least behind them, the missile systems and these riflemen for the U.S. will hopefully be able to hold a little bit better, but I don't think the shotgun units are going to come out of this thing okay. We're currently at 1.8 million remaining Roman troopers so far. Not a good thing for the U.S. in the sleighs. They're getting chopped to bits in this choke point. It's not good. And here come the Romans over this way, and the shotgun units are not supporting their boy up there. Did they send the least favorite U.S. soldier up there to die early? God, that's horrible. And here they come. Oh, this is not good. Oh, Lord. This is not good at all. Let's watch these guys collapse. Well, that took about 2 minutes to come to fruition. There's some of the missile systems hitting these Romans, and we're going to need these U.S. soldiers to start firing soon. There we go. They are. More missile system shots going out and hitting these Roman troopers. Excellent. Full firepower of these U.S. riflemen going into the enemy here. Come on, use those M4s for all they've got, my boys. We need to start destroying these guys outright, or it's Jover. There we go. Good stuff, good stuff. Please be holding over here, too. Okay, we're holding okay over here. Looks like the Sea Whizzes down below are dead, but the Abrams, as well as these U.S. Army riflemen and the marksmen above are holding out okay, and these Abrams have really good armor, so they'll be able to do at least a little bit of defense over here. And these guys are being held at bay as well, which is very good. I'm hoping these guys can hold outright for the time being. If they fall, obviously it's Jover, because then we'll have a huge flank going up towards the Abrams troopers over there. They are holding for now. For now, I think those missile systems will be very helpful. It'd be great if they shot like up here where they're more condensed. That would be fantastic. But right now, they're frontlining more or less, which is a fair tactic because you're going to need to eliminate the front lines at some point there. Let's watch back here as the Abrams try to hold against oncoming Romans from the death tunnel. Well, okay. The Romans just won, bro. I tested this battle and the U.S. like locked them down when I did the test run, but they just won. I guess we're getting the U.S. reinforcements because, well, sometimes plans go awry. Let's do that. We have now doubled the number of Romans and the number of U.S. Army soldiers. 4 million Romans and 25,000 U.S. Army troopers and technology, which, honestly, doubling the Romans, you know, does make them more powerful, but doubling the number of U.S. soldiers and their firepower is an exponential gain for them. The more firepower that they have, the more Romans they kill quickly, and, you know, the Romans getting double the amount of soldiers is pretty much, you know, a 2x boost to them. I would argue that doubling the number of guns on the battlefield is a 10x boost for the defending U.S. military here. And as you can see already, Romans going down in droves. We do have 10 more Sea Whizzes over here ready to fire away, but then up here we have 5 additional M1 Abrams, as well as more riflemen over this way, and more marksman troopers over here. Up on this ledge we also have additional U.S. Army soldiers, although it looks like they didn't quite spawn where I wanted them to. I wanted them to be in this gap here, but they're more over here. That's alright, and it looks like a few of them got cut off and didn't spawn in, so maybe these guys won't end up being super tough. But hey, at the very least, there's a good number of them over here, more than we had before. Why are the Sea Whizzes firing directly into the air? Oh, because they're trying to shoot the guys that are up on this ledge here that are dropping down on top of the heads of the U.S. Army soldiers. That's pretty funny. Okay, but the other major thing is, we got Romans flanking around here. What the heck? That didn't happen last time. Poor couple of marksmen up here are getting chopped to bits. Wait, how are they up here? Because there should be the same... Oh, yeah, we've got the shotgun troopers over here, who also didn't really spawn where I wanted them to, but that's okay. And then we've got these fellas over here who are holding out a little bit better, and we have increased their numbers as well, so, you know, hopefully they could do a bit better. They've got these Badgers, I think, is what the type of gun they've got right there is. Very cool, and they're taking on a whole slew of Legionnaires, full charging down at them. But again, I'm not totally... Oh, they're getting flanked over here, too. Oh. But how is the question? Because there's no... I guess some Romans just kind of spawned over here, because there's no way to get up here beyond this pathway over this way. So I think this flank will be short-lived, because there's no additional reinforcements coming from these ledges. However, it might be a strong enough flank that it'll just do enough damage to these guys in the buttholes that the front lines will also falter as a result, I guess. I don't know. This is interesting. While we watch this area get flanked, basically. Yeah, those guys did not last very long. I think the flank did them in, so that's just bad luck that a group of Romans spawned up here, but now they should all be gone. I wonder what this group ended up doing over this way. Looks like they did do some damage to the flank of the marksman over here, just nothing crazy. Yeah, most of them died out, which is good. And then those other guys should now be going for the shotgun units over here fairly soon. Up at the top left over... Oh, lag spike. My goodness. Wow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are we good? Yeah, we're good. Up here, these guys are dying out pretty good. They're gonzo. They're not going to do too hot, I don't think. There's zero chance they do. What is with the lag spikes, brother? The heck is up with that? Alright, it seems like if we stand still, we're fine. Sea Whiz is over here, still gunning down a large portion of the Romans. Why don't we just watch over here for a while because of the lag spikes we keep getting. Alright, they're actually holding, which is a very nice thing to see. A nice change of pace, if you will. We're down to 21,000 remaining U.S. Army soldiers and just about 3 million remaining Romans. So things are going better this time, although I don't love the fact that the Romans did blitz through here pretty quickly. And of course the other side we got to check out now too. And yes, they did make it through the shotgun units and are now coming upon the missile system final stand defense. But these missile systems, you know, they do have a few additional ones as well, so they'll be able to do at least a little bit better this time around compared to last, which is good. And the top left here, I'm hoping can hold out for significantly longer. We do have these marksmen up here shooting away. Do we have any missile or archers firing? I don't see any archer fire going on right now, so I don't think archers have made it to the front lines yet. Once they do, I think we will see some serious problems ahead, and also the catapults, I don't really see any coming up from behind, so none of that going on just yet either. It's pure Roman swords and shields right now, which is the best case scenario for the U.S. Army. Alright, let's watch back here the missile systems fighting away. We've got 2.85 million Romans remaining and 21,157 U.S. Army soldiers. Let's get it, baby. Well, we've got this situation under control, but Romans are now flanking around the back. So half of these guys are going to have to turn around and start dealing with the flanking Romans over here, while also the other half fires up this way. This could be a major problem because these missile systems are already getting smacked around by Roman swords. I think a couple of them might have already died. Well, maybe not. They're all still moving, which is good. But they could be very close to death, which would certainly not be good. What's going on up here? Okay, Seawiz is down below, still holding, although it looks like some of their protectors from the U.S. Army have gone down, which is no bueno, but the rest of them are still alive, which is great. Are there any arrows in the air? I don't really see any arrows, so I'm not sure. Up top here, the marksman's still taking care of business this way, so no worries there. This is definitely worrisome. Oh, there's also guys coming up from this mountain, Peak 2 now. Interesting. But I think we should watch the Sea Whizzes for a while. We're at 2.57 million remaining Romans, 20,111 remaining U.S. Army soldiers. Still quite a bit of battle to go, but things are progressing. Oof! We have the L of the century. The Sea Whizzes are down. Now it's up to the Abrams and the marksmen and riflemen up here to start holding this position. They're still holding the top ledge up here perfectly fine, but down below could get dicey. How's it going back here? Okay, things actually aren't too bad here. It seems like a lot of the missile systems are still alive over this way. and the riflemen mostly still alive, though they're starting to take some losses, especially in the front around this way. We've got 16,900 remaining U.S. Army soldiers and 2.23 million remaining Roman soldiers. So the Romans are at almost half of their force, and U.S. Army is just above half their force. But I don't like how quickly some of these Romans are cutting through these guys here. This is very not good. Ooh, this could be the downfall of the back lines, which would result in the other lines getting flanked thoroughly. Let's watch and see. Hopefully these guys can hold out. Oh, they died so quickly over here. There's a tiny amount still left over this way. Wow, we really came back here at right the perfect moment to witness the downfall of these guys, and that downfall is continuing really, really quickly. Probably a mix of some of the stronger Roman units coming into play, but on top of that, I think a big problem that the U.S. Army was dealing with was that flank. I think it did kind of come through and start to really destroy them. Just not a good time for the boys. Really not a good time for the boys. And they're gonna lose the rest of this here, and it's kind of a matter of, well, can they hold the next position back here when that flank is coming through the back? And right now the Abrams are still holding, which is great. That's fantastic, but the marksmen are going to get flanked here, and it could be a disaster. So why don't we do a big bird's eye view here, and we can watch that flank come through. 2.2 million remaining Romans, 9,000 remaining U.S. Army soldiers. This is not good, boys. Well, despite the assault, the U.S. is still holding. Front lines going pretty well, though the Abrams have been pushed back into some of these U.S. soldiers behind them. As for the marksmen up here, they are actually holding out decently against the Romans. I'm surprised. They are losing a soldier here and there every so often, but it's not abysmal. We're at half of the remaining Roman force at 2 million soldiers remaining and 8,800 U.S. soldiers remaining, which is almost a fifth of their forces. But maybe they can make the comeback happen. Teamwork makes the dream work, baby. It's all about holding tight now. Hold tight, boys, or else we're screwed. So please hold. For America and the future, baby. Stop these Romans. Alright, let's go ahead and watch the close-up charge here, because I think that'll be pretty interesting to watch the flank. God dang, the body pile has grown. Look at that, we might be witnessing the U.S. Army comeback of a lifetime here as the Romans are getting felled left and right. Currently, 8,500 remaining U.S. soldiers, which is they've only lost like 250 or something along those lines. Like, it's not too bad, to be completely honest with you. And on top of that, it looks like, I think it's 1.8 million remaining Roman. So U.S. Army is getting kills in the choke point and not losing too much. I mean, it could be worse. They're doing well. They're actually doing pretty well. Let's continue to watch. Well, it seems like the U.S. Army has been pushed further back here. They are taking more losses now. 5,200 soldiers remain, and 1.3 million Romans remain. So it still could swing either way, I think, now. We do have a bunch of M1 Abrams still alive, which is good. Obviously, a few have died since there's only like 5 remaining. So, rip to the fallen Abrams. But now the Romans are coming from up top here and descending down upon the U.S. soldiers, as well as in their flank, and, of course, straight up the death tunnel. It's a lot. This is going to be tough, but the U.S. is getting crazy amounts of kills in a very short period of time. So let's continue to watch and hope that the U.S. can pull this thing off long-term against the Roman onslaught. Okay, it's been another half an hour, and still we've got the last stand going here. There are 1.1 million Romans remaining and 3,500 remaining U.S. soldiers. Now, I am running low on space on my hard drive for video files, so we're going to hold off on time-lapsing again for a little bit here and just let it run for like the next half an hour. Of course, if anything crazy or exciting happens, I'll be right back to recording, but for you guys, it should really only be about 1 second. Bruh, I walked out to walk the dog and they won. The Romans get the W with 1 million soldiers remaining. Oh, they got 25,000 kills and lost 3 million soldiers. Absolutely insane. Bruh. That is crazy. I'm guessing the archers honestly probably came in and cleaned up the last of the troopers there, along with these Praetorian guards, which are just so powerful, so elite. It makes it very, very difficult. The modern United States Army has been backed into a corner of a death tunnel. Their units are ready to fight tooth and nail within this death tunnel's canyon walls, with M1A2 Abrams, missile systems, Sea Whizzes, as well as every type of U.S. Army unit in Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2. And their enemy outnumbers them over 30 to 1. That would be the ancient Roman armies, numbering 10 million, with Roman centurions, legionnaires, Praetorian guards, SPQR guards, catapults, and archers, launching a massive scale invasion of the U.S. Army death tunnel defenses. Can the U.S. Army defend the death tunnels against the Roman charge, or will they die trying to hold on to their modern foothold against the ancient portal of the past? If you guys enjoyed this video, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and comment down below if you'd like to see some more. Either way, let's get into it. What's up, gamers? I'm here to tell you about Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is an amazing place where you can get some fire deals on all sorts of video games. Seriously, it's like 60 to 95% off, as you can see here. These are all of the Star Wars titles they have. They literally have every Star Wars title. You can also get XCOM here, Men of War Assault Squad 2. All of the games I play on the channel you can buy here for extremely cheap prices. If you use my affiliate link in the description, it helps me out a ton. So thank you guys for listening to this sponsorship, and thank you to Instant Gaming for continuing to sponsor the channel. Alrighty, my laddies, we're pressing start right now, and the very front line of modern U.S. Army soldiers are going to be these light machine gunners here, spraying and praying as Romans begin their charge on forward. These Romans at the very front lines do have some pretty good armor, totaling about 500 health, and their armor does have slight missile resistance. It can technically bounce back bullets, although I don't know if it's going to do a lot of that. That's just a feature in Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2 that's a little bit derpy. But, I don't know, maybe the Bronze Age, they made some real thick bronze that could stop a bullet. Although I doubt it. Either way, you might notice a few of the U.S. Army soldiers are coming on forward here through the lines. That would be these fellas here. The guys in the flat caps who are coming on forward with their shotguns. These guys are on guard mode, so as the enemy comes at them, they will push forward and try to meet them in the field, and then if they start to die or get overwhelmed, they will then retreat backwards to try and preserve themselves. So it makes for a little bit of a complicated fight for the Romans, especially dealing with a shotgun unit that has very, very high damage rates at close range. You can see that some of these guys are kind of tangoing with them. Oh, that guy. Woo! That was a close one, buddy. You went real close up there and then backed off. Okay, you know what? Fair play. Fair play. You're still alive, but I would not risk that again. I just thought it would make it a little bit more interesting to at least have one dynamic unit for the U.S. Army here. Now, we are seeing some of those catapults throwing their stones upon the United States. Now, there are 300,000 catapults on the battlefield, which is crazy, but you gotta remember, catapults are extremely weak, and look at this. Oodles of them are being destroyed already as stray bullets just rip through them and tear apart the old wood that they are made of. So they are not doing super hot over that way with their catapults. There were a few shots that must have connected with the US military, like these ones over here, but simultaneously, they're still super far away. Not that many boulders are getting flung. They're probably not doing too much. Currently, we do have 275,000 U.S. Army soldiers on the battlefield, and we have 8.3 million Romans remaining. Now, I do believe that a metric ton of Romans died already because of these cliff walls, where you can see that they're just pouring over downwards. Yeah, a few 100,000 spawned on both of these sides and all the way up those mountain peaks. Not these ones, those ones, you can see them. And so they're just mass casualtying downwards against the enemy. That's why they don't have their full 10 million. Also, crush does occur on the battlefield with so many units, especially catapults spawning in with other people can cause crush to happen. So, yeah, once these guys die off from just death charging. Is this even death charging? This is just falling to your death. Well, in that case, once more and more of them die, then we will start to see the Romans take less losses on the battlefield. But right now, there's a mass exodus of them throwing themselves off this wall, thousands at a time. It's a little bit gruesome. But the shotgun units out here are starting to get hit by some of those Roman archers. They do absorb a lot of that fire. Hold on, how many? Okay, these guys have 800 health apiece. That's pretty good. The machine gunners have 1,500, which is very good. Yeah, these Romans, they have 600 health. I was slightly off. I thought it was 500. So the Romans, yeah, in their Bronze Age armor, not quite as advanced as the ballistic armor that the U.S. Army is going to be utilizing here, but even still, arrows are piercing their armor, and it will eventually start to take out more and more of these U.S. Army soldiers. In fact, we have 100 deaths for the U.S. Army at this point in time. So why don't we go ahead and do our first time-lapse watching the shotgun units fighting against the Romans, trying to charge on forward with the support of archers and a few catapult shots here and there. Either way, guys, I want to say thank you again for watching, and if you want to go in the link in the description below, my book, Army Men Blight of the Empire, is officially available for pre-order. The Kindle version is available for pre-order, and the full release of the Kindle, paperback, and hardcover version of the book is set for December 1st. So, I appreciate y'all so much. Let's go ahead and watch the first time-lapse here.
Alright, about 10 minutes have gone by. 7.59 million Romans are remaining. So I think that's like 700,000 dying since the last time we checked in there. We also have 13,600 dead U.S. Army soldiers. More shotgun units have now come forward, and I'm also seeing more firing from arrows over here in the middle area. That's gonna be brutal. And we've also got Praetorian Guards just charging on in here and stabbing it up against some of these light machine gunners, so that's also rough. Some shotgunners have also retreated behind the lines now, so that means that probably the light machine gun lines are going to fold eventually here, probably relatively soon. 260,000 U.S. Army soldiers remain on the battlefield. Let's go ahead and watch the middle area over here and the Romans just kind of coming through this way, because I think the front line here is going to falter, but not to worry. We have many more lines behind ready to take over once they do falter, but falter they probably will fairly soon. Well, it really wasn't much longer till the middle section there falls apart. We do still have quite a number of shotgun units kind of scattering here. They're getting targeted heavily by Roman arrows, and these guys are running through and kind of wiping them down as well with their swords, but they're going down with a fight, and we appreciate that. That's good to see, boys. The next wave is purely going to be in the middle, actually. They're in water here. Interesting. These are just standard M4 soldiers. They've got 600 health apiece, so I'm not sure how powerful they'll end up being, but we'll see. The edges are actually still holding over here really nicely. I don't know why. I do not know why the middle faltered, but the edges are fine. All I know is that's actually a good thing, because these guys don't have edges supporting them down here, so just the middle guys will come through and attack them. Kind of safe on the edges now, which is a good thing. Then back here we will have the M1A2 Abrams, as well as who are these guys? All right, more elite M4 soldiers on the left of the Abrams, and on the right of the Abrams over this way, more M4 soldiers. Okay, and then of course further back we have more troops. We have some riflemen with honey badgers, sea whizzes right there, and then the way back we have our missile systems as well as DMR snipers. So it's still a long way to go for the Romans. They're at 7.3 million Roman soldiers still remaining, and they've just about eliminated the rest of the shotgun units. These guys are still retreating back. Maybe there will be shotgun units to the bitter end, and they retreat all the way back to the missile systems there. Who knows? But why don't we go ahead and watch the scattering. Okay, so the first wave of Romans got crushed over here. I do believe they killed the shotgun units. And now there's a second wave coming forward. Interesting. The sides over here are still alive, but the arrows from the archers are going to start firing up at these corners, which might kind of evaporate the last remaining of these units, and there are some catapults getting in there too, like I said. The right side, though, is mostly dead. There's some shotgun units that kind of retreated back to the wall here, which was not the greatest of ideas, to say the very least. I don't understand why this side in particular is doing so well while everywhere else capitulated. I don't know how that worked, but good for them, I guess. Let's go ahead and watch overhead as the Romans continue their charge down mid at our M4 soldiers over this way. I don't understand why this water is proliferating. We don't have the blood mode on, so it's not that. I don't... It's getting higher, right? Maybe it's a part of this map? I don't know. I've never actually used this map before, I don't think. Either way, these guys are still tunneling on through, and it looks like actually just now the last of these guys are going to die. They did an impeccable job defending over this way, dragging the Romans through heck and back, with 6.99 million Romans now alive. So 3 million in total have died at this point, and we have 217,000 U.S. Army soldiers left alive, meaning about 80,000 have died, a little bit more. Now, Romans are charging forward against these guys, and the Sea Whiz cannons, which actually are AA cannons, meaning they have some serious range to them, are destroying a lot of these guys. Some of them, in fact, tumbling on down the hill there. Sadly, they won't be able to come down this way and flank from up top, but maybe some of the archers on this flank will fire down at these guys below. But it does seem like the middle section might be the most promising area for the continued attack right now, and we can see actually some gaps in it forming as the catapults do fire in here. But right now, this backline is getting hard stopped by these riflemen, so I do think the middle section is going to have to be killed first, so they can attack the M1A2 Abrams over that way. And of course, these guys will now start distributing over here as well, and probably hitting the guys back here too. Why don't we go ahead and watch these lines defending though for the time being, because this is still probably the most dynamic part of the battle right now. I have no idea where this water is coming from, but I think it resulted in the drowning of these guys. And these guys might be next over here. That's not good. Okay, is the entire map gonna flood? Like, what is going on here? The flanks over here are still fine. There is a huge number of catapults coming forward over here, though, so that could get a little bit risky. Same with this side over here. And the Abrams, are they really firing at all? Maybe every so often, I can't really tell. It doesn't, oh, there we go, there's a couple shots. So they are firing a little bit, but again, you know, their middle section is still chilling up that way. I think maybe there will be a bit more of a threat from the Roman army when that middle section breaks. But for now, they're still chilling. So let's do an overhead watch of the middle section over there, plus these two sections back here defending. There's 3 lanes to this battlefield, and right now, all of them are doing pretty decently. Okay, these edges are still holding currently, but the middle section is getting torn asunder by these boulders. This is definitely the main area of concern right now. So why don't we watch this area getting pummeled by these stones? That seems to be the one thing that's actually making contact with them, while the Romans are actually kind of trapped over here because of this sudden water that came out of nowhere. Very bizarre, but let's watch this. Okay, this is looking like the final strands of these riflemen defending here. There's really a thin line of them, and actually these guys are circumventing the hill and coming down because of a body pile that was grown. How clever. Using your dead, beautiful, bring out your dead. Now, these lines are still fully intact. It looks like maybe a catapult shot hit some of the guys over this way and kind of disrupted them, but other than that, they're chilling. Same with this line over here, and the Abrams are doing just fine as well. We're just going to go ahead and let this ride for a while, since we don't have infinite storage space. We might as well just let it kick for just a bit, and we'll check back in maybe like an hour. We have 5.6 million Romans remaining, 140,000 U.S. Army soldiers. Alright boys, it's been about an hour. We're at 4.5 million remaining Romans, which means we're about halfway through the total Roman numbers. Now, they're not really making any progress. We do have some coming from below here to attack the Abrams, and they've gotten a few catapult shots on these guys here and there, like there's little holes where they've been hit, but overall it's really not too bad for them. They still have 139,000 troops left alive. That's pretty crazy. Although a lot of these guys are damaged. Probably from arrows and catapult fire, but it's really not that bad, so let's watch here. Dang, they're still holding tight with 4.1 million Romans remaining. This might be the stop. The death tunnel might be working here. That is crazy. They have 139,000 people still. They've not lost nobody in the last 15 minutes. Let's just go ahead and let it ride, and we'll check back in. My cat just knocked my headphones over. Alright, boys. It's been like an hour and a half. Went and watched some Key and Peele with Zelda. Ate a pizza. And now I think it's pretty much a guaranteed W for the defenders. I think that's an 1.8 million Roman soldiers remain. 137,000 U.S. Army troopers remain. So they do end up holding the death tunnel here. We'll keep watching for a little bit, but this one's just about over. Why don't we time-lapse one of the body piles over here? Alright guys, it's been another 20 minutes here, and really nothing much is happening. A few catapult shots are directly landing over here, but there's still 137,000 U.S. Army soldiers alive, so clearly that's not really doing enough damage to actually make anything happen. Yeah, at the moment I think it's almost a guarantee that the Roman army is going to lose, but we will let this play out. We're just not going to time-lapse for the next, I don't know, it'll probably take another hour or so. I'll just let it ride. Okay, we are in the very end stages now, with barely any attackers left alive. In fact, 81,000 is all that remains, and they ended up dropping the U.S. Army to about 136,000. So they've only lost like another 1,000. That's crazy. We're, of course, gonna hit them with the nuke. Yeah, baby. Actually, this left side, I think is... yeah, it was already empty. Whoops. Hit some of the U.S. Army. It's fine. Everything's fine. Either way, guys, that's going to be about it for today's video. Thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed. Please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and comment down below. I'll see you on the next one. Peace. I hope you guys enjoyed that video. Be sure to click that subscribe button for more content, and hit the notification bell if you'd like to be alerted to whenever I live stream or upload. Thanks so much.